Could the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois. Mayor Filseth.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Ku. Councilmember Tanaka. 5 present.
Councilmember Tanaka is dialing in, I believe, tonight, or have we
He
set
is.
that up?
Correct, he is. I just texted him to see if he was online, and he hasn't responded yet.
Okay, super. So, first item on the agenda tonight is legislative update at the federal level. You have the floor, and welcome. Thank you for joining us here.
Yep, we're pleased to have Steve Palmer, our legislative representative in DC, on behalf of Van Scoyoc Associates. So Steve, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Steve Palmer. I'm a vice president at Van Scoyoc Associates in Washington, D.C. Just 10 seconds on who are Van Scoyoc Associates. We're one of the larger government relations firm, not a law firm, and we've been working with the city for about 9 years. So thank you again for the chance to be here tonight. What I'd like to do is just give you a very quick snapshot on some of the key issues that are going on in Washington right now, very quick, and please feel free to interrupt and ask questions, because this is not me to lecture. This is just a chance to kind of fill you in. And then what I'd like to do is talk about some of the specific issues we've been working on behalf of the city, some of the ones that the staff have said you had previously asked about. So with that, let me just say, jump right in. The best thing that happened recently this summer was the Congress and the President did reach an agreement on a 2-year budget framework. They have a bill that, as we were talking about our budget backgrounds, they have a bill that essentially eliminates budget sequestration, extends the debt limit for 2 years, and sets spending caps for the next 2 years. It's a framework bill, though. Congress still has to appropriate money for each of the fiscal years, 2020, which is now they're trying to do after that agreement, and then, which the fiscal year starts on October 1st, and then 2021. I'd like to tell you that it's all panacea and everything's going to be done quickly and easily, but there is still the threat of a government shutdown, largely because of the funding for the southern border wall. They still have to make priorities about how that money will be spent, even though the top line number is there. I'm not going to talk a lot about gun control, but that is the issue that's currently the hottest in Washington right now. There is obviously the House has passed several bills. There's a lot of pressure on the Senate to do something. It's not clear what the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will take up, if anything, and I think much of that is reliant on what President Trump decides he wants to do in terms of background checks or anything. So with that, I'll just go ahead, otherwise we move ahead. More broadly and in very simplistic terms, just to give you a sense of how I would capture what's been happening this year, is the House is, now that the Democrats are in the majority, the House has been conducting its investigations of the president. The Senate's been confirming judges. And I know there's much more than that, and I'm happy to talk about any of those things. But if you had to look into kind of like summarize for somebody who flew in from another country, that's kind of where things have been heading this year. The biggest disappointment has been no infrastructure bill. The fact that everyone agrees they want to spend $1 trillion, $2 trillion for all sorts of infrastructure, not just transportation. I'll come back to that. But for infrastructure generally, but obviously disagreement or lack of any kind of consensus is about how to pay for it. When you focus on transportation, that seems to be where Congress is likely to head next year. There is, September 30th, a year from now, the current surface transportation bill expires. It's a 5-year bill called the FAST Act. It funds highways, transit, railroads, passenger railroads, auto safety. So there's going to be a real push to try to get that done. And in fact, the Senate, first committee acted in the Senate, the Environmental and Public Works Committee acted beginning of August and approved just for highways and bridges, $287 billion for the next 5 years for highways and bridge funding. The problem, again, is the Highway Trust Fund, which funds those programs, is not solvent, doesn't have enough gas tax revenue in it. So there's going to be a delay in that bill as Congress tries to figure out what to do and how to fund that program. Two things I want to highlight in that bill. One of them is positive, and that is for the first time in a transportation bill, Congress is setting aside $6 billion for carbon emission reduction strategies, for programs and projects that will actually reduce carbon emissions. So that money will go to states and localities who can then otherwise prove that they have projects that can reduce carbon emissions. And that'll be a competitive grant program. And then second of all, so far, it's obviously subject to a lot of change. And second of all, and this is a theme that I'll mention later on too, there still are no earmarks in Congress. Congress banned earmarks 10 years ago, and fiscal year 2010 was the last year. They are moving ahead with funding for, you'll hear me talk about competitive grants, but that's it. They're grants in which you have to submit to the agencies and compete for. So with that, let me move into 5 different issue areas and just tell you real quickly what they are and talk about them, what we've been doing on behalf of the city. And again, these are issues that we understand that you all have raised, that we've been working on for the city. And if you have any questions, please jump in. First is affordable housing. Second is low-income housing tax credits. Third is funding for grade separations. Fourth is the health impact of small cells. And fifth is flood control. So first on affordable housing. There's obviously a great deal of interest. It's a crisis in California. It's huge in Palo Alto. It's something, I have other clients in the state, and everywhere I go, affordable housing, low-income housing is the #1 issue. It is the #1 issue. However, it's not the #1 issue in Congress. When you talk about housing issues, funding of the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Home Partnership Improvement Program, that's $3 billion that Republicans support, Democrats support. It's not a panacea, it's not solving all the problems, but at least it has gotten strong bipartisan support. When you talk about other programs, though, certainly there are a number of other programs that are there's more legislation that's been introduced this Congress, especially in the House, but both House and Senate, only by Democrats, I will say, to try to increase funding for low-income housing and affordable housing. The problem is there's no consensus among Republicans to do that. And with Republicans controlling the Senate, you have bills that are pending in the House, bills that have been introduced in the Senate for significant increases. You've got presidential candidates out there, as we heard over the weekend, proposing $2.5 trillion in housing funding from Senator Sanders. At the same time, President Trump this year is proposing to cut affordable housing programs by 18%, by $9.5 billion. So we've got we've got Washington going in 2 different directions when it comes to housing programs, which means we're probably at a standoff, and the best we're going to hope for in the near term is going to be continuation of these 2 programs. Low-income housing tax credits, it's kind of the same situation. Legislation has been introduced by Senator Cantwell and a congresswoman from Washington State, so there are bills pending on Capitol Hill to set up a low-income housing tax credit. However, again, I don't want to be flip, but I'll just say it in the simplest terms. The chair of the Senate, there are a lot of complications with any tax bill because the Republicans want to fix the tax cut bill. The President Trump wants to impose a new middle income tax credit. So anytime there's a tax bill moving, it becomes a Christmas tree bill and loaded up with lots of different things, any tax bill. And the simplest terms, the chair of the Senate Finance Committee comes from Iowa. Low-income housing is not a problem in Iowa right now. So as a result, it's probably not getting a lot of traction in the Senate right now. Obviously, that's just this year. Next year, there's an election, and as they say, elections have consequences. But in the short term, it's not likely that legislation is going to move. Third, airplane noise, a big issue for the city. We've spent a lot of time working with the city. The city has multiple strategies, as you know better than I do, in terms of how to address airplane noise. There are legal, there are community through the roundtable ongoing sessions, and there's legislative. And that's on the legislative side of things. We've been very involved. Last year during the FAA reauthorization bill, Congress passed a number of different provisions, none of them which were a panacea in the near term, all long-term efforts to try to address long-term needs that would improve noise measurements, enhance community engagement, and create new studies, one looking at the phase out of stage 3 aircraft, the noisier aircraft, and one looking at the health and air quality impacts of aircraft flying over communities. So there's a realization that both noise and air quality are important in this environment right now too. Unfortunately, well, I shouldn't say it that way. This year, in terms of the aviation community on Capitol Hill, it's been consumed with the Boeing certification process and the 737 MAX 8. All of the congressional hearings have been focused solely on that. We've been trying through the appropriations process, and I have to give credit to Congresswoman Eshoo and to Senator Feinstein particularly, but also Senator Harris on the staff. They've been very good about helping advance the noise issues. They understand, they've heard it from us for Palo Alto, they hear it from other communities, that noise is a serious problem in the state and it has to be addressed. And a lot of these provisions were in the bill last year because of them. What we're trying to do now, though, is the FAA has a terrible, as I say, not invented here syndrome. Some of you have met with them over the last several years and can see that. we're trying to impose requirements that they set up timelines through the congressional committees, set up timelines, set up implementation schedules, outline the resources they need to do the things that I mentioned, and I can elaborate on if you'd like. But rather than just Congress telling them to do this and then not doing them, we're trying to hold their feet to the fire so they actually do some of the things we were talking about doing. The other thing I did earlier this year was there's a new FAA administrator that was sworn in at the beginning of August. He came from Delta Airlines, and at his confirmation hearing earlier this summer, we submitted through the two Senate offices questions to the Senate Commerce Committee trying to get, where is Steve Dixon is his name, where is Steve Dixon on noise and community engagement? And so we're trying to work whatever angles we can in terms of keeping the pressure on, helping Congress try to put pressure on the FAA so that they actually do the things that we want them to and they said they were going to do. Grade separation. Congress is putting money into grade separations, bottom line. But again, without earmarks, they are competitive grants. The DOT administers a number of different programs, the BUILD program, which is the old Tiger grant program, Infra, which is aimed at freight. It isn't necessarily a perfect fit for the Caltrain corridor. And a number of other, and they send money through competitive grants and then to Caltrain on a formula basis. Unfortunately, we know the city's working as hard as they can to develop alternatives and evaluate alternatives for the various grade separation projects, but they're not ready to go yet. And as soon as they're ready to go, we will work with the delegation, we'll work with the committees, we'll work with DOT to try to make sure that they make the funding for the city's grade separation projects a priority. Small cells. First on small cells, we've been working, again, Congresswoman Eshoo and Senator Feinstein have introduced legislation to overturn the FCC rule that essentially takes away local authority when it comes to both siting of small cells as well as the fee structure that you can impose on the 5G companies. So that's one part of it. The other part of it, though, I understand your concern is about health impacts. And, the FCC Chairman Pai has really, I don't want to say not been responsive, but he's basically stood behind standard radio frequency exposure limits. The limits have been in place since 1972. And they're based on what he says, EPA, the Food and Drug Administration, the National Council on Radiation Protection, various outside groups. So there hasn't been any kind of updating of those RF frequency, those radio frequency limitations. There's a GAO study that says they should look into this, but to date there hasn't really been enough momentum in Congress to put pressure on the SEC to do anything. And lastly, flood control. It's been an ongoing project for a number of years. We've been working with the Joint Powers Authority to try to help them get money for complete the feasibility study. We were successful in helping them in the last work plan from the Corps of Engineers to get the last increment of the money for that study. I know a couple of you are on the board with the JPA. You know much more about this than I do. They're moving to a CAP 205 process, which means it's a partnership with communities between the Corps of Engineers and the city. If that's ultimately the direction they go, talked to the executive director of the JPA last week. They are very focused on trying to get $10 million out of the Corps of Engineers for this project, and that's something we'll be working with them and the city on over the coming months and year. I'm happy to get into other issues, answer any questions, but with that, Mayor and members of the council, I'd like to turn it back to you for those questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that concise summary. I'd also note that you mentioned air noise and small cells. There's a great deal of appreciation here and in this community for the work that Congresswoman Eshoo has done on our behalf on air noise and increasingly on the city's ability to determine, local agencies' ability to determine placement of small cells. So a lot of support for the Congresswoman on that. Let me now come back to council for questions. Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Nice to see you here. Quick question on the grade separation money you mentioned. So you mentioned it's a competitive process since there are no earmarks. Do we have any idea about what the criteria are or could be for that?
So there are different programs. One of them, the old Tiger program, which you're probably more familiar with, the Trump administration changed it to the BUILD program. I can't tell you the acronym. What that stands for, but it's a very open-ended infrastructure program. There aren't really too many criteria. The Congress has set the criteria basically because the Trump administration was putting all their money in rural projects, and they were putting all their money into highway projects, quite honestly. So they've tried to make it more of a 50-50 between rural and urban, but it's very open. The infra program I mentioned, again, I don't know what the acronym stands for, but it's a program that was created in the last surface transportation bill aimed at primarily freight projects. And that's why I said offhandedly that it's probably not a perfect fit for the Caltrain corridor, but that's about $1 billion a year. I should say the build program is close to $1 billion a year. Okay. There is more money in this year's appropriation, in the House version of the 2020 appropriations bill for grade separations, and that's without criteria. Unfortunately, that money probably will go through formula to the states, and that's Caltrans. So, there are opportunities both to compete at DOT as well as, to work with Caltrans to try to get money through them. Okay,
just a note, we do have pretty significant cargo freight volumes on the Caltrain corridor.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
No, we're largely trying to solve the local issue, but there may be some opportunities there, and if staff can keep an eye on it. But anyways, thank you very much for the update.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
So I don't know if you know that there is a FAA rule that is going to be trying to streamline the regulations for approval of supersonic test flights.
I am, yes.
Do you have any information about that?
So I don't have a lot of information about it. I'm aware of it. It strikes me that the way I read it very quickly was that they're trying to get input on how they would then kind of restart this program. But there aren't any supersonic jets flying right now, so I think it's a very long-term proposition. But beyond that, I haven't really spent a lot of time focused on it.
Okay, my understanding is that NASA is starting to test the supersonic, but in model testing. However, obviously, since FAA has not even corrected the current noise issues as well as emission issues, obviously we want to be very clear about opposition to any weakening of their changes of existing regulations that would produce sonic booms over land, right? And that would include their testing as well as normal operations. And it should meet the same requirements or even more stringent requirements. So I don't know if what it takes to give instruction. Does it take a motion, or is it just simply providing you that direction?
I think at this point, probably we don't need a lot of motions. This sounds like a fairly long-term issue anyway. So
Mayor, if I may, and council member, I'm happy to research more of this and get back to the staff and then through to you in terms of what I understand is happening, maybe before you make a motion, because it's not entirely clear to me. And I'm not trying to tell you shouldn't. I'm just saying I don't know enough about the situation to give you a complete picture. And what I'd like to do is be able to get more information for you.
And obviously for us over here, if you hear of any kind of movement up at the at DC, we would really like to know right away so that we can jump on it as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Well, I do know from just my quick review, the comment period is closed. And as you know, as well as anyone, that doesn't mean anything's going to happen with it. It just means they started the process, the rulemaking process. I'll try to find out from people I know at the FAA about what they're doing and whether or not this has any kind of timeline. Thank
you so much. And you said that if we wanted to, you can elaborate more on the noise, FAA and their noise concerns.
So there were a number of different provisions that were enacted last year. I don't have a complete list in front of me right now, but they basically were categorized in. There was an effort to try to address takeoffs, the flight level. I think any kind of changes in flight patterns at a next-gen facility that were below 6,000 feet. So there were efforts to try to address the flight patterns. I know that, as I mentioned, there's community engagement issues, appointing an ombudsman in each of the regions, as well as trying to look at the best practices that were done, and what was lessons learned from the early next-gen implementation, like the Northern California next-gen implementation process, and then what that should translate into, because I think there are still a number of next-gens around the country or regional facilities that have to go through the next-gen process. There are also a number of studies that were being done. I mentioned the phase out of stage 3 aircraft, which are considered now to be the noisier aircraft, and then the contract with the university to look at the air quality and the impact of noise and emissions on human beings. And then also trying to improve the noise measurements, alternatives to the average DNL levels that are conducted right now. So I don't have a complete list in front of me, but I think there was an effort to try to at least, while not every issue was addressed with specificity, like in other words, there wasn't anything about reducing noise over certain communities, within a reasonableness of working with the airline industry and Congress, understanding that they have to balance it against other competing interests. To me, they included a number of significant steps towards trying to understand what the noise impacts are a lot more than they have in the past.
Thank you. Another area that I was wondering if you could provide more information on is the opportunity zones that federal government has kind of pushed onto different communities to identify areas for redevelopment. If you can give us a little bit more information on that and how that's coming along and what kind of tax breaks there are for businesses and why, and if there's any tie-in to getting transportation funds, et cetera. So that it's more like we are able to get grants if it impacts us as a region.
I'll be happy to.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm done.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Filseth, and Mr. Palmer, thank you so much for being here. I know it's a long flight. I'll just go in order. First of all, you covered an awful lot in a short period of time. Thanks for that. We didn't give you a 3-minute limit, but you got a lot in. I was interested in the $6 billion in climate change funding in the transportation bill. I hesitate to say that's an emerging topic, but we certainly foresee, significant expenditures later in the process as we think about sea level rise. Any thoughts about what we could or should be doing now?
Council member, I'm not entirely sure how that, I mentioned that I believe it's allocated on a formula basis to the state DOTs, but it may be a competitive grant program. So if I can clarify that.
That'd be great.
It's for carbon reductions initiatives. And it's not a lot of money. It's $600 million, or it's $6 billion over 5 years.
Remember, we're in local government. $6 billion is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, but when you spread it out over 50 states, it doesn't go very far. I will say, so let me do this. If I can get more information on what they have proposed, I will say there are opportunities for us to weigh in on a greater level with the House, because the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Chairman, Peter DeFazio, has not really laid out his outline of a surface transportation bill. But when he became chairman earlier this year, he said one of his top priorities was reducing carbon emissions. He wanted to find strategies for carbon reduction throughout the entire surface transportation industry. Whether that means more transit or how that translates into, we don't know yet. But I do think there are opportunities. But what I'd like to do, if I can, is get you more information on what the Senate has proposed, and then I'll work through the staff in terms of what the House is proposing on their bill.
That would be great. Thank you. I wonder how much, there are a few issues that we struggle with in this community, how much your practice has other concerned communities, to the extent that, airplane noise and concerns about cell towers are shared elsewhere. Is that part of your strategy to, have a stronger voice when you approach people in government?
On airplane noise, it very much is. And I will say, I was mentioning earlier to the city manager and the staff that I also work with the city of Culver City, where they are very engaged on noise. And one of their council members has become very involved in the National League of Cities, advancing a resolution through the National League of Cities on aircraft noise. They and other cities, I think, that have gone through the Metroplex, the next gen process, are all feeling the impact, not all, but many of them feel the impact of noise, aircraft noise. So I do think there's a growing realization that this is a problem. I mentioned that at the confirmation hearing of the FAA administrator, it came up, it was a Denver senator that asked, so I know that it's an issue there as well. There are some airports like in Detroit, it's out and it's far removed from any kind of community, so there's really not a noise issue. But there are cities or places like New York City where they can't touch noise because they would have to essentially shut down the airports if they really got into a noise study. On small cells, in terms of the health impacts, that's less of an issue that I've heard about. In terms of reversing the FCC decision, it's not I'm not sure if you're asking about that or the health impacts.
Both.
Okay. With respect to the FCC decision, there are many, even in the California delegation, there are some who think that while they don't like the fact that local authority was taken away, they do support the deployment of 5G, and they're reluctant to try to overturn the FCC rulemaking. So there's not a consensus that's probably emerging yet. I think, again, Congresswoman Eshoo is really, and Senator Feinstein have really taken the initiative here, but it's been a very one-party supported and the other party hasn't so far. So it's an issue that really needs a lot more elaboration and clarification, I think, education.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. And certainly with airplane noise, I mean, we all recognize the 737 MAX safety issue certainly takes precedence, but I appreciate you staying on it, and hopefully you'll get to work with the new administrator. Transportation, we don't have to belabor the point that that's super important to us and the largest decision we're facing and the most expensive one. So help will be welcome when we make our choice. And then finally, you mentioned when you were talking about flood control, the CAP 205 process, and I'm not familiar with that.
So it's a program aimed at small projects, relatively small projects. And again, I know some of you a couple of your colleagues are members of the board, the JPA as well. So they might. I'm
the alternate. I'm still learning. Okay. Councilmember Niss is the representative.
But it's meant to be a partnership, as opposed to a project that the Corps of Engineers undertakes on its own, where it gets a congressional authorization and then funding, congressional appropriations. They have the authority under this program where money is appropriated. The Corps of Engineers works with the community, and then they, in a collaborative fashion, go ahead with the project. So the Corps of Engineers and the community they design and construct the project together. So it's a little bit less bureaucratic and a little bit more streamlined. I learned in talking to the JPA that there's money from the state that's already been dedicated to the project, and so as I mentioned, I think the cap on these programs, the limitation, I shouldn't say, on these 205 projects is $10 million from the federal government. So that's if the project, and correct me if I'm wrong, I understand it's about $37 million. That there's a significant share of non-federal funds that will have to be contributed as well.
Yeah, and I think we're definitely on track to to look for those, but help from the Corps of Engineers would be greatly appreciated. Just returning to the small cell, there's some members of our community who are really anxious to help Senator Feinstein and Congresswoman Eshoo. Do you have any suggestions for things they could do that would be helpful?
I know that from talking to Congresswoman Eshoo's staff, they're focused on trying to get other members to sponsor their bill.
Okay.
And I think to the degree that they know there's local support, obviously, members of the community here can't affect other members of Congress, but I do think showing their support to Congresswoman Eshoo and the Senator Feinstein, their continued interest in the project, is going to be important, because at some point in time, they're going to have to shift, unless there's continued focus on it, they'll move on to other issues. I think there has to be, it's good to have local community interest in those bills so that they know that they have to push ahead to try to get further progress.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Hi, it's good to see you again. Just a couple of quick questions. So on the grade separations, have you seen enough to know if like regional construction authorities would carry more weight in terms of getting grants than individual cities?
I can't answer your question, Councilmember, about regional construction authorities. I do know that regional projects always do better than the local city, than an individual city. If you have a consensus among all of the participants in a project, you're going to do much better regionally than you will if you're just applying on your own.
Okay, makes sense. Did you have any updates related to city-owned utilities in general?
I don't, unfortunately. In terms of what aspect of them?
Just any changes in laws or regulations?
No, I know that it's obviously a priority for the city. I know that working with staff, they were constantly kind of reminding us to, look at what's going on. And, we do try to coordinate with the American Public Power Association in terms of what they're doing. But unfortunately, I don't have anything at my fingertips for you today. I'll try to, get some information for you, though.
Have you heard any discussion about potable water recycling at the federal level?
I know projects are looking for funding for it, but beyond that, I don't know about any kind of regulatory actions.
Okay. And then the other one was city-owned broadband, fiber networks, anything in that area?
That's a harder issue because there's no real program aimed at that. There's no funding source. There's no, the National NTIA, which is part of the Department of Commerce, oversees all of the broadband issues, but there really, as a local project, there's really not a federal role for it there.
Yeah, maybe the FCC as well, right?
Yeah, to a lesser degree.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Niss.
Hi, Steve. It's nice to see you.
Thank you,
In
Councilmember.
our environs here. I want to come back to the grade separations because that's become a real, it's really a bad pun, but a high hill for us. That's very steeply graded, and we are looking hard for money, and we've had a couple of disappointments. So the money that you're referencing, the federal money, is with the DOT?
Yes.
And who within the DOT really has some influence?
Well, obviously, the Secretary is Elaine Chao, and she would be in a position on all discretionary competitive grants to make the final say. The White House always plays a role in those large grant decisions. They can and often do, tell the people, the policymakers at an agency where they should focus their attention. I think it's fair to say, this administration, the challenge for Palo Alto is this administration has been focused on rural projects, funding rural projects. Across the board, I know the city has an airport, but across the board, for example, recently a number of airport grants came out, and by and large, the big airports didn't get money. It was the smaller airports that got a lot of money, the rural airports that got a lot of money. And I think that's been true on these build grants. There was an analysis done, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, I apologize if I did, that 70% of the grant funds went to rural projects. So it's a focus of this administration's, but to answer your question more explicitly, Secretary Chao, the unfortunate thing about DOT right now, like every other federal agency, the deputy secretary is acting, the undersecretary, effectively the number 3 person is acting, the general counsel is acting, so.
That's where I was going with it.
It's a challenge.
It looks as though it's going to be a really hard nut to crack because it's hard to see who could really release that money. So at some times in the past, a couple of the local groups, as you know, have made trips back and have done some visits that have been successful. And if you can think of any group that we could align ourselves with and go back and make that difference, that would be really helpful.
I will.
And I know you know about doing that.
Yeah, and yes, Councilmember, and I'll say I am a big believer of your participation, all the council members' participation in these kinds of decisions, because unfortunately, you could submit a grant application, but if they don't know who you are,
Right.
why you're asking for it, and as I always say, it has to be a win for them too. It has to be a win for the city and the community in the region, to go back to the question, but it also has to be a win for the Trump administration too. So, one of the things we always try to do is help you understand, help our clients understand how to convey that impression. So I do think your participation in Washington is always good for that.
Well, I understand he's going to be out here in the next couple of days. So, and thank you for saying something about an issues bill. We talked a lot about that in January or whenever that was, maybe in March. So, and back on flood control again, are you indicating there might be some money available easily, or?
I don't want to say easily.
Because that hasn't happened
I should never,
before.
sorry, I'm interrupting you.
I'm just saying, you and I many times have gone to visit and been encouraged, and then not much has happened.
Okay, I'm an optimist. What can I say? No, I don't want to say easily, and if I convey that, I apologize. I think it's an approach that's less bureaucratic and doesn't require congressional authorization. So most projects that are constructed by the Corps of Engineers have to go through the Water Resources Development Act process. And I was anticipating really that we would have to do that next. Congress hopes to do a bill next year, what they call a WRDA bill. Yeah. They hope to do one next year. But if we don't have to go through that process to get an authorization, it's a more streamlined process. Doesn't mean the money's going to be easier. And if I conveyed that, I apologize.
Well, that would be very welcome because we struggled with that for a long period of time. And as you recall, no federal money ever showed up. So this would be a good and pleasant surprise. I think one of the other things I'd really like to know about is, could you give us the name of the person from Culver City who is working toward a resolution with the league? If you don't remember it right now.
I do. It's Councilmember Erickson. His first name is Huron, but it's spelled G-O-R-A-N. Erickson is his last name.
U-O-R?
It's G-O-R-A-N. His last name is Erickson.
And Erickson, okay. Because I think that perhaps we could get a hold of him, I was looking at Heather, and find out if we can go through, help support them with the National League of Cities, because that can be very successful. So that's good to find out about. And Culver City is right near that airport. So I'm sure they're very motivated. Anyhow, thanks. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Tanaka, are you with us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your work in trying to help advance some of the interests of the city. My main question for you is really around airplane noise. You know, it's been a battle that we've been trying to make some headway on, but honestly, we haven't had much success yet. And what I want to find out from you is, what are your thoughts in terms of trying to get additional firepower in terms of additional lobbying resources? Maybe people who've been in the organizations that kind of control the regulations, to try to make some headway with FAA on this issue of airplane noise, because it's, you know, I don't think it's gotten a lot better. I think we've had very limited impact. It seems like the legal options aren't that powerful for us or available for us. So what can we do if we were to, let's say, really ramp up our spending on lobbyists? And what would you suggest that we do to try to get a better traction and reduce some of the airplane noise that we're getting right now?
Council member, I will say that I know that, and you mentioned, you referenced the legal approach. I will say that the strategies that we're working with through the city are consistent both with the law firm that's been engaged as well as the roundtable discussions. So we do communicate with the staff and coordinate in terms of the work that's being done. Honestly, in terms of trying to effectuate outcome this year, the problem has been that there hasn't been any real attention in Congress focused on noise, and they've all been focused on the Boeing certification process because of the two crashes. 10 seconds on my background. I was at one time staff director of the Senate Aviation Subcommittee and Assistant Secretary for Congressional Affairs at DOT, where I negotiated a lot of FAA bills. I represent a number of different airports and have represented FedEx and some other airlines over the years. So I bring a lot of background. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I do bring a lot of background on aviation issues, probably more than any other area. And I work with the FAA a great deal. I talk to, work with the different aviation trade associations, but there just is not an opportunity to try to effectuate anything specific to noise. I think it's fair to say you have to understand that in Washington, for every city that has a concern about flight levels and departure and approach patterns, the airlines and the FAA are saying, basically under the guise of safety and efficiency, the mission of the FAA, that comes first. They're always going to put their primary attention on the FAA, on those two parts of the FAA mission, safety and efficiency, rather than noise. And that's something I think one of the other council members asked, how can we work together with other groups? And that is something I think we can do, or we want to do, is try to expand that mission so that noise and the impact on communities is a greater part of what the FAA does. I don't know if that answers your question.
I would just add, Councilmember, following up on prior council discussions, Van Scoyoc is working with Kirsch, our legal counsel, to maximize our leveraging of our resources on both the legislative as well as the legal front.
Okay, let me come back to our favorite topic, which is rail. Right? You said earlier that one of the issues is, for us anyway, is timing, because we don't have a defined project to take. Hopefully, that's going to change over the next several months, and we will have a fair amount of definition on what it is we want to do. At that time, if that's the right time, what do you think our best courses of action to proceed are?
I do think, kind of in response to Councilmember Nissa's question, I said coming to Washington and helping to educate people about not just the delegation, because I think Congresswoman Eshoo and the senators will understand immediately the concerns and the problems, but talking to people at DOT, talking to people on the committees of jurisdiction, I think just helping to create the impression that this is a priority regionally and for the city. That's the first step. The other one is, as I said, trying to create a winning outcome for the Trump administration. I know as difficult as that can be, with the fact that California is not his favorite state. I do think that's an important element of conveying that impression to the secretary and to her staff, so that they understand there's a reason why they should care. So it's an uphill battle. I think one of you said that, but I do think those are the two elements that I would probably strongly recommend. And obviously, the third part to Councilmember Du Bois' question is regional consensus and bringing on other parties to be able to support you at the same time. As one of the former members of the former Obama administration said to me about a project, I haven't read anything bad about your project in the news, so you must be okay.
Steve, I'm just trying to remember who was it who went back and actually was pretty successful? Was it SBLG, the Carl Guardino group that went back? And that may have had to do with BART rather than with something local. But my recollection is they made several trips that were successful because they did really bring home the bacon.
It might have been, it could be BART, but it could be Caltrain. Yeah, VTA. It could be the BART Phase 1, and I know that VTA is working on BART Phase 2 right now, which is a very big project. But I think it probably was Caltrain, because that was at the beginning of this administration. That was left over, the full funding grant agreement, which was, I don't know the number, $900 and something million. And the administration was reluctant to do it. Secretary Chow was reluctant to approve it, and they went back several times, along with many other people, to try to support that project.
So I think, what Councilor Du Bois has just mentioned is good, the strength in numbers. We just need to figure out what organization we could tack our needs onto, whether it's VTA or whether it's, one of the others. But the grade steps are going to be very expensive, and we really do need federal dollars for that.
I'm going to go back to Councilmember Tanaka. Greg?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Sorry about that. The call keeps dropping me for some reason. It's my third time calling in. So I realize that you have experience kind of on the legislation side or legislative side, but isn't the FAA controlled by the president? Isn't this more of an executive agency?
I'm sorry, for what issue?
Oh, the airplane noise. Sorry, airplane noise. So, yeah. So I'm just talking about how to affect better change on airplane noise because FAA is a executive. It's controlled by the executive branch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, what power does the House or Senate have over this?
Well, they are on an annual basis appropriating money to the FAA, and they give guidance to the FAA through their appropriations bills in terms of how they want the FAA to spend that money. You're right. Ultimately, it's up to the president and the executive branch, the FAA administrator, and the Secretary of Transportation to decide how that money, ultimately is spent and risk alienating Congress if they don't do what they ask them to do, and that's happening regularly in this administration. So it's a back and forth challenge between who really exerts final control, but it is the executive branch. You're right.
Okay. So if it is the executive branch, right? I mean, don't we need to have lobbyists that really know the players, like Elaine Chao and others in the DOT or FAA, that can help influence the executive branch to kind of see our perspective? And I'm just wondering whether, because it sounds like you and maybe others that we have on retainer are helping to, kind of chip away on the legislative branch. But given that they don't actually control the FAA, wouldn't it make more sense to try to get some lobbyists who really know the DOT, Elaine Chao, to me, this is not really a question of money per se, right? Because I think the change happened because they're trying to increase fuel efficiency and flight time arrivals and all this kind of stuff. And so it's more just about a policy change. And I think the policy change, if I'm not mistaken, was just more made at the staff level. I don't think there was some sort of act of the president that said, okay, let's make more planes fly over Palo Alto. I think it was just in the name of trying to make things more efficient. So it's more of a kind of a technical decision, but overlooked the impact it would have on communities like Palo Alto. So to me, it seems like, I mean, I get it that the Congress and whatnot appropriate money and stuff, but to me, it seems like this is a issue that needs to be resolved through the executive branch and through the technocrats that made this change happen and start directing the planes over Palo Alto. Am I mistaken on this, or is there something else I'm missing?
Well, just going back in time, Congress, a number of years ago, and I can't tell you when, Congress did, when the FAA started the process of going through the Metroplex implementation process, they did grant the FAA a categorical exclusion in terms of the environmental review process for each of these next-gen Metroplex processes, which meant essentially there was limited, as you know better than anyone, Palo Alto knows, there was limited outreach that the FAA had to do under a categorical exclusion to be able to say, we're making these changes to the flight patterns in Northern California. That was then implemented by the FAA, and it was taken by the part of the FAA that is actually in charge of the air traffic control system is called the Air Traffic Organization. And that is under the control of the FAA, but they operate pretty much like a business. And the way that they implement the congressional legislation, the way that they operate the system, they do it through advisory committees. They do it through a lot of different the input from a lot of different stakeholders. I'm not going to deny the fact that if you found the right person who could influence the outcome of that decision, that one person or one firm might be able to change the outcome of a flight pattern. But in terms of, I don't know exactly what you're asking that lobbyist to do other than reduce noise, but I don't know how that would be done in a way that wouldn't otherwise then affect other people. And so, one of the...
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to just understand is, I mean, the airplane noise going over Palo Alto, from my understanding, is not because Congress, did some sort of action and said, okay, let's push all the traffic over Palo Alto. I don't think that's what happened. I think what happened was this is a byproduct of good intentions where they're trying to, I think, increase in fuel economy and flight arrival times and all that stuff. And what happened was, as an unfortunate byproduct, which wasn't considered at the time, this increased airplane noise over Palo Alto. So, I mean, do we know who in the FAA actually had this, or was it responsible for the change in flight patterns that caused them to go over to Palo Alto? Do we know who that is? And if we know who that is, or what organization or group that was in the FAA, are we able to get people or hire people, lobbyists, that know these people who made the action so that they can change it? Or maybe we can reconsider some of the parameters that they had when they created these flight paths?
Well, I know that 2 years ago, when the council members, I think it was 2 years ago, met with the FAA, they pretty much said at that point in time that the decision-making process on the Northern California Metroplex process was done. And I'm not sure they're revisiting flight patterns right now. I know that,
Well,
again, I know as the city manager said that the city has engaged a law firm that works directly with the FAA in terms of, trying to talk to them about the process of what they do and how they're doing and the kinds of input that the city's trying to make in terms of noise issues. But I don't think there's one individual that necessarily made the decision, to answer your question, one individual that made the decision about flight patterns as much as it was a process that they went through in terms of trying to get input from the stakeholders. Again, I think because the mission of the FAA is focused on safety and efficiency, that tends to be where the FAA comes down in terms of its priority making.
Well, I guess I would be surprised if it was just one person, but I would imagine that there's probably a group or a committee of people that made this decision. And to me, I know that it seems like, there's been a lot of effort trying to contact NSU and other members of Congress, but it just seems like a very roundabout way of trying to affect something that's controlled by the executive branch. And so that's what I'm just trying to understand, like, how can we identify what particular group or committee inside the FAA is responsible for this? And once we've identified them, can we figure out who has to connect with these guys to have them reconsider some of the changes that they did?
Maybe what I can do, council member, is offer to try to identify who that person or group of people are. And I know that the deputy city manager wants to make a comment as well.
Michelle.
Thank you. For the record, Michelle Flaherty, Deputy City Manager. Councilmember Tanaka, I think in some ways Steve is being a little bit modest in that when the council members traveled to Washington, D.C. 2 years ago, thanks to his connections at the Department of Transportation due to his previous work there, he was able to get us a meeting with folks at the highest levels of the FAA who included in their meeting people from the section of the FAA that were responsible for implementing Next Gen. So those folks that you're asking about are the people that we actually went and met with. And it was not a fruitful meeting, but we did meet with the right people, and Steve was the one who was able to get us that access.
Well, that's great. So maybe if we know who those people are, we could figure out who has some sway over these guys so that we can affect change.
I will be happy to try to identify who those people are for you, council member.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you. That's all I had.
So seeing that we are at the end of our time for this item, and any further comments by anybody before we let Steve go? Steve, thank you very much for coming out here and doing this. This is very helpful. I think we got a number of things that we're quite interested in, and look forward to seeing how those progress.
Thank you. I do appreciate the input. It's very helpful for me, and that's one of the reasons why I enjoy coming out here. So anytime I can be of service to you, I want to be available.
And we want to gang up with Culver City on the FAA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, Lydia.
Oh, Steve, Mr. Palmer, would you be able to tell us what other cities you're working with in terms of airplane noise?
Sure. The other cities are Culver City, Tempe, Arizona has been very concerned about it. East Point, Georgia is right next to Hartsfield Airport. And San Diego County is a client of ours, and they also have addressed noise issues. Now, not all of them have the same level of priority that the city of Palo Alto gives it, but I think for Culver City, for Tempe, it's a little bit different because they had a court settlement, they had a court decision that helped address some of those issues in Phoenix, but in terms of the cities, I think Culver City and Palo Alto are the two most.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So next on the agenda, we have scheduled a conference with the city attorney regarding existing litigation in the case of Greer versus City of Palo Alto, and that's expected to be half an hour. So at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into closed session. We'll do that, and
So
we'll
moved.
return in about half an hour. Moved by Councilmember Cormack, second by Vice Mayor Fine. Would you vote on the board, please? And that's 6 votes in favor in the chambers here. Councilmember Tanaka, did you, are you voting on this item?
Yes.
Is that a yes vote?
It's yes, I am voting, and I am voting yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's 7-0, and so it passed unanimously, and we will return in roughly half an hour. Thank you. Has Councilmember Tanaka dialed back in yet? Not yet. Okay.
No, I'm already on.
Oh, there he is.
I called in 10 minutes ago.
So the council has returned from closed session with no reportable action. Let's see, so then agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Are there any?
Wanted to make one suggestion, if, depending on how the council proceeds through items getting up to number 7, since number 7 is scheduled for 7 p.m. If we are running early, council may consider taking up item 10 first, since that's, I think, not expected to generate much public involvement.
Super. Let's see if we get there. All right,
Okay.
Mr. City Manager.
Where'd my notes go? Okay, well, excuse me for a second. I need a minute. Here they are. Okay, excuse me. Mayor, members of council, just a few updates on a variety of items. First, with the eagerly anticipated Highway 101 pedestrian bike overpass bridge project, wanted to give you an update on the bidding process. We have extended it 1 week at the request of bidders in order to respond to their questions and maximize their opportunity to get competitive and multiple bids on the project. Staff plans to bring forward the construction contract for council consideration in early November. So that is a slide of 1 week. But we're monitoring it very closely. We want to be proactive in providing this information. Okay, let's see. Next, on the Energy Reach Code that council members know has been working through the process. Also wanted to note that you may have seen recent news from other cities in adopting versions of the Energy Conservation Building Codes. Staff is targeting the November 4th council meeting to consider adoption of a new Energy Reach Code as part of the building code updates applicable for going into effect for 2020. Since our last status report in April, staff received final results of statewide survey on cost effectiveness on building electrification and reconvened the technical advisory committee. Staff also has held community meetings, completed more research with neighboring communities, and working to finalize the recommendations. Let's see. Also note that utility staff is participating in a study with PG&E gas system on impacts of building electrification to help inform our overall recommendations. And also just last note of news that our city's largest solar array project was completed, and Mayor and perhaps other council members were able to attend this last week, that the city and Hewlett-Packard celebrated completion of a new solar array at HP's headquarters at the Stanford Research Park last week. Excuse me. Project combines rooftop and carport photovoltaic systems containing 3,372 solar panels, which makes it the city's largest solar array to date. Electricity produced will offset the equivalent of nearly 2 million pounds of coal per year, making HP another valued partner in accomplishing the city's climate action plan goals. Just a couple of upcoming items to note for your calendars. One, tomorrow, the Cash Me If You Can, I think that's the correct pronunciation, new temporary public installation called Cash Me If You Can by artist David Freeland and Brandon Buck will go up in the King Plaza outside. It's a sculptural pavilion made up of 10 identical triangular panels printed with a projected pattern derived from images taken on the King Plaza site May 31st of this year. It will be on display until spring of next year. C-A-C-H-E, cash. Right. Welcome Week is continuing, as noted last week. Palo Alto is once again partnering with the Family YMCA for a second annual Palo Alto Welcome Week, open to the public, including several free activities throughout the week, such as the Moon Festival Cultural Diversity Celebration, walking tours, sharing historical and contemporary stories of our community, family story times, and community potluck. Also this week, Friday is the Friday night at the Arts Center, 7 to 10 p.m., celebrating the opening of Encounters, Honoring the Animals in Ourselves exhibition. This free event will feature hands-on art making, animals from JMZ, and cash bar provided by the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation. Don't forget to wear your animal-themed attire. Can't wait to see that one. And 2 weekend events, Sunshares Workshop on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Palo Alto Arts Center, and the EV Ride and Drive event on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Peninsula Conservation Center. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Just briefly on the reach codes, I went to the Sunnyvale State of the City speech over the weekend, and Larry Klein announced that their new city hall will be a zero-net energy building. We now move to oral communications. Do we have more than one speaker? We have one speaker, and that will be David Cole, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to follow up on an invitation I sent you by email for Bike Palo Alto coming up on Sunday, September 29th. This is our 10th annual Bike Palo Alto, and we are hoping that you can come out and join us. Bike Palo Alto strives to show the easy, fun ways to get around Palo Alto through the bike boulevards, bike paths, undercrossings, overcrossings, all those nice places to get around. If you're driving by car, you see El Camino, Alma, Page Mill, and you think Palo Alto's not bike friendly. If you get out and somebody shows you the nice way, then you have a great experience, and that's what we hope to have everybody experience. So I have these little flyers for you. I'll hand them out.
Cool.
Councilmember Tanaka already has this on his calendar, so I'm hoping that you can come and join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now move to the consent calendar, which we have 4 items on. I have a light from Councilmember Koo. You wish to register a no vote on any of these items?
Yes, please. Number 4 and number 4 and 6.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
I just wanted to make sure the city attorney saw a letter from the public on the incomplete part of item number 4. Just page 9, that the contact information was blank. It was from Herb.
Mayor Phil
Packet
Seth.
page 38.
We have a speaker.
Mr. Borak had sent an email in today, but it came in after we started coming down for the meeting regarding this agenda item. I believe it was for 4.
I'm a gold star.
Thank you. We will amend the attachment to insert the city's contact information.
Was that, do you wish to register a no vote on anything? Okay. We'll go to the public in a minute here. Let me ask Councilmember Tanaka. Do you wish to register a no vote on anything?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, we will go to the public, and we have one speaker, which is Herb Borak, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Phil Seth, and good evening, everybody. And thank you, Councilmember Du Bois, for pointing out what was in my letter. The solution that the city attorney suggests, that you delegate staff to insert a name at some future date, is not what's before you. The action before you is for you to approve the actual name included in that agreement. You know, if staff wants to change the name at some future date to Josh Mello or Jaime Rodriguez, I'm sure they'll do it. But you're entitled to see that name, because when the Valley Transportation Authority decides to whether or not to approve this agreement, they're going to see the name, and you're the other party to the agreement, and you should be approving the same agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question before we vote.
Councilmember Niss.
And City Manager, maybe I've misread this, but there's an answer to Councilmember Tanaka's question, which is on the blue paper, and it is item number 4, and it talks about, I'm sorry, it's item 3. How much money have we received already from Measure B? And on packet page 31, it says that the city will receive a one-time advance of 303. We did receive that. Is that just a misprint? We not only received it, I brought it to you.
In small bills.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the page number that you're referring to in that staff
So the
report?
page number in the packet is 31. And the number on the blue sheet is 2, really. 2 and 3.
Estimated amounts.
So I thought our funding agreement was determined.
Since we're on the record, council member, I do not receive or recall receiving a check from you for $300,000.
It came in a great...
It was small bills.
Okay,
Do you remember
that's
it?
kind of what I thought. It was a big check.
Yeah.
We can't cash those, so I think that we're actually working still through the administrative process.
Oh, they said they were sending
real one.
sending that amount. So they never sent it to us?
So I'm not sure what check you're referencing. Apologies for that. But I can tell you that we cannot claim this money until we have the resolution, which is the item.
I think it's in the mail, as they say.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
I
without
brought
the
it
funding
sometime
agreement.
back. That's why I was a little surprised to see it. As long as you're watching for the check, because I know that we got the check
Now the
with a
entire
lot of
city of Palo
fanfare.
Alto is watching for that check, so absolutely, council member.
Okay. Seeing no further lights, we're going to vote on the consent calendar with item 4 amended to have the city insert the contact information in the future. Okay.
Mayor, we need a motion.
I'd be happy to
we
move the
need a motion.
consent calendar for the
Right.
mayor.
I'm sorry, was that a motion?
It was.
Thank you. I will second it. Seeing no further lights, would you vote on the board, please? And we have 6 votes in council chambers. Councilmember Tanaka, do you vote yes or no?
Yes.
With that, the motion passes 7-0. So to this. Oh, yes. Councilmember Koo, would you care to speak to your no votes on items 4 and 6?
Right, so on item number 4, it was not clear to me. It seems like the fund is coming in, going towards rail grade separations, but we still have local congestion issues and other matters that needs to be taken care of here. So LSR funds, I think LSR stands for what?
Local streets and roads.
Those funds are used for congestion relief projects, so I want to ensure that we still have funding for that. Also, it is also a fund that is returned to source. Voters agree to it and expect acknowledgement, planning, and action for road congestion relief. So that is my no vote for 4. For 6 is the endorsement of the slate of candidates for the Peninsula Division. I commend the League of California Cities for its monitoring and analysis of many issues facing the state of California as well as its counties and cities. While there are matters that require regional engagement, there are also certain matters that should remain the purview of individual cities, such as those of land use and zoning. And in this slate, there's a few candidates that believes in one-size-fits-all methods to impose growth and development. and on top of everything, if it's not done, supports punitive actions. So I'm voting no on this as well.
Thank you. So we are now 20 minutes ahead of the published schedule, and there is the potential that we could have a lot of discussion on some of the actions on the items on the action calendar. So as the city manager suggested, I'm going to propose we take up item 10 right now, which is expected to be short, and then continue with item 7 after that. Do we need a motion for that? Okay. So I'm going to...
So moved if you do.
We have a motion by Councilmember Niss to do that. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Cormack.
I don't think that quite works.
Sorry?
So we need to designate somebody to be voting at the league, right?
Right.
And the motion doesn't designate anybody.
The motion is just to reorder the...
Oh, I'm sorry, jumping ahead.
Okay. So,
Okay, sorry.
seeing no lights, would you vote on the board, please? And we have 6 votes yes in the chamber. Councilmember Tanaka, do you vote yes or no on moving item 10 ahead of item 7? We have not a response, so that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Tanaka absent.
Yes.
Oh, Councilmember Tanaka votes yes,
Can you hear me?
so that passes 7-0. Thank you very much. So we now move to item 10, the designation of a voting delegate and alternate for the League of Cities meeting in October in Long Beach. And is there any staff discussion on this?
No staff presentation. Happy to support as needed.
So, Councilmember Niss.
Well, I'd like to nominate Lydia Koo.
I'll second.
For the delegate or the alternate?
To be
The delegate. Okay, thank you. So, moved by Councilmember Niss and seconded by Vice Mayor Fine that Lydia Koo shall be the delegate. Do you accept the nomination of delegate?
Yes, thank you both.
Any further discussion? Seeing no lights?
Do we need to
So,
designate
you
an
know,
alternate as
hang on
Liz?
We'll
just
do that in a
minute.
second.
I should have added to my motion, and the 2 alternates, Du Bois and Niss. Unless somebody else said it, did they?
Do you accept that as?
I will, that's what I was getting at, yes.
Okay.
So I tried
I
to
think-
second, but
Right.
I'm actually not going to be able to make it, so I think just,
You're not going anyway?
no.
Oh, cross you off?
Yep.
Okay. Well, maybe somebody else will go.
So the motion now reads, Councilmember Koo as the delegate and Councilmember Niss as the alternate. Seeing no lights, would you vote on the board, please? We have 6 yes votes in the chamber. Councilmember Tanaka, do you vote yes or no on this item?
Yes.
Yes, so we have, thank you, and so that passes unanimously. And so at the League of Cities meeting, Councilmember
10 in the morning?
Koo will be the delegate and Councilmember Niss will be the alternate. Thank you. We now return to item 7, which is the resolution amending rule and regulation 20. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, we do have a staff presentation. We are running a little early, so just wanted to make note of that. I think members of the community that have been involved are here, at least in part. You expecting many more folks, Nina?
We anticipated 7 o'clock.
7.
Time as per the agenda,
Okay. Just to be aware, we've got, I think, about a 10-minute staff presentation as well. So at your discretion, we could start with that.
I think, it's a little bit unfortunate, but we have the potential for a lengthy calendar tonight, so I think we should start.
Okay.
Bachelor.
Be right back, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Philsuf, council members. Tonight, Utilities is bringing upon you a item to think about that it's an action item for amending Rule 20, which allows neighborhoods for self-funding in certain substructure equipment, which includes basically switches and transformers. As we've talked about before, all the wires, all the conduit, all the boxes are below grade. So most of this is talking about is mostly about the transformers in the boxes. So we do have a short presentation. We have staff here that can answer any of your questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Debbie Lloyd, who is our Assistant Director for Engineering.
Good evening, Mayor Philsuf and council members. So as Dean Batchelor said, we have a short presentation here. We will just go through some background on the Green Acres rebuild, the current design practices, rules and regulations, and our proposed amendment to Rule and Regulation 20. We also have some numbers here just to give some scope of what this rule and regulation change would apply to, because it's not just the one district that is in this particular situation, and their recommendation. So first of all, Green Acres 1 was, Green Acres I should say, was built back in 72. Rather, it was petitioned by residents in 1972, and it was established under Rule and Regulation 17, an area of primarily local public benefit. 25% of the costs were paid by owners. And I believe you have an At Places memo here this evening that goes into some more detail of the Rule and Regulation 17, the costs originally incurred by District 15, and also in comparison, District 25, which a few years later went along a similar process of petitioning and residents picking up 25% of the costs. All the original equipment and cables are still in use, so this is significantly past its rebuild time. As we have stated before, utilities attempts to replace before failure. In this case, expected longevity for underground equipment is around 15 years for the subsurface transformers, and 40 years for the cable. I think in comparison, what we call the pad-mounted transformers typically have a double that life expectancy, so about 30 years. Just some other, well, we're here just to kind of the terminology that we're using. Hopefully we've explained it in the report. But when we're talking about pad-mounted equipment, we, as Dean mentioned, we're not talking about bringing the wires back overhead onto poles. Those remain underground. We're talking about the electrical equipment that will become above ground, like on the surface, mounted on concrete pads. And when we're talking about the underground equipment, again, it's just the equipment. That equipment is housed in boxes, underground boxes or vaults below the ground. Also sometimes referred to as submersible, because this equipment does have to be able to operate underwater in flooded conditions. So due for a rebuild, we've had a number of community meetings, both out in the community and meeting with members of the Green Acres board at the city. And the last time we met with the board, the message that we received was at this point, they wanted to talk about underground equipment, submersible equipment only, not looking at the alternatives for pad-mounted. So going, just a little background on what our current design and practices are. Pad-mounted is now the city's and the industry in general standard. Oops, jumped ahead. Number of reasons. In previous reports, to the UAC, we went into a lot more detail on this, but for safety and reliability, purchase and maintenance costs, and capacity and system flexibility, i.e. resilience, this is the preferred and industry standard. Currently, we have rules in Rules and Regulation 20. There is an opportunity to allocate additional costs of special facilities to the customer that requests them. But in that case, this relates to like a particular customer doing some work on their property, and it doesn't apply in this situation where we have a neighborhood that is petitioning to do something different to the utility standards. So this is why we're coming with a proposed change to this rule and regulation to allow that. Just to jump in on the safety and reliability, I mean, this is an issue. I've got some photos to show in the next few slides. But we have looked at mitigation to the safety issues for the submersible equipment. And one of the reasons for the additional costs is that as we would move forward and rebuild this, we would not have multiple pieces of equipment in the same vault that we have nowadays. We would separate them. If you have multiple equipment in a box already, if you have in a vault, you have a confined space, which has its own issues. If you have multiple equipment, then you are just reducing clearance even more and increasing the chance of misoperation. On the maintenance, the purchase costs, apart from the design, obviously the design is different for something that can withstand a rather inhospitable environment subsurface. The fact that this is no longer an industry standard means that we currently only have 2 vendors that provide this. And I've heard from our engineers that we typically only get 1 response when we go out to bid for equipment. So we're not getting much competitive bidding on prices. Just to give an example of kind of the environment we're talking about here, the photo on the left is one of the vaults. This is quite a typical scenario when our field crews go out to do inspections or minor repairs. It's very often flooded. You've got floodwaters, you've got pesticides, you've got debris, all which lead to a more difficult maintenance and fault finding and fixing. Compared to the above-ground pad-mounted transformers, which are obviously easier to access and don't have the same flooding and debris issues. Also, typically when we do maintenance, there are often minor repairs that are done at the time. One of the issues that we've had going forward in meeting with the residents is that we have not kept records of this. This is something that happens just regularly. The crews go out, they do maintenance, they do minor repairs at the time, and we haven't been kind of cataloging and trying to maintain evidence that the subsurface transformers are kind of more difficult to maintain and requiring more minor replacements. But this, again, just some photos here of examples of the maintenance and the condition of the subsurface transformers and equipment. And again, just another photo to share with you. Absolutely, it's not utilities' intent to go out in the middle of the night and put transformers in the middle of a front yard. We do work with property owners to try and find discrete locations for them. And you'll see one here that's just hidden behind a hedgerow. So going back to our current rules and regulations, because we do not currently have a provision to allow property owners to request subsurface equipment at the end of its service life replaced with new subsurface. So staff and UAC's recommendation was to give this option while not burdening other system ratepayers with the additional costs. So that proposal is that property owners be given an opportunity to request a substation installation if they self-fund the added costs. This mirrors again the special facilities charge and the way that we operate when we have an individual customer coming with a special facilities request. I won't read through this, but this is just a snapshot from the report to go through the steps that staff is proposing. So there'd be a courtesy notice, then we'd have owners petition or request a petition form. The utility would prepare that along with a description of the design and an estimate of what it would take to do the optional, to develop a cost estimate for an alternative. I think at this point, this would not apply to Green Acres because we have already done all that engineering design for the two alternatives. So we would go ahead and develop the estimate, and then the proponents would have a 90-day window to pay the utility the full estimated cost difference between the subsurface and the standard installation. And again, just to reiterate here, this is not the full cost of the subsurface equipment. It is the difference between what the utility would be putting in by its own current standards versus what the petitioners or the proponents are asking for. An example here from Green Acres, we do not have numbers for the other districts that might be in a similar situation because we haven't got to that stage of design yet. But these are the numbers, and these are pretty set at this point. They're based on estimates that we received and quotes for equipment and labor. So the cost would be the requested design minus the cost of the standard design plus a special facilities fee. And again, this special facilities fee is closely mirroring what we charge for special facilities that we already do. That special facilities fees basically covers the cost of ownership. So more expensive equipment has a higher cost of ownership. Also, subsurface equipment has higher losses. So we also, in the special facilities fee, we account for over a 30-year lifespan, the additional losses we would get from that, having the subsurface equipment. As for the scope, this would apply to primarily residential underground utility districts, or at least this is what we're proposing, that are currently served with a fully subsurface installation. We identified 9 such districts outstanding, including Green Acres. This covers about 1,200 properties, 160 transformers, compared to currently around 14,000 residential properties that are still served by overhead lines mounted on poles. Again, very rough estimate because we have not done the engineering design on the other districts yet, but just extrapolating from Green Acres costs, we are estimating an additional upfront equipment and labor costs of around 4.2 million. Which we asked our rates people to take a look at, and they estimate would be about a 1% rate impact to the other ratepayers. And that special facilities fee that captures the ongoing costs over a 30-year lifespan, again, preliminary, but we think would be around 5 million over a 30-year life of the equipment. And just while I'm here, we were looking at some other districts. We did have some other primarily residential districts that have gone through a rebuild. So there were 2 of them, I think District 6 and 7, that did go from the subsurface to the pad mount. So this is not the first time we're doing it in a residential area, at least. We have our our provisors here. At this point, there isn't any state or federal regulations about subsurface versus pad mount. Of course, if there ever did, we would be required to change out to pad mount if it was decided it was a safety reliability issue. And also, this has been designed to meet the capacity needs, the forecasted capacity needs in the district. We can't totally kind of guarantee that our forecasts will be correct, so there may be scenarios where we got feeders overloaded, or we may have individual property that goes all electric, has a large increase in load that may require pad mounts to be put in the future. So this is just a reminder that this is not a contract or promise to maintain fully subsurface in infinity. So our staff's recommendation is to approve the resolution amending Utility Rule and Regulation 20 to allow neighborhood funding of certain subsurface equipment. And with that, we can take questions.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just perhaps as a precursor to your questions, I think it's important to acknowledge that this topic area is very technical and quite frankly filled with jargon. So I'd like to suggest council members feel free to ask questions or even point out where some of the terminology may not be very intuitive. So as we proceed, I think we can try to do what we can to try to ensure that the issues are really brought to the surface.
I was actually going to suggest that before we go to the public for comment, that we actually take a round of questions from council, right? I guess I'm going to ask the first one. We talked a little bit this week, but can you explain, because I think this is a source of confusion for a lot of people, right? Can you explain what is the city's policy regarding undergrounding or above grounding this kind of equipment? And I understand that it's significantly different whether you're talking about the wires or the transformers, right? So what is the city's policy for the wires? Are they overhead? I mean, because we've been undergrounding wires for some time now.
Go ahead.
I'll go first. So we do have an undergrounding program. So that's undergrounding going from the pole-mounted wires to underground. It has slowed up significantly in the past few years. At the moment, all of our future undergrounding districts are in commercial areas. We don't have any residential undergrounding. This is something that we have to reach agreement with other utilities. It's not just Palo Alto. We have the telecommunication utilities as well. Obviously, there wouldn't be a lot of benefit to just underground, aesthetically at least, from just undergrounding the electric if Comcast and other telecommunications still got poles and wires going down the street. From reliability of having wires underground, it still might be a benefit to us, but not in terms of beautifying the neighborhoods.
So is the city standard for the wires above ground or below ground? Or is it?
I think what makes that question difficult to answer is that we're not developing, for example. So if Palo Alto were an undeveloped town, new tracks, I think to your point, would probably be underground as
They
a
are.
matter.
So any new development is underground, correct?
Undergrounded.
So there is a requirement, if it's a new development, it's underground.
It's underground, okay. But the pace at which we are going to existing neighborhoods with above-ground wires and undergrounding them is very slow. Okay. Okay. How about the transformers? Now, the transformers don't go up on the poles. They either go in a vault or they go on a pad. What is our policy for transformers? What is our standard?
For an underground utility, it would be, for an underground utility, the policy is pad mounted right now, but there are exceptions.
For an underground utility, the policy is...
So we call it an underground utility when the wires are underground.
Okay.
Even though the transformers and electrical equipment may be above ground on pad mounts.
Got it. So if I understand what you just said, is that even if the wires are underground, the standard is that the transformers be pad mounted, not underground.
Correct.
And if the wires are overhead, is the standard also that I assume that the transformers is, sorry?
They're, depending on the size, many of them may be pole mounted,
okay.
but some larger transformers need to be pad mounted even when we've got overhead wires.
Okay. Now, there are a few districts in the city in which, see, I get confused by this total underground, I think much better in terms of the wires versus the transformers. There are a few districts in the city where there are existing underground transformers. How many is that?
Residential,
Residential.
we have identified 9, including Green Acres. But there were more in the past that have already been rebuilt to current
Some have been
standards.
rebuilt, so, okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. And so 50 years ago, the Green Acres neighborhood paid money to have them, paid a higher rate to have underground transformers. Did the other districts that have, residential districts that have underground transformers also pay extra?
That depended on how they were categorized, and from the research that we've done, it's not, we don't have like a table describing everything, but as far as we're aware, it's only District 25 that paid that 25% towards the undergrounding.
Why didn't the others?
It would have been determined to be a public benefit, wider public benefit that all ratepayers contributed the full cost to.
A public benefit. So that's a benefit where the whole city benefits as opposed to one specific neighborhood? Is that the end? Is
Correct.
that my understanding? Okay. So then, okay. Okay. So then the question we are asking here is, if the standard is pad mounted and it's more expensive to vault it, then the question before us, and I think I saw it on your slide, is who pays the incremental difference? Is it that neighborhood or is it all the rest of the ratepayers in the city? Is that, did I read that right?
That is the question. And
Okay.
can I just give one clarifying, because you were asking about the standards. So back, there wasn't a choice to have pad mounts or subsurface back when this was done originally. The standard was that everything was being put in, underground originally. So there wasn't extra paid to get that subsurface equipment because that was the standard at the time.
Okay.
So it's only now, since the 90s, after, I guess, a couple of decades of field experience and operational experience, the industry moved to the pad mount transformers, and that's when we changed our standards.
How long ago was that?
It's about, it was mid-90s.
Mid-90s, okay. Okay.
86, let me put in there.
Okay.
Wow.
And
So about 30
so,
years.
and so I was at, so this came in front of the Utilities Advisory Commission at least once a couple of years ago, and I remember being, because I was the liaison in a long meeting where we discussed this. And one of the issues that, the couple issues that came up were, one was, well, is the equipment really at the end of its useful life, right? Because equipment that's at the end of it, eventually equipment has to be replaced, right? And so if you paint your house, you got to paint it again. You got to paint it again 30 years later, 20 years later, and then so somebody's got to pay for it, right? So in the staff's judgment, is this at the end of its useful life?
It's certainly exceeded its life expectancy by quite a few decades.
Okay.
We have not studied scene failures, but again, our mandate, as we understand it, is to replace before failure.
Okay.
The problem with waiting till things start to fail
why not wait till
is
it fails?
that it once that happens, it's going to keep happening. So I can say I live in another utility district, and I had a transformer blow outside my house 3 times before it actually got replaced. We tried to avoid that.
Okay. Okay. All right, Councilmember Du Bois. Councilmember Fine was ahead. Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thanks to the mayor for the questions. I think it's important for us to hear from you about the difference between wires and transformers. 3 or 4 quick questions. So one, currently there is no way for an underground transformer district to remain so with an upgrade when the city goes about replacing that equipment. Is that right?
We don't have any mechanism to allow a community or a district or a group of customers to request a special facility and fund it if that is the way that, if we go with the concept that if you want a special facility, then those requesting it should pay the incremental cost.
Okay, and so the only way it would remain an underground transformer currently is if there's some super special exception, such as, maybe it's a vault downtown or there's no pad-mounted ability, something like that.
Correct. Most exceptions are due to just logistics of being able to put pad mounts in that are going to restrict traffic and.
Okay. And as you described, there are additional costs and maintenance for underground transformers?
There are, but we have not kept records in the past.
Okay. And so this rule change, the proposal, allows a district such as Green Acres to maintain their underground transformers, but it's proposing that they cover the marginal cost, right?
Correct.
And we could make a policy choice tonight that, we are allowing the district to maintain the underground transformers, but we want all ratepayers to pay for that. That's
Correct.
A possibility. Okay. The UAC had a couple comments about how the money with this rule change would actually be collected. Did staff have any ideas about how we may make it more feasible or functional for a neighborhood or district like Green Acres to pool that money? And
so we have, we did discuss a number of different options. I would say from staff's perspective, the proposal was logical in as much as it mirrors what we have currently for single customers requesting a special facility. If we were to get in the position of using governmental authority to collect from all of the customers or the property owners in the district, we have been advised that that is something that could be challenged.
Okay.
Especially as we're doing something that we do not consider standard.
Okay, but for this special facility exception, it could be the case that if the neighborhood under this proposed rule change opts to continue their underground transformers, it could be they share the cost among themselves, or potentially one neighbor could step up and pay the whole thing. Is that true?
Correct. It would be up to them. It would be up to the proponents to raise the money, just as an individual customer would find a way to raise the funds.
And the Director of Utilities has some flexibility about the timing of the petition and the payment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, another option was to do some kind of financing, but again, we had some legal concerns. I won't step in
here for our attorneys. But my understanding, just on making collections, especially if property changes hands, or people have voter regret later after they've agreed to pay.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So I guess there's these different categories, right? There's a public interest, a local interest, insufficient benefit districts, I guess. And
Correct.
so this particular case is considered a local benefit? For this
Primarily
neighborhood?
local, yes.
And so I guess in terms of understanding what makes it a public interest, I mentioned like high-frequency roads, scenic places. Would something like a historic district be considered public interest?
I'm not an expert on our, on that rule in Reg 17, but I think, sorry, but the criteria is in the rule. Let's see, areas of general public interest and benefit have heavy concentration of overhead and communication facilities, road or right-of-way that's used extensively by the public, carries a heavy volume of vehicular traffic, a street or right-of-way near public recreation areas or areas of scenic interest. The other point with this is also recognized by AT&T.
Right.
And so they agreed to pay for the.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
It's not just our definition here, it's.
So I was curious, like, I'm not sure if Green Meadow is underground, and it's a historic district. I wondered if it would qualify for the scenic.
I don't know if we have historic district here, it's scenic interest, public recreation areas.
And so in Green Meadow, or in, Green Acres, would putting these transformers near the parks, I guess, qualify as a public interest?
It hasn't, no.
So, we can't say to AT&T, this is near our park, so we're going to underground this one. So how does that public interest get applied?
We go into negotiations and reach agreement with AT&T and Comcast about the definition, and they agree to underground their facilities and share in the cost.
So it's like a negotiation each and every time?
Yes.
Interesting. And then do our...
Sorry. Okay. So my colleague here has just reminded me that if we get agreement, then AT&T does pay it, but under our current different definitions, then the residents or the property owners would actually pay for 100% of that AT&T and Comcast undergrounding, if this was a petition for a local benefit area.
From the road to their home?
No, all underground districts, when we do that, when we change to the underground, doesn't matter what designation it is, the property owner is financially responsible for their service.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not sure what you were just changing there?
So if you look at the overhead lines, the poles and the lines, it's not just our electrical equipment. There is telecommunications equipment. You've got AT&T and Comcast. When we reach an agreement with AT&T and Comcast to do a underground district, they're agreeing to contribute the costs of undergrounding their wires.
Right. So I'm saying
So if they don't agree, and we had a petition from a residential area, and if it was, under the areas of insufficient public benefit to qualify under either, the residents would actually pick up 75%. So they'd pick up, as everyone does, 100% of for their own service line to go underground. They'd pick up 75% of the electric utilities costs of undergrounding the public wires or the city-owned wires, and they'd pick up 100% of the cost for the communication lines.
But even in such a district, if an agreement were reached with the neighborhood and with AT&T Verizon to underground the wires, the transformers would still be pad mounted.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Right. So again, I'm looking at this handout, method of undergrounding, rule and regulation 17, right? This applies to transformers as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and so again, I was just trying to understand the general public interest. Again, if we do have a scenic location, it sounds like we could get into an argument with AT&T and have to try to convince them that it's scenic to get them to agree.
I guess, again, deeming that what the standard sets today, even in that scenic or in the park area, it's going to be pad-mounted transformer. In 1996, the council passed a resolution that said that everything would be pad-mounted with a certain circumstance if it was deemed.
Transformers would be pad-mounted.
Right.
Wires could be wherever they were.
Sorry, wires would be underground, and vaults, and yes.
Yeah, so that's, sorry.
Go ahead.
But you're saying,
so
again,
now,
in areas of heavy concentration where there's no room, we would underground, right? That would be considered a public interest.
we would underground the electrical equipment if logistically we couldn't put pad mounts, but we have pad mounts in scenic areas and parks and next to schools.
So it sounds like this language is kind of out of date. We only do it if there's like physically no space, but.
It's, so, yes, the terminology. So undergrounding today means removal of overhead lines and poles. It means putting the cables underground. It means electrical equipment is on pad mounts.
Okay, I'm beginning to understand this.
But even downtown.
When you say electrical equipment, you mean transformers.
We're talking about the
cables, you mean wires.
We're talking about, yes, wires and equipment.
But like, we don't pad mount downtown, right?
We do where we can.
Okay.
I mean, absolutely, our standard is to pad mount, unless we can't.
Okay. So this general public interest and benefit is not used for transformers unless there's no space, is basically what you're telling me.
No. That's, so we still have to, so when we do an underground district now, today, we still got the cost of the equipment and the labor to put in the pad-mounted transformers. We actually consider that is defined as an underground utility, even though part of it is above ground. So the financing does apply to those pad mount transformers.
Okay. So then even back to Green Acres, if we were going to put a pad mounted transformer near Cuesta Park or some park, we could have a discussion with AT&T about sharing some of that cost because it's a scenic park.
We could try, but they've already done theirs. Actually, I believe they've got some boxes there, haven't they? Some of the telecommunications equipment in so they've already got their
Let me move on to a different topic. So when our ratepayers pay their rates every month, does that fee include maintenance, some maintenance fees?
Yes, maintenance fees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so in the kind of proposed ordinance, how is that being accounted for in terms of like the facilities charge / maintenance fees?
No, we do not. As I mentioned earlier, we have not been separately tracking how much longer it takes or minor repairs that are made when we are doing maintenance or repairs on the subsurface transformers versus the pad-mounted.
I guess.
But sorry, the It's so that ongoing cost of ownership is kind of more broader, general average for maintaining our equipment.
Yeah.
Using a proxy of the value of the equipment that we're maintaining.
So, I'm trying to understand in my own mind this idea that the neighborhood opted in and paid some money for the installation and equipment in the past. Everybody citywide pays for maintenance fees as part of their rate paying fees. So, when you get to the actual ordinance and the undergrounding costs, the facilities charge is actually larger than the equipment and the labor.
Mm-hmm.
And so the assumptions that go into that are pretty important. It's more than 50% of the cost. And so I guess you mentioned some of the assumptions, 3% interest rate, some charge for energy loss. I guess, why do we lose more energy underground than above ground? And, and I guess it's built into this whole facilities charge, is this taking into account those maintenance fees that they're paying as part of their rates already?
Gregory McKernan, I'm one of the electrical engineers with the city of Palo Alto. So the question is about why do the subsurface transformers use more energy than a pad mount? And it has to do
really, why is the facility charge so high? Like, how confident are we in the assumptions behind that?
Very confident that that's the way we calculate all special facilities charge. We just adjusted it for the way that we do this district. There's not much adjustment in it, actually.
So this is standard. This is our rates group that come up with this calculation for our current special facilities fee. I think I'm very confident on the additional losses. Greg can kind of explain to you why we get more losses with underground equipment. In terms of the other costs of ownership, it's something that our rates group looks at on a regular basis and updates for us for our special facilities fee. We applied that same calculation. We did actually take something out from the current special facilities fee because generally when we do this, we also build in a charge for replacement of the equipment. So we assume over a 30-year life that we will have to go and replace the special equipment that we're putting in, and we pre-charge the property owner for that. We took that charge out in this case.
And are those, so again, this idea of we would have the cost for the pad, and then we would take the underground costs and charge the difference, right? Is that an estimated charge for both? Is that an actual charge?
Well, it's actual based on quotes that we have. We don't do both, so one of them is not going to be an actual.
So would we ever get a situation where?
But we're actually looking at quotes and we're looking at labor costs.
So if a neighborhood were to actually go through this process and show up with the money, is there a chance that by the time we constructed it, it would cost more? Would we go back to them for additional funds, or would we stick with our estimate?
I don't believe we go back for additional once we give the fee.
Okay. And do these fees, are these marginal fees, or do they include city overhead and?
We've included an incidental cost into that.
Sorry?
There's an incidental cost associated with the fee so that if there's overages, those are accounted for.
Right, but there's also like overhead for city hall, administration, all that kind of stuff. Is that also in these fees?
I don't know. No, we're not, no, there's no administrative cost added in here.
Okay. And then the last question, again, the way the ordinance works, there's some language in there that says there must be at least 5 properties that come forward with a petition, but then it also refers to a utility underground district. So the size of the area could be an issue. I mean, is the intent in the ordinance that I don't know, I mean, do we know which homes are served by a particular transformer? So if 5 homes around one transformer all opted in, but nobody else in the district wanted it, what's the intent of the ordinance, or how does that work in terms of the actual surveying?
Our intent would be, it would be the entire rebuild.
And so those rebuilds are kind of up to the city, what kind of the size they decide to take on at any particular point in time?
Well, the district's defined. It is a defined district in terms of what we'll be rebuilding.
So could there be flexibility where it was done on a smaller, more granular level?
If we had just one cul-de-sac that was willing to petition to keep it undergrounded and the rest of it would go pad mount, is that what you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg really wants it. I'm just asking a question to understand how this would actually work.
Yeah, it would, so when we're hearing, I mean, absolutely technically possible, yes, but then you'd be splitting up this district that has been formed and is recognized as a unit.
I mean, is there anything special technically about a district? Is it all part of one circuit or something, or?
There is, well, a little side comment that each transformer does serve to 8 to 10 homes, so there is a certain, again, aggregation that applies.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if council's going to go this direction, but again, yeah, if 8 people around one transformer all wanted it, nobody else did, I could see it becoming an issue in the future, so.
Yeah, I think the staff suggestion of a threshold was intended to have a certain critical mass, at which point the process would be justified. But again, under special facilities, there are some options as to how that would proceed.
Okay, all right, thank you for answering all those questions.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Phil Seth. So we have 3 priorities, right, with utilities: safety, reliability, and being cost effective. Are there any safety differences between pad-mounted transformers and underground for residents, people who live here?
We have no evidence of that.
Okay, and what about for our utilities workers? Are there any safety differences?
Yes. That's just by the nature of, we have electrical equipment in a vault or box, we have a confined space, which automatically requires different OSHA standards. We have, we've heard stories of what happens when a transformer explodes in a box, if we have our crews anywhere close by. Again, because you're in a confined space, if something does happen, it's a lot harder for the crew to get out of the way. And, sorry, carry on.
Some of the issues that we run into with our operations group is they requires more people to work on that equipment. It might not be, when they switch the conductors, they have an insulated stick that they use to remove or attach the wires. It's 5 feet long, and if you're on a pad-mounted surface, you have a clear level working space, but some of the vault-mounted equipment is at awkward angles that you can't get over, or that might lead to more hazards operating the equipment. And in addition, the vaults tend to flood, which requires us to pump out the water before we can start to work on them. So there's some of those safety issues.
Okay, thank you. And for reliability, my understanding is it's the same whether it's pad-mounted or subsurface?
It is, as I said, it's definitely a more inhospitable environment for equipment to be operating in, so overheating. So we do expect a shorter lifespan of the equipment and more maintenance required. That being said, we've not had anything in Green Acres. It's been a low-loaded system, and it has been operating far past its life expectancy.
Okay, so, and then that brings us to being cost effective, and this is really where we seem to have, a difference between the above ground and the below ground. Okay. I was curious about the statement about replacement of the electrical transformers supporting future electrification, and I'm actually not quite clear. Like, if people wanted to go all electric in their homes, this would enable that. Is there any difference whether it's above ground or below ground with respect to that?
We've designed it that we would have the capacity available for our forecasted load growth due to electrification, electrical vehicles. Like I said, we don't always get our forecasts correct. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 30 years in the neighborhood, if there maybe be more dense housing, in-law units that are all electric. I mean, we have had circumstances of a single property wanting to go all electric with 2 or 3 residential properties, residencies on their property where we have required them to put in a pad mount.
Okay.
Just because of the level of service that they require.
Okay, but essentially what you're saying is that the current equipment that's underground couldn't support this in the future?
Correct.
Okay, so that's separate from what kind of equipment it is. So on page 88, just in terms of the procedure that's recommended, it describes having an owner's signature, packet page 88. It's item B under the request of 3. I think we've run into this before. I don't know that we have an answer. Had you thought about what constitutes an owner, whether if it's, for example, 2 people who live there and own it, if it's 1 signature, or if you would need both?
That's obviously a detail we need, but I think the concept here, it was put a property. So we need.
Okay, so 1 person per property would be enough. Okay. So then it really gets down to maintenance, and, thank you, Councilmember Du Bois, for questions with respect to this, and Vice Mayor Fine about, is this marginal or average? I heard marginal earlier. I think I understand that. Can the pad mounted equipment be screened?
Screened doesn't mean covered with?
Screened meaning like, with, wood panelings around the side that look like a fence or any kind of?
We would be working with property owners to try and find, like I said, an inconspicuous area. We do have some requirements for our crews to be able to access it, so it can't be completely covered up.
And is that on all 4 sides?
No.
No.
That's it. Do you want to?
Yeah, we have ways of, screening the sides and the back, but the front needs to be accessible to our crews.
The front needs to be accessible,
Yes.
okay. And it could be painted, potentially. I don't want to get into public art again, but.
Yes.
Okay. And is there some distance to landscaping that's required for these things?
On the sides and the back, we like to see 3 feet. We can do 2 feet too. That's our standard's 3, but times we've moved down to 2 feet.
Okay. And then in the UAC minutes, it looks like there's about 100 homes in this district, is that right? Okay.
Correct.
And you're looking then at about $4,755 per home if everyone were to contribute, and we were going to go with these estimates?
Correct.
Okay. And there's 11 pieces of equipment, so it's about 1 piece of equipment, 1 transformer of these kinds to about 10 houses. So that actually then suggests that it's less expensive if I look on slide 11 and sort of do the average across those. I mean, I was adding together the 4 and the 5, that's $9 million for 1,200 properties. That'd be about $7,500 a house. Is there a reason it'd be different amounts, I guess is really what I'm asking, for other districts, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, what would that reason be?
The design, I'm not even going to try and do that.
Okay.
Some districts have more transformers than others. There's other equipment beyond the transformers that go into those boxes that also needs to be pad mounted. So some districts have less of that, some have more.
Okay. Okay, great. And we still haven't gotten public comment, so we'll get to come back around later? Yeah, great. Thank you so much. I know this is complicated, and thank you very much for the photos of what it looks like underground and what it looks like above ground. Even those general sort of sizing and spaces is helpful to those of us who don't do this on a daily basis.
Thank you. And to your point, yes, we're nominally doing questions here, and we will have another round of comments and motions after the public discussion. Councilmember Koo.
So you said there are other districts. Can you name those districts for me, please? Or where they're about that have the fully undergrounded, similar to what Green Acres has?
Similar, I can give you the numbers. I don't know. Do we have, oh, yes, actually. So we have the numbers here. I don't know what the definitions, actually, how they're defined. We've got districts 26 and 25 that are...
No, 25 is Orem, right?
Yeah, that are close to Green Acres, neighboring. We have a cluster, we got 23, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 29, which are, what's this, north? I can't see what the, do you know where? So I guess we're
west of...
northwest.
These are the big ones right here. So, where's Alma? Do you know where Alma is? Is this Alma that breaks this down?
That's Middlefield.
It's Middlefield.
It's Middlefield.
Okay, so Middlefield west.
Yeah, so we have about 6 or 7 that, on the west side that are north and south of Middlefield.
So these are all districts that have underground transformers?
They had so, yeah, well, they were built at the time when our standard was to put in the subsurface transformers.
So you said west of Middlefield, 6 or 7 districts west of Middlefield. Which part of town?
I don't have that information. I'm looking at the map here, but I can't see the street names on it.
So what kind of notification or communication have you given to those districts in terms of what you're planning to do with pad mounts, given that they've been used to complete undergrounding transformers and wires?
These are all scheduled out in the next few years, so we've not started notification here yet.
I would think that, well, I'll save that for my comments. So the 2 alternatives that you've given to the Green Acres residents is basically either pad mount or you pay for your fully submerged. So those are just the 2.
Yes.
I mean,
Well,
when they've come to you and asked for what other alternatives you might want to give them, you've gave them pad mounts. And when you went back and asked them what they want what they have right now.
Correct. So we,
So we consider cost sharing. Yeah, UAC considered cost sharing.
UAC considered cost sharing, yes.
UAC considered the cost sharing.
Yes.
So what are health concerns with the pad mounts?
We don't have any.
You have no studies?
There's nothing.
Anything
No,
done?
no.
No. So when it goes to a certain voltage, if a box is a certain voltage, is there any radiation concerns or any of that sort? You don't know, or
No,
there is none?
No evidence, nothing to, nothing, no. No different from subsurface.
How about noise?
Yeah, personally, I have one right across my house. I don't hear anything. I don't think we have any
They don't have
records.
fans in them or anything like that?
But basically, okay, so between noise and health concerns, so basically, noise, you say you don't hear it, the one across your house. I don't know how other people feel about it. But then in terms of the radiation and so forth, you said no, or was there no studies done? I just want to understand the no.
There are no studies to show any ill effects.
no studies to show any ill effects, so we don't know.
I believe the evidence is there are no ill effects.
And earlier you said that there's no maintenance records. Why would there not be any maintenance records? I'm really surprised by that.
There are maintenance records, but we have not been differentiating between the pad mount. We collect records based on an underground district or the underground system. We consider the pad mounts to be part of the underground system, so we weren't differentiating between the pad mounted and the subsurface equipment. Also, a lot of times during the general maintenance, just the checkup, I mean, when they're going in and checking them, they might do some minor maintenance that isn't recorded. So they might just do a quick replacement there, but they haven't in the past made a record of it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that, because how would you keep track of what has been done, what kind of service parts have been used, and how long was that service part being there, so that you can determine whether it's time for changes or whatnot. So I would think that that would be something that is quite important to have.
So maybe I can clarify that a little bit more.
I appreciate that.
We actually do have records. The issue that what we don't keep track of is that, as we talked about in some of these underground areas, there's pad mounted transformers. The wires are underground, the transformers are on pad mount. We don't keep records and we don't look at it. We have numbers for every transformer, but what we don't keep records of is that pad mounted transformer that's in that underground district compared to the subsurface transformers that are in another district, as we're talking as tonight, or like in 25, or as Debbie mentioned, these others. These transformers, it doesn't make a difference to us because we are driven by the CPUC that we follow their guidelines. Their guidelines is that we do an inspection of our underground and our overhead, and we have all those records. We can tell you exactly when we came out to a transformer that's a pad mount or when it's a sub, and we can tell you what we did to it. However, what we don't do is we don't determine if it's just an underground subsurface transformer or if it's a pad mounted transformer in an underground area.
I think
Hope that
I get
helps.
it. I think I get that. Thank you for the try. Earlier, you also said that new developments, their wiring and all their equipment is put underground, correct? Is that for residential? No. Okay, tell me again.
So that was about our undergrounding policy, which is new developments have undergrounded utilities, but in our today's standards, an underground electric utility is underground wires, above ground pad-mounted electrical equipment, transformers, switches, other equipment that, again, suffers from having to be in a vault or a box below ground where we don't get air circulation, where we get accumulation of liquid and pesticides and flow from runoff and debris. So when we say an underground system, we're talking today, the standard is underground wires, pad-mounted electrical equipment, such as transformers and switches.
Okay, and so that applies to commercial properties as well?
Correct.
That's for the new ones, and then if you're going to do any replacements at the ones that are currently are all underground, it will be pad-mounted when you do the replacements?
If we can do it, yes. Again, in some built-up commercial areas, it's just not possible to find a space for a pad mount.
Earlier, one of the council members asked about safety differences for residents. I didn't catch your answer on that.
No, none.
No safety concerns for residents?
No evidence.
You mentioned explosions contained within the box when it's if it's underground. How about when it's above ground? What kind of explosions, how do you contain those explosions should it happen in a pad mount setting?
Have we had any experience?
No, but, I mean, we've had elbows explode. We've never had a transformer that actually totally exploded. We've had parts of the electrical elbow system that goes up, but in the pad-mounted transformers, there's actually it's made out of metal. It's a locked facility in the front. It's bolted as well with a locked handle, and then it has a padlock type style. So any kind of explosion is actually contained within that metal box. Where if you think about it, we've probably heard stories where San Francisco and PG&E have underground transformers where they actually blow the lid off. That's the same thing that could happen in the case of, we've never had this happen, but again, in this underground, where the transformers are totally 100% underground, that's a possibility that could happen. Because again, there's no metal around this transformer. It's just submerged straight directly into the ground. And then again, the underground wires are connected to that transformer.
So on some of the transformers, I see at the pad mounts, there's a picture that shows that there's danger electrocution, right? Or don't touch. So why, if it's a safe mechanism?
So what we're basically saying again is that we've taken the overhead wires, which was 12,000 volts and higher in some cases, and actually now brought it into this metal case. And it's sealed, but we want the public to know that this could be a dangerous piece of equipment, because now all that voltage is actually contained in that metal box. So that's the reason why we actually put these high voltage signs. There's high voltage inside these boxes.
But it's not saying that if a kid goes and touches it, they could possibly get electrocuted or something.
Well, again, they would have to go through the padlock. They'd have to try to get, the bolt is a star pattern bolt that is special to Palo Alto, so it's not like you can just take a ratchet and just open up that door, so you need to have that piece. You got to open it up, and then there's a metal shielding that goes back where the high voltage is located at, so you got to get a screwdriver. So if you got all that, there's a potential.
So yesterday I was driving around and then I saw a particular one. The box itself was a little bit tilted and then next to it was something else. Jessica, could you put up a picture? It's not of the underground vaults, but actually of the standing one. Not that. I'm sorry. Keep going. Might be one of the last ones. That one. And maybe another one, this one here, I'm sorry. This one here, there's all the vents, right? But then the bottom is opened and I can see all the wiring underneath it. And this is over at Newell and Seal, I believe. So when it's like this, is that one of ours or who does that belong to?
That's not one of ours. That's either Comcast or AT&T.
Okay, so that wouldn't be,
So
and why do we allow them to have openings then?
I don't think we don't govern over AT&T. It's something that I don't think the city has. We'd have to look into that.
Well,
further, but-
typically, if the public is aware of a damaged cabinet like that, we would like to know about it, and we'll notify the owner
Oh,
So
to have them repaired.
that cabinet is also made out of plastic.
yeah,
So that's not
Okay,
one of ours.
that's not
Again,
one of
like I
ours.
said, ours are all made out of metal.
and it's completely covered.
Yes.
Okay. I'll save my comments. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Tanaka, do you have any questions for staff on this item?
Not right now.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the public for this. I think this has been helped. We're a little over time, but I think it's worth doing this, right? What I've heard is, I think a number of categories. One is sort of the principle of how should this be funded if it's done. Another one is the calculation of how much it actually costs, right? Another one is what granularity would we apply this to, right? And also, how does the neighborhood actually make a decision on it? So I think some of those are the main themes. And then on the principle, what would be helpful to me is it seems like the basic principle is if we put it on a pad, it costs this much. And if we put it underground, if we put the transformer on a pad, leaving aside the wires, right? If we put it on a pad, it costs this much. And if we put it in a vault, it costs that much. And then the question is, how should that get funded? So if you have, one possibility is a neighborhood says, you know, I want to put it in a vault, right? And it's going to cost this much. One possibility is the neighborhood funds it, okay? If the neighborhood doesn't fund it, then ultimately all this is funded by the ratepayers of the city, which means, you know, the other 64,000 people in town fund it, okay? Now, it's conceivable, it's not on the table tonight, okay? And for a number of reasons, I think you made a pretty eloquent case, we probably wouldn't do this. But let's say for the sake of argument, we were to decide, well, actually the standard is going to be underground for everybody, okay? In which case, everybody funds everybody else, right? And so it still costs the neighborhood this much, okay, right? So it seems to me that the only way that one neighborhood can get vaulted transformers and not pay this much is if the rest of the city funds it for them, okay? And so it would be very helpful to understand the case for that, right, as we deliberate that here. The second has to do with the calculations, and we've done a lot, but I want to make sure we understand the calculations correctly so that we're not overcharging somebody for this kind of work. With that, how many speakers do we have? 3. You will have 3 minutes, and the first speaker is Michael Morier.
I got elected to go first.
Could you give us your name, please?
Of course, Nina Bell.
Welcome.
Is that working? And I'm sorry not to do it in rhyme for you.
Okay, love the mic.
Okay, thank you. And Nina Bell, and I am on the board of Green Acres One Association, and I am the designated spokesperson. So I have a question for you, and Mayor Filseth, you touched on it, so I'm going to elaborate on it. Do any of you make investments? How do you feel about those investments? Are they important to you? I'm sure they are if you paid good money for them. So how would you feel if someone came along and said, oh no, your investment doesn't matter. We're going to take it away from you. Actually, we won't even recognize that you ever made an investment in the first place. How would you feel? Put yourselves in our shoes. We invested heavily for our fully underground system to be installed in the first place. Over the years, new residents have come into our neighborhood because of the character of the neighborhood, by not having wires or poles or pad-mounted transformers. I know I did. Some residents remodeled and rebuilt their homes based on what was before them, a neighborhood without wires or poles or pad-mounted cubes. And yet, there has been no recognition of or accounting for the fact that we invested in our fully underground system. Not only did we invest, but we are the only district in the whole city, except for one little street in Barron Park, that actually elected to pay to put our system fully underground. Now mind, there are other fully underground systems in the city, but we are the only ones who invested in ours. And here's a thought. If this CPA CPAU proposed amendment is passed, it has the risk of forcing Green Acres 1 to pay for our fully underground system twice, which is deeply unfair. As an investor, how would you feel about that? We ask that you do not approve the CPAU's amendment to Regulation 20 until such time as there can be a thorough analysis of its contents, including its lack of recognition and accounting for our investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Michael Morier? No. Nancy Steinbeck?
Ladies first. He says ladies first. Hello, my name is Nancy Steinbach, and I'm also a member of the Green Acres Board. And I am asking you to remove from consideration item number 7 from the agenda because the changes being proposed for Rule 20 should first be openly discussed. Our situation is unique. We paid to have our transformers placed underground 46 years ago. In the 46 years since that installation, there have been no warnings from the city informing us that we would be responsible for maintenance and replacement costs all these 45 years. Indeed, it comes as a shock that proposed changes to Rule 20 would make us pay again, and not only that, but to pay up front anticipated maintenance costs, despite the fact that our transformers have needed little maintenance as far as we know. The Rule 20 proposal before you is a complete reversal of policy, and CPAU is trying to make this policy official without first explaining the reasons to you and allowing us to inform you about our situation. CPAU is saying that it is too dangerous for their workers to have underground boxes. If that's the case, why do we send firefighters to fight fires? Is it too dangerous for them? Instead, we make sure that they are properly trained and properly equipped. Additionally, all the affected districts need to be notified of these proposed changes prior to council voting on this measure tonight. CPAU is continuing to try to push through these changes in rules and regulations without due process. This is not what you call transparency. In conclusion, we are asking City Council to remove item 7 from the agenda tonight until our situation has been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Michael Morier.
Well, greetings again from Fort Apache. Here we are again. Before we get started, I'd like to point out to particularly Councilman McCormick, the rules changed a matter of public concern. We'd like to underscore the lack of identification. Just a sec here. Wrong point. I'm trying to stick this in the front. Despite their initial claim, the fully underground switches and transformers are unsafe and can no longer be purchased, CPAU has been busily purchasing and installing fully underground systems in the downtown areas along the major thoroughfares in Palo Alto. Yet while pole-mounted and pad-mounted safety issues for workers and the public are well documented, the CPAU has reaffirmed they cannot document a single instance of a safety incident involving fully underground systems, despite the horror show pictures they like to show, which I don't believe are of our systems. But that's not really the theme of what I'm hoping to talk about here. What is before you tonight is a proposal by the CAPU to force a Hobson's choice, which is a choice of taking what's available or nothing at all on the Green Acres 1 neighborhood. Either we agree to vote immediately to keep the undergrounding we've already paid for, and within 90 days of the vote, pay for the CPAU hundreds of thousands of dollars up front for its speculative estimate of future extra costs to maintain our fully functioning facilities. Or the CPAU will install obtrusive above-ground pad-mounted structures throughout our neighborhood against our will and destroy the added value that the undergrounding we paid for provides to our properties. Moreover, although the CPAU admits it's now targeting anywhere between 8 and 11 other unidentified underground districts, I wrote all the numbers down. That's the first we've heard them, but we'll have to find out which those are. For the same future treatment, unacceptable financial choices, it hasn't given the owners of those districts any notice of this proposal or of its potential impact upon them. This is presumably a concerted effort by the CPAU to avoid much broader citywide objections than you're hearing tonight. As indicated by the UAC commissioners on April 9th, the proposed resident funding mechanism in Rule 20 is entirely unrealistic, unworkable, and unacceptable. It's intended to force the CPAU's pad-mounted objectives by default. The CPAU would have us believe that recognizing and honoring our investment in our Green Acres One Electrical Systems, which is currently tentatively valued by us at least $350 and counting, $350,000 and counting, should be disregarded as somehow unfair to other Palo Alto ratepayers. This is particularly upsetting because if these changes to Rule 20 are passed, they're clearly intended to force us to pay for our fully undergrounded systems twice, which is obviously deeply unfair to our neighborhood. The CPA is trying to slip its pad-mounted agenda past both the City Council and the many Palo Alto electrical districts that will be impacted by it entirely without proper notice, evaluation, and discussion. As the staff report notes, cost estimates for the remaining 8 districts could potentially request to retrain the subsurface equipment during a rebuild are very preliminary, as detailed engineering design has yet to be done for all 8. However, taking preliminary design estimates for the district, currently in the design phase and extrapolating the results, CPAU estimates that the additional upfront equipment and labor costs for subsurface equipment is in the range of $4 million. 6 of these projects are in the electric utilities' current 5-year CIP. 8 to 11 other districts that the CAPU has not been willing to identify are currently in the design phase. This rule change is a matter of public concern. We'd like to underscore the lack of identification and proper notification to the other 8 to 11 as yet unified districts that will be heavily impacted by this change. They've received no proper notification. They're completely unaware of it. They haven't had a chance to be heard about it. Please remove this agenda item or continue it until that happens. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. We now return to council for comments, questions, and motions. Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for coming and speaking tonight. I have comments, questions, and a motion. So obviously this is a issue where a neighborhood has a current standard of utilities, at least the transformers underground, and changes going forward, as one speaker said, would be an obtrusive change in their neighborhood, and that's, I think, totally understandable to everyone here. At the same time, there is a cost to the city as a whole and ratepayers as a whole to maintain that facility. And so I think when we think about, the payment that this neighborhood made back in the 70s, absolutely was a payment on your backs and you all made that decision. But I would put forth it's not a payment in perpetuity for undergrounding for eternity or for some extended period. At some point, the utilities do have to be replaced. And it was in 1996, correct, staff, that the council made a decision that we want transformers to be pad mounted, right? And so I think that's kind of one of the cruxes of this issue. In 1973, Green Acres 1 made payments 25% of the incremental cost, right?
Correct.
And so the 75% remaining was covered by the city, which means that the rest of the city essentially subsidized that undergrounding of that district, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there is an incremental cost going forward. Without this rule change, the city would just change all those transformers in the Green Acres neighborhood to be pad mounted. And I think, understandably, that there's an effect there that the neighborhood doesn't want to see. At the same time, if we want to maintain those vaults as undergrounded, there's a cost to the city. And our choice here tonight is whether that cost should be, who should pay it, right? Should all ratepayers pay for it in the neighborhood alone, or should just the parcels affected pay for it? And I think in terms of equity, it's fair to say that that cost should be somewhat borne by the neighborhood and the folks in that area. This funding mechanism is also kind of based on the special facilities we have for other utility hookups. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, where if you're requesting a special facility, you have to pay the incremental difference Otherwise, the city covers the general accepted installations.
That's correct.
Okay. I understand this is disappointing, this is confusing, and I think to some degree this meeting has not been the most elucidating of what these issues are. I really do want to stress, I think what the mayor started us off on is that there's a huge difference between the wires and the underground transformer vaults. And this tonight is really just about the vaulting, or transformers, my mistake. And so I think while it's certainly not perfect, the Rule 20, which did go through the UAC and had public noticing around that and discussion, at least give neighborhoods such as Green Acres and the other districts an ability to maintain that, although the cost in the future will be borne by them. As the mayor mentioned in his questions at the end there, if we had a policy that we want all transformers across the city to be undergrounded, I think there's a good case that all ratepayers should pay for that. But in this case, it's one district of, how many homes did you mention, Councilmember Cormack?
The UAC minutes indicated about 100.
Okay, about 100 homes. And so with that, I think I'll move the staff report, the staff motion. Second. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've made my comments, and I encourage council members to support this, but open to questions or amendments as appropriate.
Thank you. So just briefly, so thank you to the public. This has been quite a long journey. The first UAC meeting that I attended on this topic was an introduction to what the city manager said earlier, which is this is an area that's technical and full of jargon, which makes it easy to misunderstand things and hard to sort out sort of which is this and that and so forth, and that adds a layer of complexity to this. At that meeting, I recall a lengthy discussion of the safety issues, and the conclusion at that time was that, basically the summary of the safety issues was the chances of, an accident inside one of these vaults are remote, okay? On the other hand, in the really, really, really unlikely circumstance there was an accident, somebody got hurt, we would never forgive ourselves. And that's sort of what the UAC and the community in the room as well grappled with. But at the end of that meeting, the recommendation of the UAC, which came to council as part of this, was that we deem the safety risks, though finite, to be so low that we're willing to proceed and allow vaulting of these transformers. And therefore, the safety issue, the safety argument, which a number of people have cited, right? It's still there, but it's not the rationale for this. The rationale for this is really the end of useful life of the equipment, right? And so a number of the speakers talked about the investment made. And I think, there was a real investment, and we need to recognize that. If the nature of this kind of equipment were that its useful life were 200 years, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. It's not about safety. It's about the upcoming end of life of the equipment. And the reality is that, once it's got to be replaced, it's got to be reinvested in. If I invest in painting my house this year, 20 or 25 years from now, I'm going to have to invest in it again, right? Or somebody's going to have to invest in it because it doesn't last forever. And so, for rightly or wrongly, the investment return has been 5 decades of life of use of this equipment underground. Again, if it lasted forever and never wore out, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. But in fact, it does wear out, and it has a useful life, and that means that a reinvestment is needed at some point. And so the discussion is, how should we finance that reinvestment? I do agree with the neighbors that notification is important. And to the extent that there are other neighborhoods that are going to face this issue, I think we need to make sure that they get adequate notice of this well in advance, and not like 6 months in advance or something like this, because the decision of, is a neighborhood going to assess itself to do this is going to be complicated, and they're going to need time to discuss it amongst themselves. So we need to make sure there's adequate notification for this. With that, I think we need to make sure, we need to make sure that the calculation is done correctly, right? And with that, I'll second the motion and go to council. So council member Nis, I think, was first. Nis, followed by Du Bois, followed by Koo. Okay.
I can't see the lights.
Right. Council member Nis.
Thank you both, and I am going to join the maker and the seconder with this particular motion, which, as I think the mayor has just described very well, is complicated and difficult in many ways to ascertain what is going to happen in the future. But I think the explanation regarding how the cost will be shared, even though it's, some of you made a good argument against it, I think that, as we're going forward, is the fairest way to do this. So thank you both for putting that forth, and I will be voting for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
So I came in here tonight thinking one thing, and I'm a little less clear, actually. So I'm empathetic to a lot of the resident comments. I do want to say that I think we did follow a public process. I mean, it did go to UAC, it's here at council, and that is a public process. But it seems like the major issue here is that the maintenance fees were insufficient to pay for the amortization replacement costs. I mean, we have ratepayers who paid for 45 years, but that apparently did not include enough to replace the equipment. So I agree that you can't expect to pay once and have something replaced in perpetuity unless you have maintenance fees. So if you had your house painted and you paid a monthly paint service fee, then your house should be repainted. And so, it sounds like where we are with our rates citywide, that really those funds haven't been accounted for. So kind of a second point, I do think there is a kind of a ratepayer equity issue here. And I think we really need to be clear as a council what our underground policies are with respect to both wires and transformers, or cables and transformers. So if all parts of the city were covered and were undergrounded or eventually going to be undergrounded, then I think it would be more fair to just cover these costs and say that they're going to be paid by ratepayers citywide. But in fact, I think there are many parts of the city that are never going to be undergrounded. And so that creates a larger kind of question of equity. Because if we did just go ahead and say the city will pay for this replacement, that's going to be paid for by, the residents of Palo Alto. And so where our current city policy says that we still intend to underground, if you go to the utility website and look at their FAQs, it says a lot of different things. It says it's going to take more than 50 years. Elsewhere, it says that we're undergrounding at the rate of 100 homes a year. And I think we had a discussion at Finance this year that because some of these older districts need to be replaced, a lot of our capacity is being spent actually just replacing the existing underground districts. And we're getting slower and slower in terms of adding new districts. And I think we heard there that it'd be 100 years or more. And so to me, that kind of indicates that we're never really going to underground the entire city. What's that? Wires. Yes. So to me, I think we have this equity issue. In terms of the motion, I mean, I would like to see more clarity, and I'd like to hear what my colleagues think around commitment to camouflage these above ground pads. I don't know if it's possible to prioritize kind of out of sight public easements that are, not right on the street.
Staff got a comment on that? the larger question is, are we doing everything we can to make these things unobtrusive?
So when we have met with the residents, we've talked about areas of where we could do camouflage. We've also offered maybe pushing the transformers back away from the sidewalks closer to their homes to try to minimize what that looks like. And we're more than willing to work with the residents. There's 8 transformers in this neighborhood out of these 100 homes. So we would be more than glad to help with landscaping, any kind of bushes that we can put in place. We would make that commitment to them.
So, but outside this neighborhood, should that be part of the policy, just generally?
I don't think it's actually a written policy in the utility side, but anytime that we do undergrounding and we bring pad mount from overhead wires to underground, that's exactly what we do. We work with the homeowners that are going to have these pad mounted transformers.
So again, as we're addressing this ordinance tonight, I wonder if we should maybe add something in here about kind of, best efforts to camouflage or whatever staff is comfortable with. The other thing, I think the mayor said the calculation should be done correctly, but so again, I'm really concerned that these facility charges are larger than kind of equipment, labor costs. I think the big assumption there was a 3% discount fee over 30 years. So I don't know if we want to consider, in a situation like this, in a residential underground district, maybe using a different discount rate or having staff come back, but that was a large driver of the cost. I think that. And then the third point is we live in a pretty wealthy city, and a very wealthy city. And again, this issue about do we need 60% of an entire district, or can we get more granular? I guess I would be interested in considering that. And then finally, I think we should have staff come back and really update us on our underground policy for both cables and transformers. I think there's a bit of a mismatch of expectations in the community, and it's just kind of been an issue that we really haven't discussed in a while. So I see people nodding their heads, but I guess I'll attempt a few amendments. So the first one would be just to have staff to come back and update us with the underground policy that reflects what we expect to have happen with cables.
Cables and transformers.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
I guess the next one would be that, again, I'm sorry I haven't wordsmithed this, but the intent would be that in underground districts where the transformers are underground, that if we are going to put them on pads, that we'll do our best efforts to camouflage them and work with the community, work with the neighborhood.
As you're aware that last week we pulled our rules and regs off from coming to council.
Yep.
Would it be possible that we could find a spot to do something that in the rules and regs?
Yeah.
Instead of, because I don't know if it fits tonight in what we're asking for, but we could come back to you during the rules and regs.
Yeah, I mean, that could be part of the motion tonight to go into the rules and regulations.
Okay.
So are you asking Councilmember Du Bois that included in the rules and regulations, staff works with homeowners to camouflage or otherwise make these less obtrusive?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So what's your, the rules and regulations?
And then the staff, again, I understand you want to have a reasonable sized contract. I mean, what is staff's response to the idea of having it be less than an entire underground district? Is that a
Yeah, I think that we've never thought about it in the past like that. We've looked at what the ordinance is, and we've looked at what the underground area is. In this case, it's 100 homes in the map portion of it. And so that's how we've kind of broken out, but we've never thought about what it looks like from an underground sub-transformer to above ground in some areas.
And I don't know, I guess I'll stop there, but if other council members think about, again, about this facilities charge, again, the way that's calculated,
Councilmember Koo. Vice Mayor Fine, do you accept the Second Amendment to your motion?
Yes.
And I do as well. Okay. Councilmember Koo.
So to Mayor Filsa's point about notification to the different districts that have not come up yet, yesterday when I was driving around, there was a lot of North Palo Alto streets or districts, I don't know how they're counted, but places like Center Street, Southwood, even Christmas Lane, Fulton, Hamilton, East Crescent, Dana. There's quite a few of them in Crescent Park that is all undergrounded. I don't see any transformers anywhere on pad mounts. So I actually think that, you know, it's, we're moving too quickly in terms of approving this Regulation 22, this motion. And I would actually make a substitute motion, because I know it's not going to be friendly, that we that you do this after you have communicated with the other neighborhoods or the other districts that this is the intent of putting pad mounts should they need to be brought up to they need to be redone maintenance-wise.
Is there a
I
second?
think definitely notification and communication is something that is absolutely necessary. The 1996 ruling that you guys did.
Hang on a second, Councilmember Koo.
Oh,
We got
I
to see if
need
there's
to-
a second
okay,
for
go
your
ahead.
motion. Seeing no second, the motion fails.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand where we are on this. At the moment as we speak, the city has no way to allow a neighborhood to get its transformers vaulted. So if we do nothing, then no neighborhood has an option. It's just pad mounted. So what this ordinance does is it provides a mechanism for a neighborhood that wishes to fund it to actually get it vaulted. But if we don't pass anything, it's pad mounted, period. Is that correct of where we are today?
That's correct, and it's been one of our difficulties because we didn't have anything else to offer.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you for letting me proceed, because then I would like to make comments. The city's goal, their sustainability priority is to expand and to become fully electric, to have electrification for as many properties as possible. And so this is one of the city's goals in terms of having to expand the capabilities for these transformers and for different neighborhoods in order to have the capability to have this electricity supplied. So it's actually something that it's a state goal and a city goal. So if that's the case, then the city should be looking for funding from the state in order to help out with upgrading these facilities and to keep it to what it is. As a homeowner right now with wires all around me, if I had undergrounded facilities and I had invested in it, especially whether I invested it or not, I would be mightily angry that you guys are doing this to me and taking what was originally underground and to put a box out there. It's just simply aesthetically ugly. And on top of that, there is a noise that emits, even from underground, I can hear a noise that comes out, but to have it in a box. And then there's no studies whatsoever to indicate whether it is if it's a health hazard or not. The transformers itself, the boxes are about 38 inches high, 48 inches wide, and 39 inches deep. That's a pretty big box, that is going to go out there. I'm not just talking about Green Acres 1, but I'm also talking about the other neighborhoods. It's just not acceptable that there has not been communication, and I understand what Mayor said about that. This is that there isn't a mechanism for another alternative unless we pass this, but we don't have to do anything until notification has been given to every district that has this undergrounded amenity. Thank you. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you to the Vice Mayor and the Mayor and my colleagues for this motion, which I plan to support. I know this is tough. Standards have changed, and I can see why our Utilities Department had asked the council in 1996 to make this change, and that is the change that we have. Just two quick questions. So Councilmember Du Bois was asking about the rates and the assumption. Aren't we assuming pad mounting going forward? Don't our rates assume that replacement would be pad mounting?
For the planning, yes. So
Yeah.
that is the standard, so those are the assumptions.
Okay, so we are assuming replacement, but we're assuming replacement of pad mount.
Correct, that's
Okay.
that's what we budget for.
And we've been doing that, we must have been doing that since 1996 when we started this.
Yes.
Right, when we go through the CIPs, that's at a pad mount rate, not at a, okay.
Correct.
All right. And then I just want to be sure we understand this special facilities fee calculation. This is something you do 2 times a year, 10 times a year, 100 times a year for commercial properties and some residential, just so I...
Anytime there's a request for an alternative design that's not pad mounted, so a subsurface transformer, then we do a one-time special facilities charge. So that.
Okay. And you do a couple in a year, you do 100 in a year, just round numbers, just so we get a sense of...
Maybe one a year.
One a year, okay. And there's a standard calculation?
Yes.
And you've used that exact standard calculation in this, here on page 85, 95?
Yes.
There's a slight difference mentioned
Oh,
before.
right, yes, there's one thing that you took out.
That we took out.
Okay, so this is lower than the
Lower
average
than
special
we would do.
facilities fee based on the number of pieces of equipment?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so I'm comfortable with that then. That's all I have, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, you want to weigh in on this? Greg, you there? Councilmember Tanaka?
Sorry, guys, I was on mute. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like, so this is kind of something, it sounds like there's technology to do this, but it's kind of a question of cost. Is that a good way of summing it up?
His question is, sounds like the technology's there, and the question is cost. Is that so? You're seeing nodding from the staff.
Yes, correct. It's at this point, again, our standard, our preference is for the pad mount for all the safety reliability issues, but given that we have some mitigation measures for those, we're now down to cost.
So if we did more of this, if this became more of a standard versus like the exception, would our costs come down because we become better at it? So like it becomes more standard, like we would make the vaults bigger by default, we would have...
No, this is, most of this cost is driven by the equipment and the cost of the vaults. It's not, it's not that it takes us longer to do it because we're not used to doing it. I don't know if you caught before, but one of the cost drivers we have with the submersible equipment is that it's not an industry standard yet at the moment. It's no longer an industry standard. We have only 2 vendors. Sorry?
Is Greg still on?
Greg, are you still on? Councilmember Tanaka? So hopefully he'll ring back. So if I understand his question, he asked, are there either scale or learning economies? If we did this citywide, does the cost per system go down? And your answer was no.
Correct.
Okay. I would really like to let Councilmember Tanaka finish his questions. All right. We'll give him another minute. Hey, Councilmember Du Bois, your question earlier was, you were asking if shouldn't the maintenance cost of, in the last 50 years, have covered the replacement cost of the equipment, right? I think you asked that?
Yeah.
So, but so maybe that's right, but, or right, maybe we should have, but if we did that, aren't we asking them to commit in 1970 that they're still going to want it underground 50 years from now, as opposed to they get out 50 years from now and say, you know, we changed our mind, we'll take it above ground?
Well, I think Councilmember McCormick just asked that the maintenance fees cover the pad mounts now.
Cover pad mounts now. Okay. So there would be a replacement cost 50 years from now, again?
Yeah, I guess we are not asking people to pay for transformers if they do it the standard way, that's my understanding.
Okay. Well, we appear to have lost Councilmember Tanaka.
Oh, no, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This thing keeps hanging up on me.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't hear staff's answer. So my question is, so if this became of undergrounding, which is I think what we want to do as a whole as a city, is underground all of our utilities. If this became more of a standard, would the overall cost of undergrounding things like transformer be lower than what it is if we just did it on an ad hoc basis, where it's just, you know, a group of houses kind of vote in to be undergrounded?
Please, go ahead.
So the answer on that is, I'm going to differentiate between the undergrounding policy versus the subsurface transformers. As far as the subsurface transformers are concerned, no, there's no, we wouldn't see the cost going down if we decided to make that the standard, because the costs we are seeing are driven by the equipment costs and the cost of the vaults and the boxes. And that there is, of course, if you're putting a vault in versus putting a pad mount, it just takes longer anyway. There's not a lot of time being lost on that in terms of lack of experience.
Okay, that clarifies it. Thank you. And then, are there other cities that like underground transformers by default? Like that's the standard for them. They just everything goes underground, or does a city in the nation always put transformers on pads?
In California, utilities.
Or do you not know?
California utilities are pad mounts are the standard, correct? We did some of that. I think we found
PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric.
Well, no, I know that most cities don't underground, right? Or at least some of the law cities don't. But I know that there are certain cities that do. And for the ones that do underground, like underground their utilities, I'm not sure. I don't know whether they actually, for the ones that do underground, because like so Palo Alto is in the campus cities that we're trying to underground all of our utilities. So I guess I'm not asking what does the majority of cities in Palo Alto do in terms of do they underground their utilities or not? Because I think the answer is no, right? But for the cities that do underground their utilities, do they by default underground the transformers, or is it unanimous that everyone that undergrounds their utilities also puts transformers on pads? Or there are some cities that, are there any cities that undergrounds the transformers as well, and that's the standard?
So I think utilities, cities that have a standard for undergrounding the utilities, their standard is to have pad mount transformers. So that is the standard design for an underground. I know this is confusing in the terminology. The standard the industry standard for underground utilities is to underground the wires, pad mount the equipment, the electrical equipment.
There are no cities underground transformers by default.
So just to clarify here, generally it's a utility. So where there are, many cities that have their own utility, they're one and the same. In a lot of cases, you're dealing with something like PG&E, whose standard is to have pad mount, but they service cities. Some cities, we believe, Atherton might be one. Did you just mention? So there may be some cities that have their own city ordinance that requires the utility to put in subsurface transformers. They would require special facilities, and they would have the city is charged for it. Or the developer is charged for that special facility.
Okay, so does Atherton actually require that all transformers be underground?
I'm sorry, Atherton was mentioned, but I have not researched that.
I kind of would like to know whether, so I would put Palo Alto in the kind of a camp of, one of the cities that kind of on a nicer scale. Like there's some cities which perhaps maybe don't put this as much as a priority, but I think Palo Alto has it as a higher priority. So I just wonder, like if like cities like Atherton or other kind of higher end cities do have their transformers by default. I would like to know because I think that's kind of an important question to know. Is this something that staff could find out quickly in the next 5-10 minutes, or is it going to take you guys time to research this?
Councilmember Tamanaka, that would take an awful long time. It would take us some time to actually get that answer for you. I think also too is that I can add that I've talked to Florida Power and also Duke Power back east, and I can tell you that their standards are not to put underground transformers on below grade. They're all pad-mounted transformers in their underground areas. I think it also shows that there's only 2 manufacturers that actually build sub-transformers that go below grade in the country today.
I realize that, right? But I mean, if you look at kind of the socioeconomics, of where Palo Alto is versus the average city, Palo Alto is probably on the higher end of that, right? So, maybe Atherton, Palo Alto are only few cities that would actually think about this kind of stuff, and I totally get that. But that's what I would like to know, right? If there are cities that do make this the standard, because I think the city as a whole has had a policy of trying to underground our utilities, and it seems like that's something we should try to do if that is what we. Now, of course, if the residents say, I don't care whether there's transformers above ground or not, or if the wires are above ground or not, then that's a different story. But I think we've got a lot of public feedback that people actually do want this.
Let me see if I can weigh in on this a second. So again, going back to wires versus transformers, I think, I'm personally a little confused. I mean, I appreciate staff's explanation on the wires. It still is a little confusing to me, or is it above ground or below ground and so forth. The transformer policy at the moment seems pretty clear. It seems to me that there's nothing that precludes the council and the city hall from taking up at any time, right? Next week, next year, 5 years, right? No matter what we do tonight, should we make undergrounding the transformers the standard citywide? Because as you pointed out, it's not very common. PG&E and SoCal Edison serve most of the state, and it's not their standard. On the other hand, that doesn't mean a specific city couldn't say, well, but we have an ordinance here, so you have to do that. If we were to do something like that, there would be a material raise in utility rates. And we would have to make sure that a majority of the community actually felt that was a good trade-off, that you say, yes, raise my utility rates because I want these things underground. If we were to do that citywide, right? That actually might take some time to do, okay? But there's nothing that precludes us from doing that. What we're doing tonight is approving an ordinance that says, here's one path to allow a neighborhood that doesn't want pad mounted to get vaulted, right? That doesn't necessarily, I mean, we could come back at some later time and say, okay, we're going to actually make this citywide now, right? So those things don't seem to be completely incompatible. Greg, you still there? Councilmember Tanaka, are you still there?
Hello?
Greg?
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Now we can, yes.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. The main thing I'm trying to figure out, though, is like, what is and I do agree with you. That's something which, and I don't remember when the city decided to underground the utilities, whether there was some sort of popular vote or study or like polling that was done on this. But I think that's probably a good question to just make sure. Does staff know when we did this? Was there like some sort of what kind of public outreach or polling did we do to verify that this is what people really wanted and we're willing to pay the extra money for this?
I think you said the 1996 for the transformers, right?
No, I mean
sorry,
citywide, not just for this neighborhood.
So the actual undergrounding started in the 60s. That's when the program of undergrounding started in Palo Alto. The change in the standards that, I'm going to hate saying this again, that an underground electric utility includes pad-mounted transformers, was in the late 80s, early 90s.
Back to Eric's point, which I think is a good point. It's more about what Eric was saying, which is, to underground is much more expensive, right? And so at the time when the city tried to say, let's underground our utilities, what kind of buy-in did they get from the community on this? Or was it just a council decision? When council one night said, well, let's underground the utilities. Was it that, or was there some sort of polling that was done, or was there some sort of ballot measure?
So, Mr. Mayor,
You're seeing a lot of shaking heads here.
Yeah, at some point, this really belongs in Councilmember Du Bois's suggestion that a review of undergrounding come back to the council, because we're not noticed to have an extensive discussion of the undergrounding program tonight.
I think Councilmember Tanaka is just asking what the historical date was, but I see a lot of shaking heads on nobody remembers because nobody knows.
Okay.
The research wasn't done.
So I could see this as kind of like at least a temporary measure, but I think the idea of it coming back and for us to really kind of get a better understanding of what's really happening on this and the amount of community buy-in, because if the community rather has lower utility rates, then maybe we shouldn't be doing this. But if the community really wants to have things undergrounded, then maybe we should fund it, right?
So let me ask a question. Well, when the staff returns to council with an overview of the city's underground utilities policy related to cables and transformers, right, is that the kind of discussion we could have then, or at least if we chose, ask staff to explore? So
I think we need to, right? Because and this has come up before. Like, I was pretty sure. I was pretty sure that we were trying to get everything undergrounded, and most people I talk to rather have things undergrounded. But this is all very anecdotal. But if the community has changed their opinion, and I'm not seeing the general feel of this, I would certainly like to know, right? Or if maybe they want it but they're not willing to pay for it, then that's also good to know, right? So we can make better choices.
Understand. Seeing no further lights and comments, would you vote on the motion, please? And in the chambers, we have 5 yes votes and 1 no vote. Councilmember Tanaka, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Councilmember Tanaka votes yes, and so the motion passes on a 6-to-1 basis with Councilmember Koo voting no. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you who came out. This has been a multi-year journey. We are now 1 hour behind schedule. And so the next item to come up with, and I'm going to suggest the council take a 10-minute break here, right? But the next item to come up with is evaluation discussion of potential revenue-generating ballot measures and confirmation of discussion of Finance Committee recommended parameters. And I'm going to have a discussion with City Manager and Attorney about item 9, right? Okay. And so we will return. It's now 8:53. If everybody could come back at 9:05, that would be great.
They started things off pretty fast with Steve Palmer and the federal lobbyists, but then got kind of bogged down on a couple of items. They did get through item number 10 for the voting delegates, and they're moving on. They've got a few more. They've got 2 more items left. There is still the Caltrain plan direction to staff regarding comments on the long-range visit, and one other item as well. We're going to be back next week for another broadcast of the Palo Alto City Council at 6 p.m. After the council meets with the International Association of Firefighters. And one thing that was interesting that Steve Palmer, the federal lobbyist who goes to Washington, was talking about the big need for housing and why housing is such a big issue here, but it's not a big issue in Congress, not a big issue where they're looking at things, because they've got different things and kind of going in different things. It was interesting that one of the things that have come up from the Planning and Transportation Commission is looking at housing at San Antonio Road. That was really something that was unthinkable a few years ago, but now it's something that they're actually looking at. Usually when we're thinking about housing in Palo Alto, we're looking at California Avenue or downtown, and this is from a Gennady piece in the Palo Alto Weekly. For years, Palo Alto elected leaders who focused their housing efforts on downtown and California Avenue, the 2 parts in the city with the most transportation options and retail opportunities, with the city's housing efforts failing well short of the city council's goals. Officials are now considering an option that would be unthinkable a few years ago, encouraging housing density along San Antonio Road, the very area that they previously deemed unsuitable for residential construction. On Wednesday, the Planning and Transportation Commission discussed and generally supported the idea of extending the city's housing incentive program, which offers density housing for residential projects and which currently applies only to downtown California Avenue and El Camino Real to San Antonio Road. The change was proposed by a developer who was looking to build a 4-story mixed-use building with 102 apartments at 788 San Antonio Road. The commission didn't take any votes on the project, which will face reviews from the Architectural Review Board before returning to the commission and ultimately the council. You know, we do have a rail item on tonight's agenda as well. And of course, last week, the city council took on the rail item, a big rail item that had been moved about a blue ribbon task force commission. And the council heard from for example, Judy Kleinberg, other former city council members, who one of the things that was brought up was, you know, we're kind of getting on to start a whole task force again, made up of former council members. May not be the smartest thing because they're kind of, they've done it. They're kind of moving on by the time the rail improvements come or the high-speed rail comes. They're going to be really out of the picture, either out of the area or maybe in Paradisimo or wherever. So the council kind of had a compromise on that, looking at the groups of those people who come, who really participate and keep up to date on the rail issues. And this is from Janetti reviewing last week, seeking to bring order and clarity to the city's convoluted debate over the future of the rail corridor. The Palo Alto City Council agreed Monday to expand the powers of a citizens committee that is in charge with guiding the city towards the finish line. By unanimously voting to change the rules, the council acknowledged that its process for selecting the preferred alternative for grade separation, the physical separation of railroad tracks from local streets, hasn't gone as smoothly as anyone has expected. They also largely agreed with criticism from the members of the Expanded Community Advisory Committee, known as XCAP, who argued Monday that the existing process is marred by fuzzy goals and insufficient attention from council members. To address the group's concern, the council agreed to empower the 14-member group to make votes and to appoint a chair and co-chair to lead the group's meetings. It also charged the group to report on the council at least once every 2 months, a departure from the present practice in which XCAP deals mostly with the city staff and consultants. The city is looking to modify these crossings in response to the Caltrain's ongoing electrification project, which is expected to increase train service and potentially cause congestion around rail crossings. So that's where we are. Lot going on, as we had several high school students here. I think they were from Prospect High, wanted us to sign some things. They were checking out what a city council looks like. It was probably for their history or political science or civics, if they have civics anymore. I don't know if they have civics anymore in the school, but it was great seeing them. Stanford is starting back, of course. The streets of Palo Alto are filled with students, filled with grad students. This weekend was a big event at the Stanford Hospital where you could see the improvements that have been made. It was a great opportunity if you had the chance to get out there and see it on the 14th and the 15th. If you weren't watching Stanford play college football in Orlando and Tiger Woods was there, the University of Central Florida is it's sort of a burgeoning football school. Of course, Florida, if you've ever been to Florida, I had an aunt in Orlando. It's a big school. They're big on football. Football is just so big in Texas and Florida and Pennsylvania. It's just, California does pretty well, but it's just big. And Stanford has had such a tough time. I think they have the toughest schedule in college football. They had to play Northwestern, and it was just in the heat of the farm in August. The Northwestern guys were melting. Our guys were melting. Our quarterback got hurt. Our outstanding lineman got hurt. Stanford squeaked out a victory. It was a good defensive game. Then they had to go to USC, and we had both backup quarterbacks. Their backup quarterback shined, although this weekend USC didn't do. They lost to BYU, and they lost their athletic director. He left, but Stanford then had to play University of Central Florida. It's a 90-degree humidity. It was really hot. They packed 43,000 fans in there. If you listen to it on KZSU, they were saying that they could even expand that stadium. I mean, it's 90 degrees humidity and even more at game time. And that was in the middle of the day, and it was just tough. I mean, it was hot here. I was listening to it was hot here. But I have to mention one of the great Stanford legends has passed away, and a wonderful man, just a wonderful man, and seeing what he did at Stanford football, San Jose State, Cal, he's really grouped. He coached San Jose State, he coached Stanford to legendary 2 back-to-back Rose Bowls with Don Bunce and Jim Plunkett, Randy Vitaha, the back-to-back beating the 2 iconic teams of the Big Ten, Ohio State and then Michigan. Just an unbelievable coach. Coach John Ralston has passed away, and always a wonderful man. I was talking to him a few years ago at Sib Siblich, who's a great Cal alum, great college tennis player, and just bled blue and gold. Had a wonderful memorial that was put out by his wife, or his daughter, Debbie, and the Cal band was there, and John Ralston was there. They've been good friends for years. He used to be at the Emerald Bowl luncheons in the city, and just a great guy. John Ralston coached Stanford to 2 Rose Bowl victories and spent 5 seasons leading the Denver Broncos. Has died. He was 92 years old. San Jose State, where Ralston finished his coaching career and later worked as a special assistant to the athletic director, said yesterday that Ralston died Saturday in Sunnyvale. Born in Oakland, Ralston spent much of his long coaching career in the Bay Area, but he first became a college head coach at Utah State in 1959. The former Cal player was hired to coach rival Stanford in 1963. Ralston's Stanford teams won consecutive Pac-8 championships and the Rose Bowl following the 1970 and 71 regular seasons. Inducted in the College Football Hall of Fame in 1992, Ralston coached 1970 Heisman Trophy winner Jim Plunkett at Stanford and Pro Football Hall of Fame defensive lineman Merlin Olsen at Utah State. Ralston left college for the NFL in 1972. With Denver, he had a 34-33-3 record. He later coached the Oakland Invaders of the United States Football League from 1983 to 1984, and at San Jose State from 1993 to 1996. Ralston served in the United States Marine Corps in the South Pacific in World War II, achieving the rank of corporal before attending the University of California. He was a linebacker at Cal, playing in 2 Rose Bowls under Coach Pappy Waldorf. After coaching high school football in the Bay Area, he returned to Cal as an assistant under Waldorf and was part of the Bears' last Rose Bowl team after the 1958 season. Among the prominent coaches who worked for Ralston were Super Bowl winners Bill Walsh and Dick Vermeil, along with Jim Mora Sr. and Mike White. And while you look at the coaching tree that was part of John Ralston, Bill Walsh out of San Jose State, Dick Vermeil, of course, there's the great movie, the great Invincible, that bears my name, about Vince Papale, the Philadelphia Eagles walk-on, and Dick Vermeil, Jim Mora, and of course Mike White, the great coach for Cal, and then Arizona State, and Jim Mora, UCLA, and many other schools. And of course, Bill Walsh, what can you say about Bill Walsh? All the Super Bowls, and his funeral was at Stanford Memorial Church. Wow, unbelievable. Bill Walsh and his wife, and what to coach at Stanford, then lead the 49ers to all those Super Bowls, then come back to Stanford. Unbelievable. So anyway, John Ralston certainly will be missed, and a really the days where Don Bunce was his quarterback. Don Bunce, who went on and played rugby, whose son played rugby at Cal. Dr. Don Bunce, who was quite a surgeon in Palo Alto. Sadly, he passed away about a decade ago now. And Jim Plunkett is still around. He's still around doing stuff. And he looked great the last time Stanford was at the Rose Bowl. Saw him being interviewed at halftime. So just a great time on the farm. And 92 years old, John Ralston. And really someone who represents all of college football, and even pro football for the Bay Area, So it's kind of like Vida Blue, He was with the Giants, he was with the A's. Someone who just, the Bay Area just will miss and love. And there are a lot of people who don't remember John Ralston. They don't remember those Rose Bowls. But Stanford went years without a Rose Bowl after John Ralston. Years and years. Even when Bill Walsh was the coach, they couldn't get to the Rose Bowl. Nor Tyrone Willingham got him to the Rose Bowl. But it was for Stanford to finally get back and win Rose Bowls under David Shaw is a great achievement. So you'll be hearing about that, I'm sure, tributes when you listen to the game. I think it's 4 o'clock on Saturday on KZSU when Oregon comes into town here. So I wanted to mention John Ralston passing away at 92. I'm Vince Larkin. This is KZSU Stanford. A little bit after 9 o'clock. Palo Alto City Council is live on air. We're taking you through maybe the wee hours of the morning. We are an hour behind. Something Mayor Filsef does not like to do is to be behind schedule. There's a big meeting of the liaison committee between education. It's a committee to recap recent school board and city council meetings for, and that is going to be the city school liaison committee. They plan to meet on this Thursday, the 19th, and they're going to discuss the GUP use permit application and many, many things. I want to get to education, but I know we might be coming out. They're still short. There's a big thing about education that I want to talk about, but I do want to make a few announcements, and that is there's some things happening big time that you need to know about. The Moonlight Run and Walk at the Baylands is coming up. It's a great tradition out there. It's just wonderful to be out there in the harvest moon running around the Baylands. And it is a 5K and a 10K and a half marathon. It's the 35th annual Palo Alto Weekly Moonlight Run and Walk at the Palo Alto Baylands, October the 11th, 2019. It's a great event for kids and families. It's great to get out there and run. Sponsored by the Palo Alto Weekly, Hobies, Stanford Healthcare, Stanford Hospital, Facebook, Palantir, Kiwanis, Palo Alto Library, Trader Joe's, and De Leon Realty and Hobies and Bank of the West and Ada's Cafe. It's a great, great time, and you don't want to miss that. Also, you know, Frost Theater has just been wonderful this summer with Lionel Richie and the San Francisco Symphony. Bob Dylan is going to be performing.
So before you start,
Okay. We now move on to item 8, revenue measures, and welcome staff.
Got it.
I like your artwork on the.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Kylie Noze, the Administrative Services Director. And with me tonight, I have Christine Paras, our Assistant Director, Alan Pennington, our consultant from Matrix Consulting, and Michelle Flaherty, well, Poche Flaherty, is here to help us on the economic side of things. So to begin, we are really here tonight for an update with the City Council on where both the Finance Committee and staff have gotten in our research and our analysis thus far, and to confirm the recommended continued research and the narrowed parameters that the Finance Committee has provided staff, and any other further analysis necessary. So really tonight, the action is to either confirm the direction Finance Committee is recommending the City Council give to staff, or to change that or refine that further to provide staff the necessary information to continue down this path. As a reminder of how we got here, back in April, the full council approved a work plan for potential revenue generating proposals, including the consideration of a ballot measure. And staff began that conversation with the Finance Committee in June with a wide discussion of potential tax options. In that June meeting, the Finance Committee narrowed the focus of staff, or further focus of staff, to research specifically a head count, square footage, payroll, and parcel taxes, focusing on the different range assumptions and continuing to look at how they impact the business environment. So tonight, staff plans to, if the council will indulge, go through a little bit of the discussion as some backdrop for the the full council that the Finance Committee has already heard. So apologies to those members that have already heard this, but we thought for the benefit of the full council as well as the public, we would do a little bit of scene setting that the Finance Committee has had the pleasure to review. On slide 3, this is really where we started, and essentially at the bottom, the taxes that appear before voters. Back in June, staff provided with the Finance Committee revenue estimates for all these different taxes that could be levied. Utility taxes, business taxes, sales tax, parcel tax, et cetera. And that's when the Finance Committee provided a more narrow scope. After that, staff also adopted a framework at that meeting, EASE, equity, administrability, stability, and economic benefits. And the point of this framework was really just to ensure that every time we look as an organization at potentially a tax, we look at this framework to ensure we're consistently measuring the impacts of the tax on a number of different areas, not just who it's being levied on, but potentially unintended consequences, as well as simple things such as the administration of that tax. So you'll notice that EASE framework throughout the PowerPoint, as well as all of staff's reports before both the committee as well as the full council. On the next slide, just a quick high-level overview, the types of measures that the Finance Committee had narrowed for further staff analysis. Staff came back in August of this past year to the Finance Committee and had an in-depth discussion about all of these options. General obligation bonds, parcel tax, business tax, both general or special, and then we put on here just from a voter approval perspective what a citizen initiative could be or would look like from those thresholds perspective. Tonight, you will hear staff go through all of these except for the GEO bonds as well as the citizen initiative. The Finance Committee at the August meeting further refined the parameters to take out the GEO bonds, as you see in the recommendation tonight, to be considered at a later date. So with that, I will turn this over to Christine, who will go over some additional details on elections.
Hi, good evening. Christine Paras, Assistant Director, Administrative Services. The purpose of this slide is to give you an overview of previous election results. We wanted to give you information of the election landscape for the November 2018 ballot. As you can see here, GEO bonds and parcel tax passed with mixed results and about half of what was on the ballot. So passage rate for GEO bonds was 45%, while parcel tax passage rate was 54%. In contrast, the business tax, general type business taxes passed 100%. There were 7 proposed and all 7 passed. This is for information purposes, so you can get an idea of what's out there and what approvals look like for the state. Next, we want to get into what the options are for revenue-generating options. We'll kind of speed through the slides. We'll kind of touch on points where the Finance Committee wanted to narrow down. If you have any questions on those, we're here to address any of those. We want to spend time on the areas that the Finance Committee recommended that the Council consider, and also provide the information for the Council and public as reference. This slide for GEO bonds should be considered. Finance Committee actually recommended that GEO bonds be considered at a later date for unfunded infrastructure projects. This is as part of the recommendation in the staff report, part of item 1F. We want to just quickly go over this slide. We feel it's very useful to give you a range of potential bond issuance amounts and the estimated annual debt service for each to consider and review. Next is parcel tax, and this is item number 1B as recommendation on on staff's report. Finance Committee recommended a flat tax be considered at a later time to fund infrastructure, and additional research be conducted by staff and analysis on the square footage item. Square footage can be based on a factor. It's considered a progressive tax. Just to recap, parcel taxes require 2/3 voter approval, and tax structure can be further articulate further reasonable exemptions beyond those legally required. Moving on to slide 11, you can kind of ignore everything on the left side that's related to a fixed tax rate. The potential parcel tax levy is shown on the table on the right. We used $1 per square footage as a factor just to make calculation easy. And it's also broken down by various commercial property types. As you can see below, we applied the ease framework to both the fixed tax rate for parcel tax and square footage tax rate.
And so just one update to the parcel tax from when we were with the Finance Committee. Staff is working to all of these analysis components for parcel tax on square footage was based on a database called CoStar. It's a real estate subscription database that has a bunch of data by types of property. We are working with the County of Santa Clara to obtain parcel tax data from them directly and are working to compare the two data sets. They're actually within a reasonable margin of error, about 100,000 to 200,000 square feet. So it's a good validating factor. The other aspect of parcel tax to remember is this is levied on the property owners, and it would be administered by both the city and the county, meaning the city would do the calculation for the tax based on whatever the tax ordinance is calculated or calls for, and the county would include that as part of the property tax roll, and there would be an administrative fee associated with that. So that's something different in relationship to what you'll hear in a second about business taxes.
Thank you. Business taxes can be structured in a variety of ways. We presented a variety of options to the Finance Committee, and 3 options were reviewed. The 3 were the employee headcount method, square footage, and the payroll expense method. The Finance Committee recommends that we look and provide more information on the employee headcount method and the square footage method. Business taxes would be administrated, by the city, hopefully with a consultant. We sought consultant assistance with some comparables, data analysis, and a couple revenue projections that Alan will review.
Okay, thank you. Alan Pennington with the Matrix Consulting Group, and similar to what you've heard, we'll go through the slides relatively quickly, pointing out the highlights. If you want to go to the next one. So in working with staff, we developed a list of comparable communities in the Bay Area, many of them surrounding communities for you. So they're all listed there: Cupertino, East Palo Alto, Mountain View, Redwood City, San Francisco, San Jose, San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale. So you'll see the information on the business license tax programs for those communities in the next few slides. And it is important to note that all the information that are on these next few slides are related to the business license tax only. There are many other types of business taxes. Those are not included in here. Go to the next one. So on slide 15, it provides some comparative information for these entities in terms of their population, estimated number of businesses. I would note we have got some refined information from San Francisco. They actually have closer to 105,000 businesses, not the 242 listed there. The amount of their revenues, the 2 important columns I think I want to point you to are the last 2 on this slide, which are the business license tax revenue as a % of the total general fund. You can see that ranges from 0.5% up to 9%. And as you notice in the staff report, there was some discussion at the Finance Committee at looking at a business license tax that was between 1% to 6%. And the last column just gives you some comparative information on the amount of revenue that each of these entities are receiving from each business entity within their borders. On the next slide, it provides some additional comparative information, but this is more about how the tax is set up and how it's administered. So you'll quickly see that Cupertino is the only one that uses a square footage basis. The vast majority are on a employee count. And those are the only two we'll be talking about going forward based upon the direction from the Finance Committee, unless you have questions. Almost all of the entities, or all the entities have adopted this as a general tax and are administering it in-house. And there's very few, none of them have a sunset. They do have exemptions, and those vary from community to community, and we're going to talk about them in just a minute. So, this slide just provides you, if you want to compare, as you're thinking about putting together your program, how you compare to some of the other communities that were included in here. It shows you a breakup of the type of industries that represent their business industry. So you can see the level of percentage of professional businesses, manufacturing, education, healthcare, et cetera. That plays into the types of exemptions that may be put in place for the community, as well as the type of businesses that you may be impacting who would be subject to this tax. On slide 18, we have a quick summary of the exemptions. So obviously there are some state exemptions, and you'll see that nonprofits and charitables are two categories that are exempted from this. But you can also see that some other communities have exempted other types of businesses, public utilities, small businesses as defined by the municipality, disabled veterans are the three most common ones. So the key findings from the comparative that we want you to be aware of is that the majority of the communities are using number of employees as the basis for their license tax from the group that we looked at. All of them except for Cupertino provide additional exemptions beyond those required by state statute. None of them have a sunset clause. 4 of the 9 had an annual escalator to increase that rate based upon whether it's CPI or some other measure. The majority have online payment of these fees, and all of them administer the program in-house. So as you're thinking about issues beyond just the rate of the fee, but the parameters, there's some additional information in there for you. Again, there were 3 models that we looked at in terms of doing some preliminary estimation of the cost. The revenues that could be, revenues that would be generated was the business count, the square footage, and the total revenue. We're going to focus on the first 2. So for the employee count, our preliminary revenue estimate had about 3.6 million. We used the readily available information we had on your businesses, but we applied the Mountain View tier structure and the rate from Mountain View in making this calculation. In looking at square footage, it would vary between 1 to 3.2 million. There's a range there because the data source we had doesn't have specific square footage for every business. It has them grouped within a range. So we looked at the low and the high, and we applied the Cupertino tier structure in terms of the square footage rates that would be applied. So the assumptions on the employee account method is we used data from Infogroup, which was the most readily available information at the time. There was a business population that included 5,900 businesses representing approximately 72,700 employees. There were no exemptions in this initial model, and a tiered fee system was used in developing that. The next slide just shows you the rates that we used in each of the employee category groupings. And the final chart on page 24 of the employee count model shows you, for the data that we looked at, how many businesses fell into the different tiers by employee size and what the potential revenue was from each of those tiers. So you can see from the data set there were 701 one-person businesses, representing 52,000 in revenue, up to 7 businesses over 1,000. Similarly, on the square footage model, the assumptions that we used some verified data from Infogroup, had a business population of 5,900 businesses, no exemptions, and we used, as I mentioned before, the City of Cupertino rates. The rates are shown on slide 26, and then slide 27 shows you again the number of businesses that fell within each of those square footage ranges and the potential revenue, the low and high, that was projected from that. We are, since the Finance Committee meeting, looking at ways to enhance the level of detail on that data to get it closer to, more representative of your population, and to allow you to refine the revenue assumptions. The payroll model is in here because we looked at that and presented it, but we're not going to talk about it. And I guess I'll turn it back over to Steph.
Thank you. Really quickly, we'll just go back to and we're on slide 30, applying the EASE framework, and it's laid out for your review consideration as you go through the various taxes and options. So the first column is the most common type, employee headcount, and square footage. Payroll is not recommended by Finance Committee, but we will definitely hear for questions. I'll turn it over to Michelle to go over our economic ecosystem.
And we wanted to drill down a little bit on some of those notions from the EASE model, particularly with respect to equity and economic dynamics. So one of the things we've talked about with the Finance Committee is the notion of thinking about our economic vitality in the context of an economic ecosystem in which we want to strike a balance between the burden that we place on residents, on business, and on visitors in that ecosystem. So, and these are really the three elements of an ecosystem that every jurisdiction talks about. If you've ever heard economic development advertising for any city anywhere, they say it's a great place to live, work, and play. And they talk about those things because these are sort of the three categories of stakeholders from which we can generate revenue. There isn't anywhere else to fish. And as you know, the only way we can keep the city running is from these revenues. So if we want to maintain services, we've got to maintain that balance, and finding that fairness between who is carrying the burden is something we continually struggle with in local government. On the one hand, we may seek a way to tax more on the business side if our residents are feeling like they're carrying too much of a burden. On the other hand, if we go too far in taxing businesses, we may lose businesses out of our jurisdiction to other jurisdictions, and then that will create a greater burden on our residents. So we're trying to find the sweet spot, as all communities are, in that balancing act. Some of the things we talked about with the Finance Committee as we were drilling down on property tax was the notion that commercial properties fill less than 10% of Palo Alto parcels, but generate about 30% of property tax revenue. So you're getting more tax value from the same amount of space. What that also means is if we lose one large contributor, it can make a bigger dent in our property tax resources. And in addition to paying property taxes, our commercial members are also paying sales taxes as well. So if you think about sales taxes in Palo Alto, I think we have a tendency stereotypically to think about sales taxes as something that's coming from retail. We sort of associate retail with sales tax. But in Palo Alto, we get a healthy contribution of sales tax from the Stanford Research Park. So in addition to the R&D that's happening at the research park, we have point of sale from corporate headquarters or marketing centers there. And so if we were, for example, to lose one of our key tenants there, that could be a significant loss of sales tax in addition to property tax for the community. The other thing that's noteworthy in Palo Alto is Stanford Shopping Center is a more traditional retail source of sales tax, and it is an example of importing tax. So we talk about the Stanford Shopping Center as a regional destination. So there are folks who are driving into our community to spend tax dollars there, and we receive the benefits of that. The last observation I wanted to share is that as we try to strike a balance with those ecosystems, one of the things that many jurisdictions will do is try to figure out how much tolerance there is on the part of all three of those elements of their ecosystem, their visitors, their residents, and their businesses, in terms of being able to carry more of the share. So if you're a major tourist destination, you can put a greater burden there, for example. In Palo Palo Alto, we've enjoyed a lot of opportunity from the business community, but as you can see from these charts, some of that is changing from our history. So we have a brand of being Startup City, and we're very proud of that. But if you look at these charts, the purple lines represent the city and county of San Francisco. The green lines represent all of Silicon Valley measured as all of Santa Clara and San Mateo counties combined. And as you can see, in recent years, San Francisco has surpassed the other two counties combined in terms of where startups are happening. So we are trying to anticipate whether or not that may or may not be an indication of the technology sector's tolerance for imposing additional burdens in our community, and that's part of the balance we're trying to figure out.
Okay, so to kind of pull all of this to a close in terms of where we're at and what the ask is of the full council tonight. First, just some additional variables for consideration as the council considers their deliberation. These are variables that the Finance Committee has discussed. Some of them have been further refined in their recommendation. Others are still outstanding for further discussion or analysis. The first is, as Michelle discussed, the business environment, the economy, and our tax ecosystem. It's also environmental awareness. So, right, we have competing measures that will most likely come. And so watching what potentially will be coming on the ballot, depending on what ballot the council would want a potential measure to go on, as well as any legislative and legal challenges or changes. Financing options, this is a big one. Depending on the intent of the use of the revenue, whether it is general or specific, the financing options in terms of what it can be leveraged for as an issuance of debt. These are typically economically sensitive revenues, at least the ones that the council has narrowed, or the Finance Committee has narrowed staff's focus to. Therefore, we would probably only want to bond against approximately 70% of it. This is the same policy that we used for TOT with the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan. So anytime you're looking at numbers and staff is providing an estimate as to the bondability of those revenue streams, know that they will be discounting it. And the factor is somewhere between 13 or 14% of the revenue stream. And that factor is based on our prior debt leverages. Most recently, we did the issuance for CalAV. Timing, as I just alluded to, what election cycle would the council want staff to continue to pursue? FY 2020, FY 2022. As you noted in the very beginning, some of them can be a special election, but many of the taxes under consideration would be on a general election, which happens every 2 years. Community stakeholder feedback polling, we haven't yet identified what that looks like. It's open for discussion, but obviously in terms of being able to be targeted in our approach in order to articulate to those stakeholders what's happening, that narrowed focus that the Finance Committee has worked really hard to work on will be important. Otherwise, it's very hard for stakeholders to understand the magnitude. And obviously, lastly, enforcement and other admin elements. So how is this tax going to be administered? In-house, out-of-house, how many exemptions are there going to be? What are the data sources? Being cautious of an overly complex measure that essentially will be eroded away by the administration costs of it. Next slide is what's next. This is really based on the work plan from the April 2019 City Council recommendation. So we're somewhere in that September-October timeframe where we're doing a check back in with the council on the actions that the Finance Committee has taken to date. And then we'll continue to refine our analysis based on that direction at this council's approval this evening, or refined direction. Then we move on to things like additional work on stakeholder outreach, potentially polling, and then staff work in terms of drafting the necessary documents. I will say, to the extent the council does not maintain the current more narrowed focus of Finance Committee's recommendation, this timeline will potentially change significantly. So what's before you this evening, the timeline as well as the resources that are dedicated to this are all based on the Finance Committee's recommendation moving forward. So something to keep in mind as the council deliberates this evening. So What did the finance recommendation or finance committee recommend to the city council? They spent a lot of time, frankly, deliberating over this for 2 meetings, many hours at both meetings, to really understand the nexus between who the taxes would be levied on, what the impacts might be, and being diligent with staff resources as well as our consulting resources in terms of further analysis. That's allowed us to do these quick turnarounds and will be imperative in order to continue these quick turnarounds. First, they have narrowed staff's future focus, or recommend that staff's future focus be narrowed to a general or specific business tax measure focused on either headcount or square footage as the units of measure, a potential parcel tax based on square footage as the unit of measure, potential revenue proceeds to be allocated to transportation and or affordable housing. They didn't determine necessarily the spread between those two. That would be determined at a later date, most likely informed by polling. Item D was an amalgamation of staff listening to the video and trying to pull out all of the different conversations that the committee had and refine further analysis on some of these potential exemptions or tiered rate structures. As you heard from Alan, different cities don't necessarily have a flat rate. They have a tiered structure, both square footage as well as head count. And so the Finance Committee provided some guidance on that, including maintaining estimated revenue generation between 1% and 6% of the general fund revenues. That's anywhere between $2 million and maybe $14 million in a year in annual revenue collections. And then looking at implications specifically on some key areas of retail, restaurants, hospitality, and medicals. And by medical, I think they intended on small offices, not necessarily hospitals. And then trying to keep the potential tax as simple and modern, meaning we have a changing economy, so if this is a business tax, continue to have an eye towards what we similarly did with UUT, which is let it be flexible for the changes in our economic and business environment. I went over E, which is general tax or special tax. F was what Christine alluded to, a parcel tax or a general obligation bond. The committee is recommending that we defer that conversation for a later date for funding of unfunded infrastructure projects. The committee talked about a range of unfunded infrastructure projects, everything from the animal shelter to Cubberley and anything in between. And then in terms of next steps, looking at stakeholder engagement and potential polling. And then the last recommendation is just an administrative item, which is an amendment, a budget amendment appropriation. As we outlined in the original work plan, there are no resources necessarily allocated to complete this project. So we've been using internal staff as well as Matrix from a consulting perspective. And so this would allow staff to pay for the consulting budgetarily that Matrix has provided thus far, as well as the refined parameters that the Finance Committee has provided moving forward. But any analysis beyond that, we would most likely be back to the full council for additional funding, as well as funding for polling. So with that, just a reminder that the Finance Committee has made these recommendations to the full council. The action that council will be taking tonight is providing direction on what the next step would be in this very iterative process as staff continues to refine data, continues to refine analysis, and continues to dive deeper into things like exemptions. And with that, I turn it to the council, or Molly, no? Sorry.
So council members, as all of you know, because you've met with myself and Assistant City Attorney Sandy Lee, we have been keeping our eye and gathering some preliminary information from all of you that might inform a conversation about potential conflicts of interest if we get into that area. Based on what the Finance Committee has done, we think the council can proceed tonight and have your conversation without being too bothered by those issues. If the
council indicates a direction that changes significantly from what the Finance Committee did, we may need to ask you to hold off on the more customizing type issues around tiers or exemptions to allow us to do further analysis of potential conflicts based on your various financial interests. So I will raise my hand if any issues like that arise. Thank you.
Thank you. We now return to council. But first, let me ask if the chair of the Finance Committee would care to add any remarks to this.
So thank you to staff. I think that was a pretty good summary of our journey so far. Yeah, so I will have personal comments later, but from the Finance Committee perspective, as we said, we discussed this twice so far in June and August. We started very, very broad, kind of looking almost at all forms of taxation. And then we started to narrow it down. So we looked at head count, two different types of square footage tax, parcel tax and a square footage business tax, gross receipts and a payroll tax. At the second meeting, we eliminated the payroll tax as a committee. Personally, I have some additional thoughts on that. Again, we were trying to emphasize keeping it simple and enforceable. I think there was also interest, though, in considering some level of tiered taxation. And then staff introduced this concept of looking at taxes levels of percentage of revenue of the general fund. Since the finance meeting, I also have some maybe additional thoughts on different metrics and ways to think about that. We only talked very lightly about a potential kind of phase-in period. We talked a lot about uses of the tax. I think we agreed overall that transportation and housing are the top two items. So, we're recommending that we continue developing a tax. I think we wanted to bring it back to council to get everybody's input. I think the next steps are really working with staff to kind of flesh out more details, but I think we're also at the point where if council would authorize us, we should start doing some polling that would actually help inform the structure of the tax itself. I think one other thing to note that the consultant mentioned, that the consultant report really only looked at a business license tax. Again, having had time to think about it, I think we're really interested in a total business tax per city. So, East Palo Alto was in the report, but we only included their gross receipts tax. They actually have a square footage tax as well. San Francisco has, I think, 4 taxes on businesses, and I think it'd be more relevant for us to see the kind of the total business tax. So, like I said, I do have personal comments, and I have a motion I'd like to propose when it's time to do that.
Thank you very much. With that, we will go to the public. And we have 7 speakers, and you will have 3 minutes. First speaker is Dan Kostenbauer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Dan Kostenbauer. I'm the Vice President for Tax Policy at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And I really want to suggest that you really reconsider whether you want to put anything on the November 2020 ballot. As you know, there will be a split roll measure on the November 2020 ballot. And if that were to pass, it would result in a very major increase for many businesses in Palo Alto, where you have a lot of highly appreciated property that would be revalued for property tax assessment. So you would find a lot of your businesses paying a lot more tax. You would also find the city, school district, and the county obtaining a lot more tax revenue as well. So I think that ought to be, considered as you proceed to think about, what would be an additional tax. Besides that, we have the Faster Bay Area tax, which is focused on transportation infrastructure for the 9-county Bay Area. That's a 1% sales tax. And again, a lot of your businesses, everybody would share that to the extent they're paying sales tax. But a lot of Palo Alto businesses would find that their sales tax liabilities would rise as well. So you have the potential for two major bills or two major measures rather, that would add to the cost of doing business in the statewide and the 9-county Bay Area. So I'd like to draw that to your attention for consideration. One idea that was discussed by the Finance Committee that was just referred to is the idea of measuring sort of the contribution of a business tax to the city's revenue. And about a decade ago, the Palo Alto Chamber actually did an analysis, and they found that of the revenues received by the city, 59% were paid by businesses, and the benefits received by those businesses actually turned out to be about 41%. And so it meant that the citizens, the residents, were contributing 41% of the revenue and getting about 59% of the benefits. So the argument about businesses in Palo Alto perhaps not paying their fair share would seem maybe they're paying way more than their fair share. Also, you have the issue for small businesses paying their rent based on triple net. So if anything is going to increase their property tax, that's going to flow as a direct cost to those small businesses. You really want to take that into consideration too as you're thinking through the types of taxes you're proposing. And also, a lot of businesses are going to pass their costs on to customers, so they're the residents of Palo Alto that are going to end up actually being the ultimate payers of many of these taxes. And I want to close just by encouraging you to do a special tax so that there is really accountability for any additional revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Filseth and council members. I happen to disagree with the previous speaker. I think that the best approach is a general tax which concentrates on businesses. But then the question is, what kind of tax would we apply to the businesses? And there are some problems with almost anything you attempt. For example, if you talk about square footage, there are a number of sites in Palo Alto where there are a number of different businesses occupying desks or small spots within a large area. And the number of businesses changes, so there's a lot of turnover. So tracking what is being leased and to whom can be difficult. That's one problem. Another problem, if you talk about employees, there have been a number of articles in the press lately about the gig employment situation, where a lot of people are working from home part-time for a number of different companies. People are working 5% for this company, 10% for that company. So if you have a company which hires 12 people and pays, and each of them 5 hours a week, how many employees do they have? How do you track that? Do they have 12 employees, or do they have one and a fraction employees? I would assume you'd go for the total hours and divide that by normal week's work, but that's something that's got to be worked through. Finally, we talk about getting compensation from gross receipts. And looking at the table in here, that seems to provide the highest income to those cities that are doing it that way. The advantage of a gross receipts tax, however, is it's a specific number, and it's fairly easy to get that because they have to file tax returns. So my suggestion is that if you have a tax, it be a general tax, it be imposed on business general receipts, overall receipts, and you can make the rate relatively low, so the impact on the businesses is not significant, but you do end up getting money into the city caucus, city budget, and it'd be looked at, I think as being more fair, because the small businesses would end up paying a small portion. So I would seriously consider that approach.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Barbara Gross.
Good evening, Mayor Filseth and honorable council members. I am here representing
the Palo Alto Downtown Business and Professional Association. I've been on the board for a number of years. So we understand in offline conversation that an attempt at raising money from the business community is really dedicated or focused on the railroad crossings and the grade separations that the city is facing in terms of, being able to improve them, and it will cost the community an enormous amount of money. In that regard, everybody crosses the railroad tracks multiple times a day, and so we feel, from the business perspective, that everybody should then be willing to pay for those improvements. For a city to raise capital and to address the need, everybody needs to contribute their fair share. And as a resident and as a business person in Palo Alto, we think it's only fair to share the burden. I'd like to remind you that my personal scars from the transit occupancy tax increase has still not healed perfectly, but I want to point out that in one of the slides, Palo Alto's TOT as a percentage to the general fund is 12% by your calculations, over $25 million, expected to grow to $29 million next year. And there was no other city that was close to that number in terms of hospitality contributing to the general fund in that manner. I also, want to again point out that there was concerns about how the TOT was going to be spent. It was supposed to fund garages that downtown never saw or hasn't seen yet. It was scheduled to do a lot of other things, but it went right into the general fund, and there really isn't any tracking for how that money is being used, and not a dollar of that money comes back to the industry, the hospitality industry. I also want to point out that it's the Downtown Assessment District landowners that paid for the 2 garages that are currently structured, that were built in the late, 2000s. So I want to make sure that there's a nexus made between what the business contribution already is, and that the residential community be aware that, these funds really do, that are just going into the general fund, really do fund a lot of the services that the entire community enjoys. So we want to make sure that the business community is really a part of the conversation before the process gets out of control and decided, and that the outreach be real and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Georgie Gleim.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I own 2 retail businesses in Palo Alto. I'm also a resident, and I'm also on the board of Palo Alto Downtown. And we've heard revenue generation mentioned for multiple projects up to and including the grade separation, even though that apparently is not a huge focus for this discussion tonight, but it is lurking out there. It's too easy to look at increasing taxes on business as an easy fix, because it's often an easy yes vote from the community, as was the hotel tax. There's another question. If there is a business tax, that means the hotels are going to be taxed again. And projects like this should not be all on the backs of business. Major projects should be shared by business and residents alike as all benefit. Palo Alto is all too difficult to do business in between high rents, the really difficult permit process, and the ever-increasing difficulties of not only finding employees, but now finding them places to park if they must commute, because public transit is not an option for many, many employees. You mentioned commercial property tax increases get passed on. Oh, you talked about commercial property tax increases. Those two get passed on to the tenants. Business contributes a large percentage of revenue to the community, and as the council continues the discussion on revenue generation, please keep sharing the burden of these community benefiting projects among all parties who will benefit in mind, and please keep the business community part of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Griego.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Griego. I'm Managing Director of Stanford Research Park, and I'd like to encourage a serious effort to analyze the need for a tax to be borne by businesses. We encourage a concerted dialogue with local employers about how to structure a tax so that it is not overly punitive or harmful, as we are seeing some increasing recessionary trends take place in the Research Park right now. I'd like to remind you that last year the Research Park generated about $36 million in tax revenue to the City of Palo Alto General Fund and to the Palo Alto Unified School District combined. But most importantly, and I'm grateful this was raised this evening, about $4 million was paid in point of sale tax produced by a limited set of really important employers in the Research Park. And I really encourage you to engage directly with them to ascertain how they feel about these different structures. I recall last year your consultant Muni Services talked to you about how the point of sale tax located in the Research Park specifically is one of Palo Alto's unique advantages compared to other nearby cities, and I think it's going to take great care and a deliberate approach to retain those businesses. From our experience, we know that demand in the Research Park is elastic. We've seen several major swings over the last 20 years during the dot-com bust and the Great Recession. Businesses large and small do weigh the cost of doing business in Palo Alto and how business-friendly a city is. And before making decisions about locating their point of sale, they take all this into account. We believe that we need to move very carefully towards a business tax. It should be a significant decision based on accurate data and assessment, and it should be sound policy with a real clear nexus and a reason for assessing a business tax. I have a few important questions. What would this be for? Are any of the taxes going to be considered regressive, particularly in the context of how startups evaluate locating to Palo Alto? This trend line is very telling. I support this. I believe that we really need to work together to make sure that the Research Park and Palo Alto is a place that startups want to keep coming to into the future. I also have a concern, and that is, would a potential tax impact the larger Research Park employers' desire to fund our transportation programs that we've deliberately launched and we've been doing a good job on? I think we're coming back to talk to you about the efforts we've made and the progress we've made with our transportation program somewhere around October 7th. So I'm eager to give you more information about that then, but we're making great strides. So the Research Park is going to be one of the largest contributors of any new tax, and we've been in existence now for 69 years and worked together as partners, building a place that has been an economic engine. And I think we just really need to have a really honest dialogue about how to ensure another 70 years of success for the Research Park in Palo Alto from an economic standpoint, largely to underwrite the economic vitality for the residential population as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Kleinberg. Former Mayor Judy Kleinberg.
Thank you. I'm here representing the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. Before you levy any tax, whether it's on the businesses or the residents or both, you should be able to answer three things. Is it the right solution? Is it the right time? And is it fair? It's in my way. So what's the problem we're trying to solve? Don't start with the tax. Start with the problem statement. What is it you're trying to do? And then fashion something that solves that problem. Form over substance, for example. So is it that you have a revenue problem, or do you have something wrong with the way the finances are being handled? No embarrassment here. I don't mean the staff's done anything wrong. But is it something about the priorities and the way the money has been spent, or is being spent, or will be spent? Or is it really that you're just looking for money? Also, is the problem caused by business alone? Should business alone be solving whatever this problem is that I'm hoping you will define? Any tax should support business development if you're going to make business pay for it. People have been using the word nexus. I've been using it for 3 years at the Finance Committee. Thank you very much. Please find a nexus between any tax and the people that are paying the money to make a solution. And any tax should be a special tax. The history of Palo Alto and general taxes is that the money doesn't go for what you promise it could go for. With a special tax, not a general tax, there's transparency, there's accountability, there's tracking. We know where it's going, we keep track of it, it's good spending policy. When business is taxed and there is a better business climate because there is a nexus, not only businesses do better, the community does better. They create jobs, they create sales tax, all of that is part of the entire business climate. Spend it on transportation, that's a nexus between business and the tax. Spend it on Cubberley or the duck pond or the animal. We love animals, we love ducks. There's no nexus to the business community. The problem with the headcount tax, Bob Moss was very right. Those are very complicated taxes. We have a gig economy. All you're going to do is have people fire the people who are already being employed, employ gig. If they don't employ contract people, they'll reduce hours. What about the person that comes to work for 1 month from a foreign country and then goes back? How do you keep track of that? Very, very complicated. Is this the right time to put an extra financial burden on businesses? You know there's a slowdown, there's word of a correction, there's word of a recession. You can see this in business office vacancies. Businesses that can't even fill jobs right now in their own businesses. Everywhere you look, there are help wanted signs. If they can't, if they're totally stretched, another tax burden would mean raising prices or cutting jobs or cutting back on employee hours. It would probably hurt consumers and the workforce more than would hurt the businesses itself. 30 seconds. A lot has been said about the timing. In the 2020 ballot, you've heard already there are going to be several taxes already. The timing is completely wrong. Thank you for letting me finish.
Thank you. Former Mayor Pat Burt.
Good evening. So a number of my comments are informed by a group of ad hoc citizens group that has been meeting over the last year and a half on this issue to consider whether to initiate a citizen-based initiative on a business tax, which hopefully will be superseded by the council initiative. So first, to frame it, Silicon Valley, for historic reasons that really don't seem to apply today, is an exceptionally low business tax region. And we really haven't had that discussion regionally. We hadn't really looked at it until recent years. If you take by comparison, looking at either San Francisco or other major cities, but San Francisco in particular, which really Palo Alto in many ways competes with in a business environment, San Francisco appears to, in the aggregate of their 4 or so business taxes, charge on average about $1,500 per year per employee. Silicon Valley, on average, is less than $50 a year per employee, and Palo Alto has no business tax. And yet, these businesses are choosing to locate in Silicon Valley and Palo Alto at rates beyond what the region can really even accommodate in terms of housing and transportation. The premiums that those businesses are paying today for, in particular, take the tech community of IT workers and otherwise, a business tax at 1/3 the rate of San Francisco, which is what our group was using as one reference consideration, of $500 a year would be in the neighborhood of 1% of the premium that businesses are paying to locate here over surrounding areas outside of Silicon Valley. So when you put it in that context, the notion that businesses would pick up and leave for a 1% premium that actually, if there was an adjustment, it would probably come in lease rates is completely out of kilter. So I have other comments that I'll try to make to you later, but but also the entire notion that the timing is so critical. I don't know that you'll be ready to put this on the 2020 ballot, but I will say that there were, in 2016, the leadership group argued against putting it on the 2016 ballot because we're going to have Measure B there. When the business community is talking about fairness of this being shared, Measure B is a sales tax, which is the big down payment for our grade separations, and that's overwhelmingly paid by residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Mark Molyneux.
Hi there, Mark Molyneux, renter, Seal Street. One thing that I think is, I thought perhaps oversimplified a bit, saying that per square foot is progressive and a flat fee is regressive. In a lot of sense, I mean, yes, it's considering the size of a parcel, but if you imagine a single-family home on a $3 million plot versus apartment building, if you say the apartment building should be charged far more than a small ranch house, which costs $3 million, even though many more people live there, I would say in this specific case it would be very progressive to actually charge per square foot the apartment less. So as far as the general thing here, I don't really know if I have much of a practical input from a renter's perspective, but there is a large economic consensus, an equity consensus, that when the economy of an area, when the value accrues to landowners, it is both fair and extremely efficient to recapture that value. And if you saw most of the assessed value, which, oh boy, consider how Prop 13 is holding that down, is for residential people. And the residents would rather see businesses get taxed because, of course they would. They control the government here. Homeowners would rather see their fees be as little as possible and other people foot it. And that's how it works. William Fischel, the economist, writes about the home voter hypothesis being pretty prevalent, which is that self-interested homeowners more or less will vote in their economic interests, and this controls local politics. So what you going to do about it? That's what happens here. I would say as far as this goes, it is an interesting point. If split roll passes, everybody who is a selfish homeowner really should support that because, boy, they're going to get off paying next to nothing for a long time because, they don't have to really pay for the services they're getting. So I would say you should, in a perfect world, tax landowners. This isn't going to happen. I would say the main thing is everybody else in the state and beyond hates Palo Alto, as they should, and they will want to come after you. The more that you are just kind of this weird town of extremely privileged homeowners. So I would say, I think that you should do what you should do in the short term, but in the long term, the rest of the state's going to come after you. So I'm curious to see how that goes. That's all I got, but thank you.
Thank you. We now return to council for questions, comments, and motions, but first, looking at the hour, it is now 10 minutes after 10. I think it's unlikely that we're going to get to the rail item before 11. And so I think at this time we should move that item to a future date. The problem is there is a timing problem since the Caltrain vote on the topic is going to be on October 3rd. So that basically means it has to go next week. Is that achievable?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think we've looked at the agenda and should be able to accommodate having that item added to next week's agenda. We may need to do some juggling of other non-time sensitive items.
Okay. I realize some of the people in the audience came out here specifically for that item, and I apologize if we're going to do this. So let's do that. Do we need a motion to do that? Move the LPMG item to next week. Second. Seconded by Councilmember Niss. Anybody want to comment on that? Councilmember Cormack.
May I make the same request I made before, that it be earlier in the evening? If we adjusted on the agenda?
We would take that up early, right?
Rather than the last item again?
I think our your custom is to take deferred items up first on the action agenda, and so we would organize it accordingly.
Fantastic. Still
let's do
learning the
that.
customs.
I just
Councilmember Boyce.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we could have a very short meeting on the 30th of September, and then we also don't have a meeting in the middle of October, which we could potentially add if we start to stack up items. Is that Columbus Day or?
Columbus Day or Yom Kippur?
I think it was on Columbus Day.
So,
We
yeah,
could do it
so.
on Tuesday. I'm just saying there's dates.
Why don't we take that up with the city clerk as to, because I understand the concern that, you know, we don't want things to stack. We got a fair amount to do the rest of this year, right? Okay. So why don't we take it up to the city clerk and consider whether it's going to take an extra council meeting at some point or other. Seeing no other hands, would you vote on the board, please? So I have 6 votes yes in the chamber here. Councilmember Tanaka, are you still on the phone at this advanced hour?
Well, it's not that late here, but yes, I'm on the phone. I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. So that passes 7-0, and so we will take up the rail item as the first action item next Monday night. Okay. On this topic, we now return to council, and I have lights from council members Du Bois, Fine, and Cormack in that order. Councilmember Du Bois.
So a couple different thoughts here. So in terms of process, I think we're at the point where we should start some polling. I think, you know, we'd want some time to let some polling inform our decisions, enable us to do some analysis, and then, you know, probably do additional refined polling. I think it's kind of critical to our decision-making, and, you know, we did some polling in 2016. I think we should use that as a baseline. Obviously, it's needs to be updated. I'd also suggest that we poll both voters and businesses. In terms of the business tax uses needs, transportation and housing have been the top priority every year I've been on council, probably even before that. We started with council priorities, I think, for this discussion. So I really think, you know, our daytime population grows so much during the day that that's our nexus, and that's really kind of how we got here. And we've had the long discussion, so we may not reiterate it every time, but hopefully it's clear that those are the problems we're trying to solve. So I think we're at the point of really needing to see whether the public supports, you know, a business tax to help address some of those issues of traffic congestion, affordable housing. One of the big questions I think council should give some direction tonight is really around the level of taxation. Again, I think we're all going to have our own opinions. I think we should figure out how we could use polling to help inform that. I really do think we need more detailed analysis of San Francisco and East Palo Alto in particular. I think we do share a lot of characteristics with San Francisco in terms of the job center and attracting technology companies and startups. We have, you know, an interesting situation that we have startups maybe with venture financing with no revenue but lots of employees. We have a lot of investors, legal firms that may have few employees but a lot of money. And so I'm not sure looking at average cities or typical cities is a good comparison. You know, the idea that Pat Burt raised about looking at a percentage of the level of taxation of San Francisco, I think is something that we should look into. You know, if you take that figure of $1,500 a year and you did even a third of that, you're looking at about $50 million a year in potential tax revenue. And, you know, if you start to think about a general tax with an advisory, if we had that kind of income, we could put $30 million a year against grade separations, which could be bondable. We could put $10 million a year against, say, a citywide TMA and shuttle buses. We could put $8 million a year against affordable housing, which would be, I think, about triple what we currently do. So I really think we could start to address some of our issues. And we could even put...
Could you just repeat those figures again?
Yeah, like 30 million for grade subs a year.
From a tax?
Yeah, 10 million for traffic congestion, so shuttles and TMA. 8 million for affordable housing. And I do think putting, say 2 million into the general fund, I think having businesses contribute to the general fund. There are other kinds of services, police, fire, childcare, things like that, that, again, having us kind of all contribute, I think makes sense. So after the Finance Committee, I did talk to some more folks, and I think we may have prematurely eliminated the payroll tax option. I think it does have the benefit of being easy to administer as part of a paycheck through the EDD. I know I've worked in other states where there were city taxes on the payroll, so it just seemed like a very easy to administer option that we might want to consider. In terms of like other ballot issues, I think every election we kind of face this, and most of those ballot issues, the money is going elsewhere. Maybe a small portion of it comes back to Palo Alto. I think 4 years ago we deferred because of the county sales tax measure, and I don't think we can keep doing that every election. The one other thought, the staff talked a little bit about economic benefit, and obviously it's something we need to balance. I think that was a good comment, but we also need to think about kind of the long-term health of the city, and a business tax. I don't believe that it needs to go directly back to business. I think a business tax can be used, again, to help the city fiscally to kind of offset some of the impacts we're seeing. And actually, if we can address our congestion issues and our affordable housing issues, those are really in the long-term benefit of both residents and the businesses. And so it really kind of depends if you're taking kind of a short-term or kind of a more long-term view of what a balanced community would look like. And I think it's been said once tonight, but we're one of the few cities that has no business tax right now. And so just, I guess we're not going to get derailed, but I was going to try to move things along by basically making the staff motion with 2 additions. And actually, if I could just email staff an update. Hang on 1 second. Should it go to Jessica or yeah? All right. So send it should come through in a minute. Did you get it?
I just received it. I'll take
Yeah.
1 minute to incorporate it. 1 second.
So this is kind of moving the staff motion, and then there are kind of two additional requests. And one is that we would do additional analysis and research to benchmark against San Francisco and East Palo Alto's total business tax, and that we would actually move forward with a round of polling, and that we would test kind of the type of the tax, levels of taxation, a phase-in period, and potentially some tiering based on type of business. And again, there were several comments about hospitality. The Finance Committee did talk about that, and if you look at staff motion letter D, we were suggesting that we should, in our polling, kind of consider retail, restaurants, hospitality, small medical, again, without trying to overcomplicate a tax initiative, but kind of keep those in mind, particularly with the TOT tax.
Just a clarification, does it include these numbers that you just put out?
No, I think those kinds of numbers are something we should do through polling, like to kind of test. But I'm suggesting some mix of transportation, housing, grade separations.
In general, not
In general,
specific.
not specifics. Yeah, I think it's really early for us to obviously be that specific.
So do I.
But I do think we should be thinking about that level of taxation. A lot of what the staff report showed was a very kind of low business permit tax. And
Councilmember Du Bois, what you see on the screen is the staff recommendation, and the bolded bullets are the additions that you've incorporated.
yeah, so if you could,
Feel free to adjust as needed.
yeah, so if this, I think you lost one thing. So if you could indent J as kind of a sub-bullet to I. That was for polling. And then if you could, and then where it says type of business, in I there, if you could hit return after business, and then indent that, and say test payroll, headcount, and square footage taxes. So change tax to test. Yeah, so that was the intent. So all of this is the staff motion, and then what's in bold is what I added.
Is all this for polling?
Yeah, this is under polling.
So I seconded it.
So we have a motion here, and care to speak any further to your motion?
Just again, so, I'm sorry, what did you say? No, well, right, that's research, and then A and B are polling. So again, the kind of the question about why benchmark against San Francisco.
Second.
No, Lydia. Why benchmark against San Francisco and East Palo Alto? I think, again, East Palo Alto obviously is adjacent to us. They have, and they're not, they have one of the highest business taxes in the peninsula, and they're not really have the same level of demand that we do. Again, they just enacted a square footage tax. I think it'd be interesting to understand. And I already spoke to San Francisco, how I think, again, kind of understanding their total tax rate as kind of a far upper bound and thinking in terms of a percentage of that. The other, yeah, so I think the main change here is really kind of getting a little more specific about benchmarking, and then really suggesting that we start polling now. Otherwise, I think it's pretty much the staff motion. I think the staff was going to continue analyzing this. It wasn't clear like when we would start polling. So I don't know if staff has any comment on that.
I think that in terms of the specific timeline, staff didn't necessarily line out one based on waiting for feedback from the full council. So obviously staff has continued to work on, getting better data sets, like I mentioned during the presentation, but we are waiting for confirmation from the full council on how to allocate resources moving forward.
In our timeline, I guess we talked about September, October, November. And here we are kind of mid-September, so I thought it would just be clear about maybe moving forward with polling.
Councilmember Coote, care to speak to your second?
Thank you. So I agree, we should start the polling and get it going and have it be informative to our discussions. Also to use the 2016 city poll as a way to look at what kind of questions were asked and go from there. I think you mentioned, I think, Tom, you've already mentioned everything that I had wanted to address, but I think having it be focused towards transportation and affordable housing is important, given there are state bills that are coming at us that is quite determined to take away our impact development fees. So we just want to make sure there's compensation there in order to help with affordable housing. But anyways, thank you for the motion.
So I have lights here from council members Fine, Nis, and Cormack in that order. Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, just want to say thank you very much to staff and our partners at Matrix Consulting for all the work on this. I think a lot of it's been super exhaustive and helpful to understanding and getting our arms around this. Also, thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. So since we have a motion on the table, I'll start with that, but then I kind of have some discussion points and a few questions. So I kind of saw us coming in here tonight from Finance Committee, having looked at this work, trying to limit the scope, and then providing that feedback as an update to council and getting everyone here's input on kind of a bit of a thumbs up / potential new questions and hopefully further narrowing. As Kylie mentioned at the beginning, anything we expand, potentially slows us down and costs more. So on this, just let me speak to the parts you've added, council members Du Bois and Koo. So letter H, I think the average tax revenue per worker makes sense as a good metric, actually, and we've got a little bit of that here in revenue per FTE. I don't really know why we're just focusing on San Francisco and East Palo Alto. I actually don't think those are great comparisons. East Palo, yeah, I mean, let me just go through this first. So East Palo Alto is obviously a very different community from Palo Alto, and I actually think San Francisco is not really a great comparison on, sorry, there's no page number. San Francisco has, 900,000 people, 100,000 businesses, and, the revenue per FTE, at least according to this, is like $3,400. And so I think testing up to 50% of that, suddenly charging Palo Alto businesses $1,500 per head, and even testing for that, I think is exceptional. Developing polling, I actually agree with that. I think, what we're polling on, whether it's level of taxation, type of taxation, a phasing period, tiering, exceptions, probably all the right parameters that we're discussing anyways. But letters A and B are a little worrying to me. So letter A, the only thing you're adding there is adding back payroll, or at least polling on it. And so I guess, sorry for my memory being short on this, can staff remind us why we removed payroll and gross receipts?
Payroll versus gross receipts?
Why we removed those two? I remember there were some negatives we focused on. I'm just wondering if you can jog our memory.
Sure, and I will also, if I miss something, please correct me if I'm wrong. In terms of gross receipts, given the business climate that we have in Palo Alto, like venture funding as well as startups and whatnot, it becomes a question of how do you define gross receipts, and then also how do you obtain that data point, especially since they aren't necessarily publicly traded companies. In terms of payroll, also a question in terms of data source. Obviously, as I think Councilmember Du Bois mentioned, we can obtain payroll data from EDD in terms of total payroll and therefore an average payroll per employee, I guess, from that perspective. But getting the very specifics also in terms of payroll with bonuses, equity, right, it depends on how you would define payroll. So here in Palo Alto, in our business community climate, right, the information from EDD is kind of like a W-2, so it's cash, not necessarily if you're getting stock options or something.
Okay. So I'm a little concerned about that. I'd rather, Councilmember Du Bois, it seems you're interested in reevaluating payroll, and I think I'd love to hear from the rest of council on that. As for letter B there, little b, the range of 1% to 6% was something we agreed on at finance. it may not be perfect, but I think it's reasonable. And I think the second part of that sentence, test a broader range up to 50% of SF's average tax per employee, that's a huge increase. And I can't calculate it offhand. I hope staff can help me with that, what percentage of our general fund that would be. But when we're talking, your proposal earlier, $50 million a year, I mean, our business community isn't here in force. I think that kind of number would get them showing up in force often and loudly. So I think, we're talking about increasing the general fund by 25% with that. That's an enormous amount of money. And I think it'd be irresponsible and greedy, frankly. So that's my comments on the motion for the moment. And I may try to strip some things out of this, but let me get to a few comments and questions I'd written down. Just from my notes on what we've discussed at the Finance Committee, some of the open parameters or variables that I thought we weren't quite sure on yet, and we're really hoping for some help from the council, is one, the big decision of a square footage versus head count. As we kind of discussed, a square footage tax maybe naturally scales, maybe gets paid by the property owners and passed on by leases, but we're not sure about that. However, a head count tax may be appropriate, and if we believe that employees and businesses generate traffic and housing externalities, a head count tax is maybe the best nexus for that. On exemptions, I think staff wrote most of them. The only other one we discussed at Finance was a public utility, and the theory there is we can go ahead and tax our own public utility here in Palo Alto, but then they will just pass on that tax to ratepayers, so it's kind of not that effective actually, and so we probably want to exempt our own utilities. Tiering, we didn't discuss much on. I think there's some good opportunities there, but we didn't really dig into it. Sunset, we weren't so interested in, but I had a couple questions on the ability to suspend a tax, potentially if there is, a recession or vacancies in office space, and potentially, what kind of, it also relates to exemptions, right? Nonprofits, do they send in a letter halfway through the year saying, hey, I'm exempted, can you please refund me? As for the question about what else is on the ballot, we did briefly discuss that, but I do happen to agree with Councilmember Du Bois that there are always going to be things on the ballot, and at some point we have to move forward if we want to move forward. A couple preferences that I have had and have been voicing, I think, pretty regularly on this. We do need to understand if we have a revenue problem or a spending problem. As you look at our budget, which were just the finalized budget delivered a week ago, two ago, we have record revenues in the city. And we certainly have problems and unfunded wishes and needs, but we need to balance that against these record revenues from property taxes, from our hotel tax, and other revenue sources here in the city. There's a large question around business activity, whether a recession is coming, what our policy is towards business. I'll note that in the past 2 or so years, we've passed the highest hotel tax in the state. We have significantly curtailed the development of commercial space. We have the loss of some significant businesses in the research park and downtown. We have increasing vacancies in some of our retail and our commercial corridors. We have raised our parking rates and had businesses complain about it. So that's all in the mix too, and I think we need to be aware of that. With regards to a special versus general tax, I'm generally in favor of a special tax. I think on the one hand, it creates a threshold which makes us be more focused and specific about what we want from this tax. And I think that's important for both the community that will vote on it and partnership with our business community. Some folks have mentioned the passability of a tax. I actually don't think that's a good criteria for what kind of ballot measure we propose. Just because we can get a general out there and it's 50% plus one doesn't mean we should go for that. I actually think the specific tax forces us to be a lot more focused and a lot more transparent with residents and the business community about what that money will be spent on, even if it's a specific tax that says, 60% transportation, 40% housing, something like that. I do think there is a good argument to be made that some of this money maybe should go towards business development. I know that wasn't in our recommendation, but I think there is something there being one of the few communities here in the peninsula that doesn't have any economic development functions or officers. Quick couple questions, and then maybe I'll go back to the motion. I kind of know the answer here, but I just want to get it out there. We don't really have a way of estimating or testing the reduction in business activity due to this business tax, do we?
At this moment, not likely. The current parameters are very broad.
Okay, thank you.
So we would need more narrow parameters.
Okay, I just want to raise that to my colleagues. One other variable we haven't touched on much is the portability of businesses and what kind of tax we do. And what I mean by that is if we assess, a payroll, this is actually one of the things about payroll. If we assess a payroll, they can actually just move their payroll to another city, right? And so that may be something we want to consider. Folks from the research park also mentioned, point of sale tax. And if we assess a tax that's so punitive, those businesses may just move their point of sale office to another city that doesn't have such a tax. That's really cheap for them to do and save a couple $1 million. Speaking of which, is there any way to actually provide credits for something like that? Could we say, we're going to do some kind of business tax, but if you pay point of sale, you can credit that against your tax bill? Is that way too creative thinking? I'm just wondering,
None of us are familiar with a structure like that. We would have to research how it would even be possible.
Okay, I'd be interested, because it seems like this is something we want to do, but we obviously don't want to lose our point of sales tax at the same time. And so I'm wondering if that could be a credit. I know people, okay.
We'll have to look at it.
And then a few folks have mentioned the issue of gig workers, part-time workers, things like that. Could we just do full-time equivalents if we're doing a head count, right? And just say, what's your FTEs?
It depends on your data source
Okay.
and how you define the employee.
Yeah, it also depends on the nexus with the community. So there may be, we'd have to look at that.
Okay. And then just one last question I want to raise is the long-term engagement plan. I think on many issues here in the city, we feel we don't do a good enough job of community engagement and building that partnership. It's not often we actually hear from the business community in these chambers, but on an issue like this tonight, we've had a couple folks show up, and they've been pretty engaged at the Finance Committee too, and I think we do need to fashion a bit of a structure there to keep them engaged, to make sure our community residents know what this is about. That's linking up with polling and the rest of our work going forward. So those are my comments, questions, et cetera. Maybe I'll give the floor back to everybody for the moment, but just a note, there's some things in here I can't support yet.
So what are you passing along?
Councilmember Niss.
I'm giving up the floor for the moment, but
No, but where did you leave?
I'm not going to go after this yet. I want to hear from the rest of you.
He hasn't made any motions yet.
But there are some parts of this I'm not comfortable with.
You don't want to separate them out now?
I want to hear a little bit more.
Councilmember Niss.
So with your suggestion, Adrian, I won't separate them out now, but under H, benchmarking against San Francisco and East Palo Alto doesn't compute for me at all. And I couldn't support that. Developing around a polling test and going up to the numbers that you listed, Tom, after mentioning what a wealthy city we are, heading up toward 30 million for grade steps, 10 million for, did I get it, for TMA? And 8 for housing?
And buses.
Okay, so we're close to 50 million, right? And our general fund this year was how much?
230.
Uh-huh. Those are pretty fancy figures, right? I think it just goes too far for me. I'm in the 4 to 6% range, and I think we'll probably end up fiddling around with this a little. But here is what I've been hearing tonight. which doesn't address this exactly, but it does indeed. We've heard about a recession, and we've heard about that across the board, whether it's here or whether it's someplace else in the country. But we are still in our very nice bubble out here. Help wanted signs are everywhere. We heard from them 2 or 3 weeks ago when somebody came and spoke to us who has the restaurant right down the street, who said he can't sit people outside because he can't hire enough help. And he'd like to be open more often and can't get enough help. And we're hearing that constantly. The vacancy rate is much higher than we have let it be known. And I know everyone knows that the vacancy rate is higher, but they've been very, actually almost coy about it. Looking at the chart tonight, and this is where it was pointed out that the startups are moving north. That's significant for a whole number of reasons, which means that a lot of the excitement around new companies is moving north. It's fun in the city. They've gone there to, enjoy that vitality. So I'm concerned about that. A couple of things that I would support on this is you just asked about FTEs. Good idea. FTEs rather than, or look at them as workers rather than employees, but find some way to separate it so that it's easy to understand, because there's so much movement that's going on. Lastly, I want us to perceive the need, or the difference between need and greed. And are we at the greed level? I mean, do we need another $50 million a year in income for our budget, even if it's a special tax? And for me, it would have to be a special tax. I think a general tax doesn't meet the criteria for this. But I'm quite sure that this takes us over a boundary that is making me very uncomfortable. So would you roll this back to the top for just a minute? Because this is, I hesitate to pick it all apart at this point. I'm going to guess that this goes back to finance, which we've talked about tonight, with the comments that we're making, and that it comes back to us, or comes back to us before we decide on polling. And I'd certainly like to see polling done. I'd like to see it come back to us with a much more pared down version. My comment.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Filseth. So many things to talk about. Let's start with a little history. And for those of my colleagues who are not on finance, if you didn't get a chance to review, let's see, ID 10445, which was linked in the staff report, there is an awful lot of detail in there that is helpful, so I commend that to you. On page 13 of that report, by the way, it says that the business tax failed in 2009. Is that correct, or was it pulled?
It's true. That is true.
Okay, and so what kinds of information do we have about why that failed?
Anecdotal.
Okay, well, what exactly was the tax itself that was proposed?
I think Judy Kleinberg could give you a lot of information.
Here we go.
Good evening. My name is Tara Narayan, Manager of Debt, Treasury, and Investments. We had, some people consider it complex. We had a combination of square footage per employee and a tiered rate that was adjusted for things such as if you are doing a TOT or sales tax, you could have a lower rate. That was one of the ways you could get that versus the earlier suggestion of a rebate program. You could give some certain segments benefits. Some considered it complex. We try to do rental units having a different rate. So we had two methodologies and several tiers within it.
And do you recall what we expected to raise from that in a year?
I would have to look that up.
Okay,
I don't
well, maybe
recall.
when it comes back to finance, it's just always helpful to know what didn't go well as we contemplate our next steps. So payroll tax, the reason I recall payroll tax didn't make it forward is I was the only one on the finance committee who was interested in it. The details we had at the time showed that it's naturally progressive, right? So the benefit it has is it might allow us to consider that as a tax that doesn't, that wouldn't need exemptions in the same way we might structure them with something else. So I'll just throw that out for people's consideration. I want to talk a little bit about, so this whole concept of businesses moving is certainly one we should understand, although it's hard to contemplate why they would move to San Francisco when the taxes are higher. If that, I don't quite connect all the dots on there. I think there are probably other things going on besides the taxation rate. With respect to timing, it's important that we keep the pressure on, and we head for 2020 in November. I have yet to see a process where giving anyone, whether it's in the, the government or the private sector, more time results in us keeping the same pressure on. So I want to see us headed for 2020. I think there's a variety of opinions as to whether or not the split roll tax will be there, and it's come on and off at least in the past couple months. So that, just for what it's worth, that's where I'm headed. In terms of headcount, I just want to talk a little bit about that because in this lengthier staff report that we had for finance, it is important to look at all these considerations of the industries that our various comparators have. So on page 59, it talks about jurisdictions with professional services all use employee count, right? So I just wanted to test that. We have 25% of our employees are in professional services. So I just want to remind my colleagues about that as we look at headcount, which sounds like it might be simpler than what we tried last time. People are referring to vacancy rates. Is there any information that staff can provide us? Where I don't know where everyone else is getting this information. If it's not available now, is that something that could be provided to finance or us in the next iteration?
We have access to data. We'll have to double check whether or not we're able to present it publicly.
Okay, great. That'd be helpful to understand. One other thing to think about with respect to exemptions, and just for the benefit of those my colleagues not on the finance committee, we really had a lot of sort of thought exercises as we went through this. And one reason to consider not doing exemptions is at a minimum it would be helpful actually to have some of this data. So I think we hear a lot about each of our personal and professional experiences, and we certainly hear from some members of the business community, and yet I think it's possible we might not even collectively have the entire picture. So to the extent that doing something, any of these business license taxes enables us to get accurate data, I think that has value in and of itself, separate from any revenue. And finally, people have talked a lot about, I heard Councilmember Niss talk about what's the difference, what is the need, and we certainly heard former Mayor Judy Gleinberg talk about this. I think it's pretty clear that we need to make some major investments in our transportation infrastructure and services, right? And thinking about housing as well, we've discussed this before. For I think 100 years, issues in Palo Alto have been around transportation and housing. First it was around, horses, and now we've evolved from there. So it's not that we don't have a very fiscally responsible current operations, but as we look forward as to what we need to do in the future, I believe there are needs that are not yet covered. Now to the motion. Let's see, Councilmember Du Bois. I'm not quite sure I understand H. Using an average tax revenue, is it per worker?
Per worker.
Okay, per worker. Okay, all right, so we'll get that
Could you correct that?
tidied up. Not super comfortable with the benchmarking part. Including would be certainly fine. I hesitate to set the,
That was the intent, and we could change that.
okay. So if the maker and the seconder are okay with that, and H, do additional analysis and research, including, I guess, San Francisco and East Palo Alto's average tax revenue per worker? Yeah? Okay.
That was the intent. I was going to clarify that.
A little closer, great. And now let's talk about polling and engagement. And can I just ask staff, G was discuss next steps. Was that us to discuss? Was that you to discuss? Finance, some other group unnamed as yet?
It's for council to discuss?
Now to discuss.
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. So G is really now I, except we don't have the stakeholder engagement part yet?
Yeah, move up on H to G.
I don't want to lose stakeholder engagement, so.
So I is,
So you've asked that we discuss next steps.
correct.
And Councilmember Du Bois is suggesting in I, polling in some specificity, but we have not yet captured stakeholder engagement. Is that right?
Well, G is still there, right?
Yeah, but I think we're supposed to be a little bit more clear. I could be wrong. You're looking for input on stakeholder engagement.
Correct, and I mean, arguably polling is a form of stakeholder engagement. As Councilmember Du Bois's current motion asks is that we actually tax, if I remember correctly, both, we poll both residents as well as business groups. I don't know if it's in the
He
motion.
said that, but I don't know that that's captured in there. And I don't know that polling businesses you might want to do a survey. I'm just not familiar with the ability to statistically sample our businesses, especially since we're not super clear what the list is.
So to that point, I think our next step, again, based on I think it was reference to polling, would be to bring on services of a polling consultant. At this point, I would offer the...
I'm getting to I, but I'm listening. Yes, let me hear what you have to say.
Okay, just the impression that it would be difficult to poll with the level of, or the variety of issues that are on the table. I think at this point, based on what we've got, it would probably need to focus on where are the relative priorities among spending, as well as really general concepts. So it'd be difficult to get much specificity given the range of options still being discussed.
Okay, so meaning that there are 3 options in A, meaning that we haven't discussed anything around exemptions or using, like what levels to use with each of them?
Correct. I don't think we could get to that, quite frankly, because it would be really difficult to have an effective poll or survey that would narrow in quantitatively as opposed to relative spending priorities.
Okay, so, all right, so let's take stakeholder engagement, and then we'll come back to polling while everyone's thinking about that. Shall we make her open to adding something specifically? Did you want to change this?
What would you suggest?
So polling, to me, this sounds like we're talking, it's just sort of voters, essentially. Mountain View, I know, had focus groups, for example, when they did theirs to sort of get, rather than it being sort of fill out this survey type thing. I think focus groups might be appropriate. There's an awful lot of detail in some of these, so.
So again, make a suggestion either for G or I, like what?
Okay, so let's modify G. I'm not even sure it continued. It's not really discussed. Stakeholder engagement. Conduct focus groups with multiple business types. I'm looking for Deputy Manager Flaherty might be able to help me modify this a little bit as I think about the different categories, locations.
So are you still leaving H and I?
I'm coming back to I. Everyone's thinking about I and how to make this more specific. I'm trying to at least capture the stakeholder engagement part.
I think if you I think the word multiple gives staff direction that you're looking for a range of different types of businesses, and we can run with that rather than you having to be super prescriptive at that level.
Fantastic. So we'll leave G.
Is focus group too prescriptive, do you think?
Is focus groups too prescriptive? Is there something else you'd like to do?
I mean, she says,
What would be the equivalent of a focus group?
I mean, there's just engagement, like, I don't know if,
I think we need to come back to you with a recommended approach on engagement based on
Okay.
the parameters.
Okay, so then maybe we change G. G isn't discuss now. G is return to, do you want to return to council or finance?
that's already kind of implied in the overall motion. It says work with staff and finance to do the following things.
Okay. Okay,
So I would say maybe discuss next steps, including stakeholder engagement with multiple business types
fine. How's that sound? Take out that middle part.
and potential polling.
Okay, and is that fine with the seconder as well? Okay, fantastic.
Multiple business types and potential polling, or I think that was there.
I think we're putting polling in I though now, right?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I, type of taxation, levels of taxation, phase-in period, and tiering. I guess what I'm imagining is even a 20-minute poll, right? What you're going to want to figure out is a couple different versions of each of these, right? To see what people might be more willing to do. I think actually, I'm going to use our iterative word here. This polling may have to be iterative. We may have to test first general concepts about which one you might prefer and what kinds of things it might go for, and then we might need to go back and refine them and then come back with more like, okay, here's what the tiers would be. Would it matter if we exempted small business? I'm just thinking about how to do this work, and I don't think we can do polling in one fell swoop.
So again, this slide presentation, slide 37, kind of had initial polling in October, which is 2 weeks away, and then it had additional polling in January. So I think this is a high-level first round kind of polling.
We're going to need something between this and the actual poll happening. So is that them coming back to finance with the questions? Is that what this would look like?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Councilmember?
So if it's this level of, I mean, you're going to have to, there's a big gap between A and B and a 20-minute poll. So how would you envision getting from the A and B to a 20-minute poll? Would there be time to come back to finance with the list of questions?
I wonder if before we're thinking about lists of questions, we might think about whether or not there's any appetite on the part of the council to narrow the range of concepts. I think that's where our CFO was teeing up the conversation when we started.
Well, I'm torn on that honestly because I do think the payroll tax has some advantages. So, but I don't know that polling is, I don't know if we should have asked you instead for more information on it. I still think based on everything we've gone through so far, listening and doing the comparators, that I think headcount, if you look at the ease framework, has an awful lot to recommend it. So for me, that one for sure has to be in there. And then in terms of B, I think the range is still helpful to staff in terms of quantifying it. I'm not sure about testing the broader range. I don't have enough information yet that we have gotten in detail to understand San Francisco's average tax per employee. We have heard one member of the public, the former mayor, provide that information, but I'm not yet comfortable with that particular number, so.
So could I respond to that?
Sure.
So, it was also kind of the Councilmember Fine's points. So again, part of the reason H was there is because I don't think we understand it either. So I really want to understand continuing to benchmark against the other cities, but including what we have here in H. And in my understanding is not that San Francisco is at 3,000 ahead. It's that they're about 1,500 ahead. So I was thinking somewhere in the 500 to 750 range. And that's what I was basing my math on. So I don't think the numbers here, I mean, we never did really get clarity on what those numbers mean.
That's per business, I think, Adrian, if you're looking at the last column.
Yeah, I think the per business and per FTE are flipped, because if you look at per FTE for San Francisco, it's 26.
It's per city employee. It's like a weird metric. It's not per employee.
So my issue with that is like, just put it in the same units. You know, like we've got this nice thing of 1% of our general fund is roughly $2 million. And when we start going like 50% of SF's average tax per employee, I mean, just put it in the same figures.
Well,
if you want to test up to 10%, like just say that.
I don't know what it is. That's why I want additional analysis for what the total business tax is, and then testing some percentage of that. To me, like percent of the general fund's kind of a meaningless metric.
Well, I would say percent of San Francisco's average tax per employee is even less relevant.
I think H captures the information we're looking for, and then what we do with it is up to us. So
I would be comfortable right now with just, I mean, I want to suggest we test a broader range. I don't think we should cap ourselves right now at 6% until we have the data. So maybe we just remove the range of 1% to 6% and leave it open for further analysis.
then they don't have anything to work with. So, I mean, I guess I'll just make a request, maybe an unfriendly amendment to remove IB, because I think we're going to get that information in H. We'll see if I have a second.
But then the issue is, if you look back up, we're capped on the range. So
hang on here. We got a request for an. We got a request.
D.
Wait. So we got a request for an amendment here, and the requested amendment is to remove IB, and I take it that is not accepted as a friendly amendment.
No, but again, I think we're on a positive track. So I just want to understand the intent. So if we just delete B, then D is going to constrain us to 6% regardless of what we discover with further analysis.
I understand.
So if I can make a suggestion, why don't you let that, I mean, in whatever you agree on, why don't you let that be something the Finance Committee can deliberate more on? That is, neither force them to do it nor constrain them from doing it.
Well, we did actually already.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, it's easy, right? Then the council doesn't.
We essentially negotiated amongst the three of us and ended up at 6% as the upper bound. And so Councilmember Du Bois is suggesting we remove that range. That seems, I'm not quite ready to do that. If you want to amend D, I guess that's okay, but I don't know what I want to amend that to until I see what H is.
Yeah, exactly, which is fine with me. Let's just delete it for both places and see what H comes back with.
Okay.
So I had two additional thoughts.
Vice Mayor, fine
I
ones.
came around to the payroll tax afterwards, and I really think this limit was way too soon. Like, it was a premature decision.
So just to jump in, I think we're talking about two things and conflating them a bit. One is, what is our dollar target figure? And that could be measured as percent of general fund, which is what we've been using. But the mayor and I were just having a sidebar here that maybe, per employee is an easier to understand metric. And I think that's where letter H with Councilmember Cormack's changes there is actually really useful. We're going to say, for all our analysis and research, let's make sure we include a per worker figure. I think that's helpful. What's confusing to me about little letter B is you're trying to remove letter D up above, which is something we discussed at Finance and negotiated and roughly agreed on, but it's not final. And then you're kind of comparing us to San Francisco on their per worker thing. And so what may be helpful is let's separate those things. Let's keep in letter H that you have there, where whatever we're looking at, let's make sure we do an average or a revenue per worker figure, because I think that's helpful. And then for the amount we want to raise, we can either look at it in a total amount, a percent of general fund revenue, or amount of revenue per worker. And so I think those are two very separate things. And what we're struggling with, excuse me if I'm speaking for you, Councilmember Cormack, is little letter B is kind of conflating those things and using both styles of analysis. And I think we should stick to one. If you don't like the range of 1% to 6%, let's change it. If you'd rather do a dollar amount, let's just do that. If you'd rather do a per worker, let's do that. But this letter B is giving some of us heartburn.
So again, I would propose deleting all references to the 1% to 6% and leave it for an additional analysis.
I recall staff needing us to bound it. Is that, you asked for ranges.
Are we about to lose you?
So yes, I'm seeing nods. So if we're not going to provide ranges in terms of general fund revenues, then I think we need to choose one of those other two metrics the Vice Mayor was suggesting.
We're all at the same time.
So again, the matrix analysis did not include all of the taxes. So using a percentage, you're using a percentage of incorrect.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
When they reach
So San Francisco is much higher than we think.
Okay, so then the average tax revenue per worker metric may be controls for all of these?
That's the idea.
Okay, fine. Then you want to eliminate the percentage of general fund revenue?
That was the idea.
Can you repeat that?
In H?
It's suggesting that we use we not use the percent of general fund revenue. I don't want to lose it entirely because I felt like and we had this conversation at finance a little bit, that rather than pick the metric in advance, let's use all three of them.
Yes.
So I'm seeing nods to sort of evaluate the reasonableness of each of the proposals.
Right, in which case our former step should be how much are we looking to raise, right? And maybe we should actually just use the dollar figure, We want this business tax, whatever its form, to raise $2 million, $5 million, $50 million, right? And I think that's a little bit what we're missing.
Okay, so another scenario, sorry, we're brainstorming. This is really a bad idea because it's after 11 o'clock, at least for me. I mean, bad for me to be brainstorming.
I think that is reasonable.
Have a range.
Right, and then from that, we can compute, hey, this is 2% of general fund, or it's $1,000 per employee.
So we should pick some dollar figures. A range of them. Okay, I'm gonna let the maker work on this.
So again, if you look at the page on the payroll model, 0.1% of payroll in Palo Alto is $15 million a year. Where are you? It's not numbered. So 0.3% would be 45 million. And again, I don't think that's enough. That it's going to be small compared to tariffs on Chinese products or a major recession. It's not. So I would suggest, again, I think until we have more data, why don't we look at a wide range? Maybe something like 10 to 50 million. I think we're comfortable with different places on that, but I think it's too soon. And again, we need to look at kind of the total business taxation rate. This data here is only business license tax. And because Palo Alto has never had a tax, we're kind of decades behind. And so it sounds like a lot. But again, and I'm fully comfortable with a multi-year phase in. I'm not at all suggesting that this would go from 0 to 100. But again, talking to other cities that are considering tax measures this fall, and people, current taxes are talking about raising them, I think we should look at a pretty wide range. So I would propose that we change what's in blue there, revenue generation between 10 and 50 million dollars, period.
If I
Do I-
might,
You know,
do
that's
I
quite
still
a,
have
that's
the
quite a big
floor,
change.
or are we-
You still have the floor, and you proposed an amendment, and it apparently wasn't accepted, right? So, I
That's
mean,
fine.
you guys are trying to hash out an amendment, and we're sort of getting far afield here.
Yeah, so I'm happy to see,
The 10 to 50 million there, I mean, 1% of the general fund is 2 million, okay? So
Yeah.
now you got a 5x
Yeah, no.
increase on the bottom, right?
Okay, we
That's
do 2 million.
these are
Sorry.
numbers far larger than anything we agreed to in finance.
That's my concern, right? I mean, I'm torn a little bit because I don't want to preclude finance from going and revisiting the issue, but you guys hashed out something already, right? And
So again, it was one meeting. I think the data was incomplete, and having the hindsight of additional time, I definitely changed my mind.
if I could add,
Please.
Mayor, council members, just a data point from a staff perspective that I think
Right.
might be helpful to you. One is that part of the rationale for having a number or a range was to provide the stakeholders, those who either might feel impacted or who could envision what the funds would go to,
Right.
have something tangible to work with. And so I think implication of that is the wider the range, the harder it is for
harder it is to work
stakeholders
with,
to say good, bad, indifferent.
Right.
So that's one thought. And the other is in terms of simplicity, for better or worse, if you like the 1 to 6%, is something we can calculate relatively easily. Well, we can do it right now. On the other hand, the total tax burden on businesses, in particular, if comparing other jurisdictions, is problematic to us. And so, for example, San Francisco is a city and a county. If we were to try to assess the burden on businesses in Palo Alto consistent with apples to apples in San Francisco, should we look at the county's tax levies, Santa Clara County's tax levy on businesses in Palo Alto?
which are different from
not to
that.
suggest we should do that, but I think it can easily get really complicated to try to assess the total burden, unless you can or would like to narrow the boundaries of what it is we're looking at. But I do have the sense that based on the earlier discussion on age, it was trying to assess the total tax burden effectively on businesses. And again, I think just recognizing that can be a very difficult figure to pin down.
Can you scroll up? Can you scroll up? Can you scroll up? And I'm sorry, scroll the other way so we can see I. There we go. Right.
I said it before, but sorry, started talking.
All right. So I think for us to move forward tonight, I think we need some kind of sense of the range, right, which Finance Committee discussed and said, okay, we're going to come back and have a range on this particular tax, not the total tax burden of, right? Now, if you guys want to review that and say, and instead of 6% of the general fund, let's talk about 10% of the general fund or something like that, that's fine, and you can do it as an amendment by this. But I think we're going to, from a practical perspective, we need to make a decision here and move forward. I also agree with Adrian's point that the average tax per employee is an interesting number because that one sort of compares apples to apples between different jurisdictions, and that's how we might benchmark against others, as opposed to the percentage of general fund, which is really about the total amount of money we propose to generate. And I think those are two different things. And so I actually like that about B, although I'm not sure 50%, we ought to discuss whether that's the appropriate figure or not. But it's also something that Finance Committee could do in the next round. I mean, mostly what we're doing here tonight is Finance Committee has narrowed down the problem some, and
So
we're
kind of
saying
two things.
continue to narrow it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could leave the meeting without a range and leave it up to finance to get additional data, or we're going to pick a range tonight. And again, the point I want to make is this presentation is incomplete in my estimation. It doesn't include, and again, it's not, I think we're overcomplicating it, like converting it into a tax per employee is not that difficult. And the reason I said East Palo Alto and San Francisco is again because East Palo Alto, adjacent to us, very different and a much higher business tax rate. And San Francisco, again, I think is attracting a lot of the startups who are here, so they have a similar mix from that perspective.
Well, I didn't have,
Benchmarking against the two of them makes any sense.
Well,
I didn't have a problem with H, actually.
100% of San Francisco.
I didn't have a problem with H, actually, so.
What's that?
I didn't have a problem with H, right?
Yeah.
I thought H was reasonable.
No, but Liz was asking me why those two cities. Again, I'm saying continue with the other cities, but a lot of those other cities are looking at potential tax measures for the next fall as well.
How much more work, so to be cognizant of Kylie's point earlier, which is, how much more work is it? I mean, is this, if we do some of this stuff, is it going to say, oh, we'll never hit the schedule anymore because it's too much work and so forth, right?
The phrase exponentially comes to mind. So if I could just maybe follow through on the iterative kind of, I don't want to call it paradigm for lack of a better term, I'll use it. So here's, if we follow through with the iterative approach, I think the path that we were on, you set a range, you use that range for the purpose of running some analysis on what that range would mean in terms of a tax structure. Stakeholder engagement, business community, good, bad, indifferent, in terms of uses of the funds, what would happen with that? Polling based on that range, like it, don't like it. Come back, if the like it version is very high, maybe you raise the range. Not to suggest that's the only way to do it, but that would be the iterative approach to whatever the range is that the council chooses, to follow that through a sequence of tests on the acceptability and adequacy of whatever range you come up with. And I think that's what...
If I understand what you just said, it's poll at 1 to 6%, poll comes back and says, yeah, 6%, no problem, there's 99% support, and you might go back and say, oh, well, okay, how about 10%?
And
there's nothing to preclude you from doing that. Okay.
Correct, other than time.
Other than time.
So,
it feels more like an EIR process where we'll set the bounds that will only narrow in. Like once we start polling, we're not going to exceed where we started.
Oh, I don't know why that would be the case. And again, certainly this is council's discretion, but to the mayor's point, if after testing out the arguments for and arguments against, which is again typically what you would do in a poll, excuse my laptop, and it's determined that the public support for the 6% is really high, then the council could consider maybe making it 10%. But again, that would have to be in the context of understanding the use of the funds, the various restrictions, the special tax, general tax, and the like. But again, that's just one conceptual approach.
Okay. So, Allison, you have the floor. So you had a motion to get rid of B, if I remember correctly.
That's fine. I think we're far past that. I wonder perhaps though if Councilmember Tanaka is still on the line, if we should let him weigh in, because we've all spoken a lot before we come back to, as we all sort of grapple with, we've just made something more complicated.
Councilmember Koo has not yet spoken either.
Oh, she spoke to her second.
She did, that's true, actually.
I just had a question, but ask Captain.
Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to weigh in on this?
Sure, yeah, thank you. And thanks to staff and finance committee for your guys' work on this. So I guess, and as I looked at this presentation from staff, I was trying to understand what exact, well, first of all, can you confirm, do we actually have record revenue? Do we have more revenue? From the previous budget, it seems like it, but is our revenue falling off the cliff, or are we doing okay on revenue?
Overall, I think as was discussed earlier with the full council, our 2020 financial picture, we do have an adopted budget. Our revenue projections are in the $230 million range. which are, on the rise if I look at our budget, which has 2017 actuals all the way through 2020. And so I'm not sure how to answer the question in terms of, are we having a decrease in revenue? No, we're not having a decrease in revenue currently.
Okay, no, because I guess I just wanted to understand the problem that we're trying to solve, because what we're talking about is doing a fairly significant tax, and I just want to understand what problem are we trying to solve. So, for instance, we delayed the rail item, which could be a problem that we're trying to solve, but isn't it better to define the problem and then figure out how much money you need for it? Because right now we're trying to just raise money, but then not really define the problem. And I think as a council we have only a limited amount of time, so I'm just trying to figure out what is the problem that we're trying to solve with this business tax. I don't know if staff could answer the question. Like, so it doesn't sound like we have a revenue problem. We haven't yet defined how much money we need for the rail yet, but we're talking about business tax without actually knowing how much money we need. And I guess I'm trying to understand from staff, what particular problem do you see this solving for us?
Yeah, I think at this point, this is a question to be debated among the council. We've identified, the council committee has identified transportation and affordable or housing as priorities. And so the question is how far down that priorities list, given funding source, could achieve.
Yeah, I think that's really a question for council.
Okay. Okay. So, but yeah, I think to me, because I think for a tax to be successful, I think we should be really clear as to what the mission of this tax is. I think even for polling's sake, you say, hey, I just want to raise taxes for the heck of raising taxes because we can. It doesn't seem to be really rooted in a need, right? I think if we do a business tax, we need to have a need, right? So, one thing I think we should have in this motion, maybe it's J or something, but it's something in here that talks about the problem. C kind of talks about it, but it's not really very concrete in terms of what are we trying to do with this. Because I think if you're trying to sell it to the public, people are going to ask, okay, so why do you need the tax? So I'm kind of looking to the maker and seconder as to how do we make something a little bit more specific, or maybe it's something that finance committee can take up to have, like, what specific problem are we trying to solve with this tax? Because I think that needs to be in here somehow, or needs to be defined. Because I've kind of flipped through the slides several different times. I've listened to the staff presentation. I've listened to all of you guys talk, but I don't hear any clear consensus as to what problem we're trying to solve with this tax. And to me, that's kind of like the most critical thing that we must answer first.
So it's getting fairly late here, right? But I think this has been a council directive to finance and the staff, which is why we engaged on this in the first place. Right? Sorry, we got multiple conversations going on here, right?
Yeah, I know, but I think that's not the Christmas of the problem we're solving.
Yeah, we're going there. Okay, I think there is a general consensus that. So I thought Councilmember Cormack articulated it fairly well. Right, there is a general consensus that we have some looming expenses, particularly in the transportation area, that we don't have a way to fund right now, and obviously grade separation is the big one, right? But there are potentially other kinds of things. Potentially other kinds of things that go along with that, and I think that's sort of the main focal point, right? And so we're looking for ways to do that. And I hear what you said about, well, let's wait till we got all the I's crossed and the T's dotted on grade separation. But by that time, enough time is going to have gone by that we're not going to be able to do anything for 2020 or even 2022 may be at risk. And so. Yeah, that's probably not true, but so at some level there's a need to do some of this convergence in parallel, right? If we're gonna make all these pieces fit together, and so I think I think the gravity is clearly towards transportation. Then to some extent, housing is may be worth considering as well. Now, by the time we get to the end point of actually, according to staff's timeline, which is next June or something like that, or next spring, we're going to have all these questions answered. But I think that the fact that there's still some level of definition on exactly how much goes for grade separation, how much goes for other kinds of things and so forth, I think that doesn't need to stop us from taking the next step on this initiative. At least that's my interpretation of it.
It just seems like we're putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. And to me, we have, I think it's, 11:30, almost 11:30 your guys' time. And, one of the most important items is the grade separations, and we, push that out back to Councilmember Cormac's point. And to me, it's just like we dilute our, I think it's better to do a few things well. So we've been, if we could, let's say, to make more.
Okay, so.
Then we could look at the business tax, figure out how much money we need, right? Right now, we don't really know how much money.
Right. So I know that explanation is not going to satisfy you, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So So I guess that's kind of like a general issue I have with this, is that there's not a specific reason for this tax. There's some things that we could potentially use it for, but there's no concrete action, and so I don't know how we're going to do the polling without defining that. So what I'd like to have is maybe it's like a revision, and Tom, I'm open to ideas, but something that talks about, and I think you can need this for the polling. What exactly are we going to do with this? Like, what problem are we trying to solve? Right. And so I'm open to you suggesting something, but I think it has to be something more than just something so broad that it's not clear.
This is going to take a couple days. I'll support this, but this is without a doubt the most rambling.
Tom, are you there?
Are we here?
Are we here? Yeah. Sorry. What did you ask again, Greg?
Oh, I was asking Tom about item C, or A.C. I'm trying to get something a little bit more specific here, because I think for a poll we have to be kind of specific. Back to staff's point.
Greg, I don't think we're going to get a determinative answer that there's this many dollars this, that many dollars that many dollars. I don't think we're going to get that answer tonight. So I think, we might as well not try, because it's not going to happen.
So I think that's exactly the thing that polling can help inform, is C, and this was part of the staff motion. Again, we're in September. I don't know if you have the presentation, but page 37, it's kind of the timeline that goes through all of next year. And I think, we start getting very specific in kind of the January to April timeframe.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes. Greg still has the floor.
Yeah.
Greg, can I make a suggestion even if you have the floor?
Sure, go ahead.
I think that because many times before I've worked with the pollster, especially when you were trying to fashion something like this, because it needs to get into the kind of questions that you actually will get an answer from whomever you're polling that makes sense. And I know the last time that we did this, we sat down with the pollster ahead of time and then came up with the questions, because he really helped guide us toward the kind of question that would get you wherever you wanted to go. In fact, we did that in 2016. We didn't put it on the ballot, but that's what we did.
Okay, good suggestion. Let me move on, because I know time's late. Some members of the public talked about the amount of revenue that the business brings in, and I've heard a bunch of numbers like 59% and whatnot. Can we add another item on here for staff to come back with maybe like item J, A.J, so another item to this where they actually tell us, rather than just these anecdotal numbers, exactly how much does business contribute to our budget?
Can I make a suggestion on that? So the staff did commissioned a consultant study a couple of years ago that calculated exactly that. Okay, and finance, it was for finance committee. So we have that data. It's a couple of years old, but we have that data. And it was a lot of work, and I want to suggest that we use the existing data rather than ask staff to go dig up that analysis again. I mean, it's still only a couple of years old, so it still ought to be reasonably good.
Okay, well, maybe they could put that in here then. Just at least incorporate the numbers so we see it. I was flipping through those documents. I didn't see it in here. But if we have it already, that would be a good document to know. Do we know what that number is?
I can't hear you.
Do we know what that revenue is? Like, what percentage does business contribute? Is it what I heard from the public, that something like 59%? Is that correct?
You got to go read the study, and it's detailed out, and it depends on exactly on how you ask the question.
Okay. The other thing is, I don't know if you guys follow the Treasury yield curve, but recently the yield curve just inverted, which means that there's probably imminent recession, because I think every time the yield curve inverted, there's been a recession.
So we hear. Go ahead. What are you asking?
Yeah. So I think the thing that I was thinking about here is because I think Councilmember Cormac's point of doing outreach to the business, either as a focus group or something like that, makes a lot of sense. Because what I'm trying to figure out is
that's in the motion.
And this is, yeah, I know. So I think what I'm trying to figure out with what I'm saying is, if a certain number of businesses leave, how much less revenue does the city actually get? Because it's also kind of supply and demand. Higher the tax, probably less of the business. But we don't know the elasticity of this. So that's why I'm trying to understand this. In fact, what I would recommend is that we poll the businesses first, and then do the polling of the residents, so we could kind of frame this better. And so maybe I don't have the updated motion from Allison, so I don't really see. Maybe Jessica, you sent it to me, but maybe we should have that as because I think this by making it more effective, because at least we understand the perspective of the business community to finish that outreach, and then we can do the polling to understand, like, incorporate what we get from the businesses, and then incorporate that into the polling for the residents.
So, okay. I think the maker and the seconder of the motion need to weigh in on that. I think their idea was that this to be done simultaneously as opposed to sequentially.
Okay, I can't see them, so you have to tell me, are they agreeing or disagreeing?
Yeah, I think, again, it's really outreach to all stakeholders, not that one would, be linear into the other.
They don't want to. So they want to do the stakeholder outreach, including both businesses and residents simultaneously.
Okay. Do I have anyone else that would second this? Okay, I don't hear anyone, so I'll keep moving on.
No, there's no second.
Okay, so I thought the comment about, and I think what the Vice Mayor said was actually a good point. I mean, I think about like EPA in San Francisco, and they're in different counties. San Francisco is a city and a county. So I think we should do something, we should compare ourselves to more comparable cities. So in H, instead of San Francisco and East Palo Alto, why don't we do something to cities that are around our size in the same kind of county? So why not Cupertino and Sunnyvale instead? So that because those are cities that are closer to our size, more similar type of demographics. And so I would like to do that instead. So if the maker and seconder don't agree, then I'm hoping for a second.
Well, so we are including Sunnyvale and Cupertino. They're already in the mix. So the cities we have are Cupertino, East Palo Alto, Mountain View, Redwood City, San Francisco, San Jose, San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale.
No, I was referring to item H, A.H.
H, I'm asking that we really consider all business taxes, not just, parts of them.
The question is, why'd you call out San Jose and East Palo Alto?
Because they only looked at like one of their business taxes, not all their business taxes.
Do Cupertino and Sunnyvale have more than one business tax?
I mean, we could say look at all business taxes for all the cities.
I think part of what we're struggling with as staff is the conversation has moved between total tax burden and what's one's definition of a business tax. Is a parcel tax that affects a business also being considered a business tax for purposes of this conversation? Because as we get into that, it's going to be pretty unmanageable in terms of apples and oranges in our data and our analysis, not only in terms of the workload, but in terms of struggling with the precision of the data as we get into the apples and oranges on that.
But we could do business-specific taxes, right? I don't think we're talking about general parcel taxes.
Well, I think it's a good question, and maybe definitional, but also may speak to how comprehensive a survey like that is. And again, everything from, in our case, whether it be, what's our telephone tax called? Whatever that is, utility-related, utility user, or in our case, equity transfer taxes. The variety of taxes that hit businesses may not be exclusive to business, but again, it's a question of how to define the range of taxes that would be part of our comparison.
To give some idea of that, if you go back to some of the slides I was speaking to earlier today, we talked about something as simple as sales tax and how different it looks for a business that has a point of sale in the city. And so the apples and oranges we would get into fairly quickly if we start going beyond what is regularly considered a business tax to the total burden on businesses in different cities that are using different taxing mechanisms starts to get exponentially complex because each city has a different combination of options that we would then be trying to analyze.
So then why not make it simple and just do cities that are comparable to us, like Sunnyvale and Cupertino? They have a variety of different business taxes. We could see how it worked over there. We have a business tax as well, kind of with the business registry, although it's a lot smaller. I guess I'm also trying to understand why make it like SF is a county and a city, and I'm just imagining how difficult it is for staff to figure all that out. I mean, it's going to be, especially if you guys want to do this fast, right? It's going to be really, really difficult. So, to me, it makes sense to stay within our county and cities that are kind of comparable with similar kind of demographics that we have. So I don't understand the push to do something so different.
So I think we should segue a little bit here, and we'll come back to Greg in a minute, but my understanding is that you three have an idea on how to change I here?
So if it's okay with a seconder, I would say we delete IB.
Delete IB, yeah.
And just leave the C.
And then in D.
The D.
So go ahead and delete it. And then in D, change the range from 1 to 6 to 2 to 20.
You guys okay with that?
No. 2 to 20% of general fund.
No, 1 to 10.
Oh, is that what you meant?
1 to 10%, or it's 2 to 20 million.
Oh, I thought you were saying 2 to 20%. Okay, 1 to 10. 1 to 10%.
Okay. And then what about H?
And I think H is important, and I don't think we need to overcomplicate it. I don't know that anybody up here said total tax burden. I'm really interested in understanding specific business taxes in total.
Can
Can you just speak up and just explain what you explained a little bit to me?
I think, Councilmember Du Bois, the question becomes, how do you define business tax? So what's in the matrix report are the business license taxes that are specifically applied. Now, to your point, there are other taxes that are applied on businesses, but that could be a range anywhere from sales tax to what I think you're referring to, which is East Palo Alto's parcel tax, that's specifically on commercial business
businesses,
based at 25,000 square feet or more.
Right.
So there can be a full range of potential taxes that business is paying. So the question is,
So again, I think it's specific
how are we rating?
taxes that are only on businesses. Sales tax is a general tax. Utility tax is a general tax. Right.
Yeah, San Francisco has gross receipts. They also have the homeless tax that just passed.
I think part of what I'm struggling with is if we add San Francisco, are we adding gross receipts? And if we add East Palo Alto, are we adding parcel? And so have we now gone back out to all of
So
the
again,
options?
Michelle, it's not a general parcel tax. It's East Palo Alto has a commercial office business tax, right? So I would not say all cities, all parcel taxes. San Francisco just passed a business tax for affordable housing, right? It was a specific business tax.
It's the aggregate, right?
So I just think really compare, we shouldn't take this such a narrow view.
I'm just going to jump in for a sec. With letter H, are you trying to get a metric that you hope you can compare total tax revenue received by the city from businesses divided by number of employees, or are you trying to get something else? That's what I'm
For specific business taxes, yes.
So does staff find that problematic? Because I get what you're saying, you want these for comps, but you don't necessarily want to bring back the gross receipts that San Francisco uses or things like that. So are you just looking for total revenue received from businesses by the city divided by number of employees in that city? Is that like?
I think staff's saying that's harder because you're including a bunch of general taxes, right?
So what are you asking for then? I'm just not.
So I'm asking for the total of the business taxes in San Francisco, which would include their gross receipts tax.
I mean, don't we already have that data in the previous finance report?
The previous finance report has the specific business license tax. So for example, it has their gross receipts tax that they're moving towards. It has the phase out of their payroll tax since they're moving out of that and into gross receipts. They did a phasing period to make that transition. What I believe Councilmember Du Bois is talking about is a specific initiative that was put on the ballot by citizens in San Francisco on gross receipts as the metric that it would be levied on for housing initiatives.
So if you want that, just ask.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The city and
Right.
county thing before, and how different San
Right.
Francisco
Sure.
is from us.
Sure.
No, I'm just trying to get all the business taxes so that we get a complete view, right? And so.
But it sounds like you got,
New York City
sounds like you got 2 or 3 specific ones.
or LA.
Yeah, just those specific ones are the ones I'm asking for.
Okay, I don't even know if that has to be part of the motion. I mean, but let's get, an info sheet on San Francisco's various proposed business taxes.
And East Palo
Sounds good.
Alto's.
Okay? So get an information sheet on San Francisco and East Palo Alto's various business taxes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So H becomes get an information sheet on San Francisco and East Palo Alto's various business taxes.
Yeah, let's look at it, again, because they're bigger cities, so let's look at it as tax revenue per worker.
Sure, that we can calculate afterwards.
Yeah.
Various business taxes. You happy with that?
Well, can we leave the,
You happy with that?
can we leave the tax per worker?
Happy voting.
We'll calculate that.
Consultant
happy with
study
that?
said,
This is.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Tom is done, and this is the motion as it stands. Has somebody emailed this to Councilmember Tanaka?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay. Councilmember Koo.
Wait, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember, you're right. Councilmember Tanaka, sorry, you still have the floor.
Okay. Can staff tell me, so with the recent TOT tax that we passed, how much more do we get from that current ballot measure? I know that was projected, but I was wondering how much more did we actually get?
The 1.5. Councilmember, are you referring to the 1.5% that was recently passed in November a year ago or so?
Yeah, last November. Mm-hmm.
I believe it was somewhere in, our estimate was in the neighborhood of 2.5, 2.6 annually. I'm looking at Taryn. But that tax wasn't implemented until April, so we don't have a full year's worth of data to compare against that yet.
But do you know, for just from April to now, if we were to look at the same month the previous year, is it looking like it's going to meet the projections, or is it less? Is it more? Do you have any idea?
Staff would have to go back and analyze that to get back to you.
Okay, could you figure that out and let me know?
Okay.
Did you guys hear me?
So, I'm sorry?
No? I asked if staff, I don't know who's talking, but I was wondering whoever was saying that, could you find out and let me know what that is? Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Was there a question to the staff there?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I'm getting cut off. I was asking, how much more do we get from the TOT from last November? I realized that we only got from April to now. So I was wondering if we could look to see what it looks like last year versus this year for those months, to see if it looks like the staff projection is correct or not.
You know what? It's nearly midnight. I'm about to call a question, right? Right. So I'm going to call a question. Would you vote on the board, please? And we have 6 votes in the chamber voting yes. Councilmember Tanaka, do you vote yes or no?
No.
Councilmember Tanaka votes no, and so that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Tanaka dissenting.
One question for clarification. Is our next step back to finance or full council?
Back to finance.
Very good.
As the staff recommendation, right? Okay. I didn't get a chance to make my comments, which are going to be really brief here, which is I want to thank the Finance Committee for the work they've done. I think you've made very good progress. I think you reached actually a good direction. I guess my wishes for finance as you continue to your deliberation. I find myself agreeing with an awful lot of what Councilmember Cormack said. I think it's important we move forward and be in a position, if we need to put this on the 2020 ballot. There was some dialogue about other measures, but as people have pointed out, there's always other measures. The split roll on Prop 13, it's not clear actually whether it'll actually get on the ballot or not. I think that's still up in the air, and then will it pass is also up in the air. As for Faster Bay Area, I would love to get a lot of transportation funding out of Faster Bay Area, and we'll see how that evolves. But that said, there's a long history of regional measures in this area in the county, ending up getting $1 from Palo Alto and giving us back 50 cents in services, right? While they go to BART or something like that. So I think we can't rely on Faster Bay Area to solve our transportation needs, at least at this time. Yeah, and I hope that what we come up with will be easy to administer. Okay.
Eric, did Jessica ever send out the graph to you guys on the vacancy rate?
I'm sorry, we've moved on from this item. Can you fire off an email to staff? State and federal legislation update, we already did. Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements.
Very quickly.
Vice Mayor Fine.
So about 2.5 weeks ago, myself, Councilmember Nis, Monique, and one of our representatives from Neighbors Abroad were visiting our sister city, Albi in France, for the 25th anniversary. And I think next week we're planning to give you guys a bigger, nicer update, hopefully with some photos. But needless to say, it was a great trip reconnecting with that sister city and trying to rekindle that relationship and the exchanges, hopefully in the future.
Councilmember Cormack.
Two things. One is Councilmember Koo and I had the opportunity to attend Santa Clara County's Reversing the Vaping Epidemic event last Friday. A few data points for you. Almost 1 in 3 high school students in this county has tried vaping, and more than 8 in 10 of them use flavored products. So that's something to keep in mind. The other thing is, just want to make sure everyone's aware that the Stanford General Use Permit will come back to the county supervisors on the afternoon of Tuesday, September 24th at 1:30 p.m. And everyone is welcome to come down and share their thoughts with the supervisors.
That's important. That one is drawing to its conclusion. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so Councilmember Niss, Tanaka, and I were at a Stanford Hospital tour midweek. It's a really beautiful hospital. They're saying it's the most advanced hospital in the world. And then I think they had 10 or 15,000 people tour it this weekend. So if you get a chance, you should definitely check it out. And then the Midtown Residents Association had their ice cream social this weekend. The city was there in force, which was nice to see. It was a good event, as always.
Seeing no further lights, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.